Greetings and salutations. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Topstep TV. And yes, look who we got next to us today, back in the saddle again, John Hoagland. Oh, yeah. Hey, today, Thursday, Fed Day. We got Fed Day today. What a big week we've had here so far. And it's not over yet. So let's stick around. But let's say good morning and good evening and good afternoon to our good friend, John the Hoagland. Johnny, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Eddie. Feeling all right. Just ready to get back in the saddle here to get a couple of days off. They weren't really that fun, but that's the way the ball bounces. But it's great to be back here with you, Eddie, and great to be back with everybody. Top of the chat, my early birds, one time Nick Nichols, Mrs. Masia, Sue, Bear Goes Long, Dan Trader, Slippers, Galvanizer Trader, Adrian's Fess, uh, Paul. Rick, Blue Ken, Man Cave, and Mike Godfrey, just the first I see in the chat, but it's great to be here with everybody. As always, we're seeking accurate context here, always remembering good risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Should be an interesting trading day today.
I am ready for it. Let's give it up. Yes. You know, I tell you, Johnny, when I come here and I log into the YouTube and I put up the chat room and I see the name, it puts a smile on my face.
Yeah.
All our people here and ready to go for another exciting day here at Topstep TV. So let's get it started. I'm going to light the fire here and get the party started here. U.S. stock futures hedging higher today as investors assess the outcome of the U.S. presidential election. Yes, and look ahead, of course, today. It's key Federal Reserve interest rate decisions. The Dow futures here added about 0.2%. We did see the S&P 0.1. NASDAQ has risen 0.2%. And Bitcoin, I think yesterday we were at about 75,000. We have seen it hit its peak at 76,134. And that's sort of reflecting the optimism around Trump's backing of the cryptocurrency. So I did mention the Federal Reserve due to deliver the fresh rate decision today. It was following a 2-day meeting that was pushed back due to the election. And we are seeing markets broadly pricing in quarter point borrowing cost reduction. The benchmark Fed rate, which currently stands at 4.75 to 5.5%. Now, in September, if we go back in the Wayback Machine, the Fed slashed the rate by 50 basis points. So we're going to see what's going on here today. We got to keep an eye and ear open here to hear Fed Chair Jerome Powell. It was going to be commenting on the path of rates ahead of this year. So remember, we got the 1 o'clock Central, and then the 1:30, Jerome will hit the podium, most likely with a purple tie, and give us at least an indication of possibly what we're going to be seeing here in 2025. But Johnny, that's what I've got so far. And if you can share with us what you have.
Well, as far as economic numbers today, Eddie and everybody at 7:30, the jobless claims came out. They've seemed to have settled down a little bit. The previous week was of 216,000 additional jobs. They were looking for 222,000. It came out 221,000. No major shakes there. Continuing jobless claims continued a little bit higher as well, moving from 1,873,000 to 1,892,000 in the last week. Productivity and costs also came out at 7:30 this morning. Costs were up 0.9%, higher than they were expecting. Productivity was expected to come out at 2.5%. That came out at 2.2%. 9 o'clock, we have wholesale inventories. 9:30, the nat gas numbers due out. 10:30, a 4-week bill auction is due. 1 o'clock, the FOMC announcement is due out. We'll see what they do with the rates. And at 1:30, again, we always have the Fed chair presser as far as earnings are concerned. Moderna and Hershey's came out today. No majors really throughout the day today. After the close, we have Arista, Airbnb, and Motorola due out after the close. The VIX is down about 4% this morning, 1564. Last I looked, dollar index also lower by about 0.5% at 104.61. And the yield on the 10-year holding very stickily above 4 at 4.4%. That's what we've got as far as economic numbers, earnings, and everything else this morning. Dude, where's your crude?
It is stickily in front of me. Stickily. I like that. It's a new one. Um, hey, if you were watching Crude, hey, the new session opening up yesterday, we sort of launched Crude to its ETH high. Yesterday, maybe about what 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. We topped out. We made a run here. We made a run all the way to 72.67. We did have a low. That's where we started. We started around 69.74, and we took off from there. Right now, last 71.26. But as far as crude goes, we did see it inch lower today as it sort of hit the tops, and that was due to the ramification and digesting, digesting of Donald Trump's presidency and engaging hopes that there's going to be more stimulus from the top importer, China. We did see Brent slipping about 0.3%. WTI traded 0.5% lower, and crude benchmark is weakened during the previous session, weighed down by the surge in the dollar, as well as a bigger than expected build in U.S. inventories. Additionally, I just want to say here, real quick here, China's People's Congress are widely expected to outline plans for more fiscal spending in the coming months to boost the economic growth, and this probably should have some play on the crude. Otherwise, let's get to the tip of the week. Tip of the week is markets are always right. Now, we discussed this yesterday, and at times, not always right, but yes, you have to sort of lay your cards down, fold, and say, I'm out. Yes, the market is right. Even if prices move irrationally in a short term, market corrections typically follow. And we see that. And we even say that the market's correcting itself. Markets have a way of correcting itself as new information emerges and fears subside. So that is what I've got here. Market is always right. Johnny, anything you can add to that?
Sure. When we think about the market's job is to facilitate trade. It is to find the levels where the most trading can occur. Buyers and sellers are comfortable transacting business there. And that is right. There's nothing we can do to change that. The market is always going to be right. The market is its own environment, and we are a part of that environment. Just remember, the market is giving you signals as to where it is likely trying to go and telling you signals of how good of a job it is trying to do getting into that direction. But yeah, there's always the market is right. I don't know how many times I heard guys in the pit say market has to go lower today, and we just watch them melt as the market continues to push higher
I
and
don't
higher
mean to
today.
laugh,
So
but yeah, yeah.
it is its own animal, and it is always right. So your job is to get with it.
Exactly, exactly. Just, hey, follow along. Oh, by the way, hey, today is the 5th. As I said yesterday, and I did give you a promise, today is the fifth day of scouting for our next Topstep VIP teams, kicking off in January. Now, between now and January, we're going to be dropping a lot of these check-in forms that you need to fill out, and these are your passes, and actually not passes, but chances to get into one of these VIP teams. Now, those that check in the most on TopStep TV will have the highest chances of getting a VIP seat. And here you go. Listen up carefully. Come closer. Look out later this morning because we're going to have our 5th check-in form drop. Okay.
Mm.
So later this morning. So anyway, but let's get ready here for some charts. Before we do that, Fast Market. We've got Anne Marie coming up here and Mohammed. Yes, both of those will be here with Fast Market. So don't go away. And Johnny, let's hit these charts. What do you got for our friends, traders, Romans, countrymen today?
Yeah. Well, it looks like I missed a couple of doozy days here in the markets, didn't I? I was watching, but not actively trading, so I just got to watch the show a little bit. S&Ps, yeah, new all-time highs yesterday, new all-time highs as we speak. We saw open interest increase on higher volume on the push to the upside yesterday. estimating an additional 45,000 contracts in open interest. We'll watch and see how that comes out in the actuals later on, but I'm suspecting with that big move on that higher volume, we did see some new buying coming into this market, and that's a good thing for continuation for your 401k, for your long positions, and any stocks that you are in. Market likes the idea that at least one of the uncertainties is now behind us, that being the U.S. election. Whatever the market likes about it, the market likes about it. So that's just one of the uncertainties that is now behind us. The next uncertainty will be, of course, the FOMC meeting today. Uh, so here we are. I mean, just continuing to put in higher highs, continuing to put in higher lows. We had a decent pullback. That's something that is actually healthy for continuation in a particular direction. That pullback that we had recently in the last couple of days was enough to even out inventory and catch maybe some people a little bit stuck on the short side, which lit the fire day before yesterday. The fire continued to push to the upside yesterday, and we're going to see how this plays out for us today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Oh, big gap yesterday. Night before last, there was the high from, what was that, Monday, Tuesday, what's today? Tuesday, Wednesday, today's Thursday. So big gap, big session gap. Unable to close that gap, the market continued to push to the upside as far as overnight inventory is concerned. We have overnight inventory to the long side, looking like we are going to be opening with a gap above yesterday's session as well as settlement. Gap rules state if we can't close that gap relatively early in the session, we should be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. These are contextual ideas, not suggesting of the purchase or sale of anything here, just looking at context and nuance here, ladies and gentlemen. So if we do have gap rules and we can't close that gap, well, it's kind of logical, right? If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're either going to range up here or continue this push to the upside. We had a double distribution trend day to the upside in the S&Ps yesterday. The market opened, looked lower, continued to push higher, left the early distribution, leaving single TPOs between 59.43, right there, 59.43. And also, those single TPOs up to 59.45 quarter. Could be an interesting area for the market to come back and recheck. If we do close the gap, we could get back into range and value. We could actually kind of repair some of those double distributions that we had yesterday. And the double distribution trend day is when the market opens, balances, creating a time and volume bubbles here, a lot of time, a lot of volume, leaves that time, that distribution of time and volume, or consolidation, whatever you want to call it, and then begins to consolidate a little bit higher up. So we're opening above range, above value, gap close. Do we see this market continue to put in all-time highs through the regular trading hour session? A lot of folks probably kind of wondering, okay, what are we doing for the FOMC meeting? We're going to get positioned and we're going to hang on and see what happens when the FOMC numbers come out, see if they do 0.25%, see what they do with that. And of course, the chair presser after that. So a lot of forward looking and a lot of planning for the FOMC meeting today, probably early in this session. So let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which NASDAQ is in a kind of a cool spot here. So on the daily chart here, I like to kind of keep track of when the previous high was. Now, the previous September high, the all-time high when September was the front month, 20,983.75. Finally, we're back to that level. We're not at new all-time December highs here, or contract highs here just yet. We are back to testing above that September all-time high. Yesterday, big up day, decent volume, adding 12,000 estimated new contracts to the upside. The auction performed pretty well yesterday, putting in closing above last week's high. Now we're in the area of testing that September contract all-time high. Why is that important? Well, it's just one of those numbers that sticks in traders' minds. Traders have a tendency to kind of keep track or kind of remember important levels over time. And this might be one of them. Looking like we're going to be breaking out above that this morning. The FOMC is all queued up for us at 1 o'clock today. We're going to see how these markets treat this before then. But again, we do have one of the uncertainties in the presidential election now behind us. So you see the markets kind of relieved of that and continuing to push to the upside. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart. Big session gap again from Tuesday to Wednesday. Overnight inventory to the long side, holding now above that September all-time high, September contract all-time high, opening with a gap. Again, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the continuation of the gap. December all-time high, 21,237.75. Could we get there today? Could it happen? Will it happen? Only time will tell. Profile yesterday, double distribution trend day again, a distribution of time and volume left by single TPOs to another distribution of time and volume, more of a trend on that upper distribution to the upside. But those single TPOs come in 20,827 to the downside, 20,827 to the downside here, and up to 20,844 to the upside. So this is an excess below price, and excess usually it means either support, resistance, or repair. So if we even get the chance to see these single TPOs today, might be a surprise to do so. The way the market is continuing to push to the upside already here this morning. Let's take a quick look at crude oil. All right. So this daily chart really just kind of looks a little bit like a mess. I mean, I'm looking at long time frame consolidation. Where are we in that consolidation? We're relatively centrally located in that longer time frame consolidation. A big range yesterday on some pretty decent volume with a big increase in open interest of 29,000 contracts. What direction did those new contracts come in? We're going to be able to see that here on the 30-minute chart. What uncertainties still remain in crude oil? Well, of course, it should be on a hair trigger if there's anything that happens over in the Middle East that could affect, of course, crude oil pricing. Here's the 30-minute chart. So yesterday, what did we do? We had very deep overnight inventory to the short side. The market opened, leaving the opening range at the dead ass low and rallied the rest of the day, adding that 29,000 new contracts and open interest, really looking like the market was building volume, all the way up to where it really put in the highs. We're looking at some new longs in this market, ladies and gentlemen. Weekly kickoff high, 71.60, really has kind of become a little bit magnetic. We've got it at the highs here. We've got it at the lows here. We've got it at the lows here. We've opened in range in value, actually below value. So if we do manage to maintain and hold price below value, we could see a little bit of a deeper pullback. Profile yesterday was a P-shaped profile, not supported. P-shaped profiles are typically going to be short covering days. But when we added all that open interest, it was short covering, meeting new longs coming into this market. Those new longs that came in late in the session yesterday are now officially underwater. We'll see what happens here. Now, this trend line comes off the daily chart. We were looking at this a couple of weeks ago. Oh, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. So we were looking at this a couple of weeks ago because we had 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact. And when the market broke below that, it was a pretty decent opportunity to put in last week's low. Now we're kind of going back and forth above and below that trend line, keeping weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low as extremes of the current area of balance. So if we're going to see a failure above weekly kickoff high here, Again, weekly kickoff high 71.60. The full rotation could be all the way back down to 67.20 or the likes, at least in that zone. But we've got to be able to take out this trend line. Was support, became resistance, became support, or will it fail and we'll get a full rotation back to the low end of balance? Only the market knows. Because why? Because the market is always right. Right? All right. Let's take a look at gold here now. Earlier this week, we talked about this on Monday. We have this trend line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of contact here. This makes this trend line extremely important. We were also looking at the fact that we had some divergence or at least a crossing of this trend line with an important inflection level like the weekly kickoff low. Typically, when we see this, when there's a very important trend line against an important inflection level like a weekly kickoff level, when they cross, usually some big things are likely to happen. They don't always happen, but it increases the probability of them happening. And we saw that yesterday. This market really fell off to the downside, potentially changing market state in two ways. We've got the weekly kickoff low here, which is an area we would be looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory to one direction or another. We also have this trend line, which would also be a market state breaker because it is a longer time frame. I mean, the base of this is all the way back in August. Lots of points of contact. We're going to see a pullback to that level, that right where those cross over today looks like a really important area to be paying attention for a potential execution in either direction. Again, not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything, just looking at things in context so that we can kind of get our plans put together, our hypotheses. So, just in case something happens, we're ready to act upon it. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So we've been saying all along, there's a lot of weak structure down below in gold. The market left a lot of naked points of control, a lot of old gaps, lots going on down there. And those are going to be important if the market does continue to push to the downside. Here we have a huge gap from night before last to yesterday's session. We are back in that gap. We don't really have any overnight inventory to speak of, but we seem to be continuing to see buyers coming in. There's that crossover of that trend line and that weekly kickoff level. Really looking forward to seeing if there is an opportunity for an execution there. We had that level as support the night before last. We broke through it yesterday. Really kind of ranged yesterday, kind of a small range. We lost 8,400 on open interest, and I would say a lot of that came in on the way down. Really just kind of digested this area. And are we rejecting it now? Are we going to go close this gap all the way to the session? I mean, that gap close could take us all the way up to 27.4280. Really looking forward to seeing what the market is going to provide for us at weekly kickoff low 2707, as well as this trend line, as well as the 100 session moving average. Really looks like a tasty little level there, if only to be able to limit your risk. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day, neutral. On the 720 open, there was a pretty weak low on that, but we did look below that. So it's an unfinished gap down below that. Unfinished naked point of control, afternoon pullback lows. There's all kinds of weak structure down below should the market continue to push that way. But right now, we've left the opening range at the low of the session in gold, and we are continuing to try and push higher. We just took out the high of the initial balance on that 2720 open, 2696. Even if we hold above that, it could be all buyers from that point forward. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath. Make sure you remain humble, creative, grateful, and centered in your trading. Let's have a great trading day. Always remember to pray for peace. Let's get down to it.
You got it, Johnny. I'm all for you. Yes, hey, just a reminder here, VIP. Look out later this morning for our 5th check-in form. We're going to drop that this morning. Coming up next, here we got Anne-Marie and Mohammed. Anne-Marie on Twitter, Anne-Marie Trades. That is her Twitter name here. And she made about 176 bucks in the trading combine yesterday. Mohammed, I should post this for Twitter. Speaking of 176, he's 176 on our big board. And he made a little over 2 G's yesterday on his XFA. And hey, before we go here, hit that like and subscribe button. We got Johnny Hoagland back in the saddle again. So hit that like and subscribe. And if you don't, we're not coming back. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine.
Great to be with you, everybody, and I'll see you there, Eddie.
All right, let's wedge all those Fed officials in one gate. It is Fed Day. And good morning, and Andre, how you doing, partner?
What's up, Eddie? Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We're about to be open here in 3 seconds. We got Anne-Marie in the house. Michael Patak wearing, I know that hat. And Hoag is back. We are now open. Wow, NASDAQ trading above 21,000. All-time highs. Here we go. Hoag, what are we seeing on this open?
I'm looking at the S&Ps, but also the very similar situation in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ opening above yesterday's range. We were just talking in the green room about maybe taking the opening range trade in the S&Ps. I'm thinking if it breaks to the upside, we take it. We'll see what the what everybody says here. Anne Marie, good morning. What do you think about that opening range trade?
I like it. It's running away.
Yeah, it's running. Before we start,
There it
It's still in that first minute.
There we go. Now it's official.
Yes.
Yeah, now it's all-time highs in the regular trading hour session.
Michael,
I've got a
all-time highs.
Fibonacci up at 21,072 for a
NASDAQ.
range expansion event.
72.
I'm
72 is
watching
upside.
oil today.
21,072 upside. Okay, cool. All right, Hoag, let us know.
21,000.
MP.
The opening ranges here. Nothing
Hey,
very
NASDAQ,
aggressive going
70%
on.
long here, NASDAQ. It might be a good idea to
Bulls.
maybe see what we can do here.
Bulls are Bulls on parade right now. 21,022. High of the day. All-time highs.
What's
As well,
the,
21,032. What's up, MP?
John, when you talk about the opening play, what are you talking about?
Opening ranges. Well, to me, the opening range is always the first minute of the session. It gives me this on this platform here. There's this gold bar is the first minute. So if we were to take the opening range trade on a breakout above that, which we're sitting here at the all-time high. I'm not sure we want to do that, but we're only risking about 6 points on this because the opening range is very small. It's very unaggressive. We are seeing positive delta of about.
What do you mean
50.
we're risking? What do you mean we're risking 6 points from where to where?
Because if we take the opening range to the long side, which we would do right now,
Yeah.
we're risking just a couple of points through the other side of the opening range. So we're risking maybe
And what's
down
that
to
couple of points?
59.20, 59.75. So we're risking about 5 to 6 points. If we take it right now, do we?
We
take
took it. Oh, we took it.
We
We
did.
took it.
What are we long
Yeah,
from,
we're gonna
Michael?
put that in there.
We're long. What are we long from?
What did you say? 75? 75?
Yeah.
What price we get?
We're gonna risk 1,300. We got 80 quarters. 59.80.
Oh.
I like the quick strike.
Oh, we're in the ES. We're in the ES. Gotcha.
Yes.
59.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Okay, 'cause this right now is called an opening range play. Correct.
Oh, yes.
Sir.
Opening range breakout
Opening
play.
with rain or shine, troll or not, go with it or not, sit on your hands or not. This is what it's called, guys. Out of the gate, first minute, opening range trade. And
I also count long. One. How many we long from? Or how many we long? 1? 5?
5.
10? 5.
5.
Long
Okay.
5. ES 59.80 quarter. 80.25. Long 5 times in the ES.
If
Fives
we
is
do take
educational.
profit on this, we're only taking profit on 4 and we're leaving 1 on to MOC.
Oh, we got FOMC. Hoag got FOMC today.
Cart ahead of horse, maybe. I don't
I've
know.
been there. I like it. Everyone's bullish.
All right, guys. So this is called an opening range play. John, am I saying the name correctly? I want to do this. I got like many
Yeah,
things
it's
in my
an
head
opening
going on.
range trade, I usually call it, or opening range breakout trade.
Okay. And the first minute's important because of why?
Well, some people have different kind of expectations for what the opening range is. I know people that look at 30 seconds. I know people that look at 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It's just a matter of doing things consistently. I figure the opening range in the pit was all of the brokers that had orders that were due fills on the open. They had to get them done in the opening range. It wasn't necessarily time or range bound. It was when everybody was done with those opening orders, the exchange would pull all the brokers around the pit, say, we think the opening range is this. If you filled all your opening orders in that range, you were fine with it.
Old school
So
stuff.
sometimes it would take
cool.
30 seconds. Sometimes it may take 5 minutes, depending on how much business there was to do right on the open. In electronic trading, I look at 1 minute and say, if there's something I really want to get done right off the open, that's plenty of time.
That is funny. Electronic trade, yeah.
That.
All right.
Ding dong. Oh, look who's at the
Who's here?
door.
Who's here?
Let's see what.
Who's
Hey,
that?
There his legs up. Or
There
he's
he
not.
is.
Good morning, guys.
Mohammed. Day one with the showing up for work and you're already late. Come on.
He had an excuse. His mom wrote him an excuse. He's okay.
He's got yeah.
I excused from my work earlier today to catch up
Yeah.
this work. However, when I left, I was very hungry. I didn't take my lunch, so I
Oh,
went
You
home.
brought your lunchbox. Yeah.
Took some food from home, and I'm in office now. So
There
MB,
you
first
go.
time together. It's my pleasure. I honored.
Let's do it.
Hopefully
I
that
know.
we produce
Very
something beautiful. And Marie as well. I think we'll kill it today.
Yes, we will.
That's
Let's
my guy.
do it. You have is your lunch in a lunchbox? Because I would assume with all the Barney talk, you might have some Barney.
Oh my
Barney
gosh.
lunchbox.
Oh my gosh.
I don't see the thermos. What do you got in the thermos?
Oh,
I mean, I left this morning. My wife was setting up 3 lunch boxes. We got 3 kids.
I have baby milk as well here.
There you go. Of course you do. Put you
Incredible.
right to
Oh my
sleep.
gosh.
Absolutely.
All right.
Welcome,
We got
Mohammed.
some movement here.
Yeah, we do. Welcome aboard. We are pushing higher. New all-time highs in the NASDAQ just made off the open there, 21,049. We did have a heavy tilt. We still have a long, heavy tilt in the NASDAQ, 72, so almost 73% long in the NASDAQ. Last trade in the S&Ps, 59.79 half. How's it got entry? About a couple trades
So,
underneath that. Go
Can
ahead,
I
Hoag.
show you? Can I show you why we put the stop at 75 on that opening range breakout trade?
Yeah, let's do that one. Let's put a poll. Let's put a poll in there really quickly. Are you taking the opening call or opening play trade range? Man, I am off today.
It's 59.81. We got 800 lot.
So
Yeah,
we're
a lot
long
of
at
ladder.
80
Go ahead,
quarter. We're long at 80 quarter. The low of the opening range is 77 even. So quite often, if the opening range trade is actually going to play, sometimes it'll break out to the upside. They'll take out all the stops just below the opening range that everybody knows is there. That's why we put the stop down at 75, which is actually a little bit tight for this. But we looked below the opening range. We're back inside the opening range. The NASDAQ is holding the opening range as the low of the session. NASDAQ, we never looked below it. We're continuing to try and push to the upside. What I'm hoping is the NASDAQ is going to lead the S&Ps to the upside from this point. If not, we know the risk. It's an early trade. We're in the markets. We got the blood flowing. We're feeling like we're getting into this. And hopefully we're just going to see this market continue this push to the upside.
700 on the
I think we take 4 off at 2 to 1 reward over risk. We let 1 run for as long as we possibly can.
Okay, Tay, in
John?
chat, ask questions really quickly. Do it right now on opening range play. Do it right now on opening range play so we can get this in our rearview mirror and everybody here can be caught up to speed. Even myself.
All in the chat.
75%
Did you take the opening range
75%
trade
long.
today? 57% say
That's
no,
it.
they have not taken the opening range trade. 42% have. The 800 lot was filled to the upside. MP, you heard him call it out.
Hey, you, Andre. Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Oh,
Hey,
that's what you had.
John. Oil just
Hey, you.
Hey, Jude.
just
Hey, Jude.
rejected weekly kickoff high.
Mm.
So that 2117-ish area, that was the area that I called yesterday for the target when I was trying to take the short all the way down. So that didn't work out until late night, but it did do it. And so it's bouncing off of that 7115 again. I think it gets to settlement. So watching it there to see if I can get a nice setup to go long.
And settlement is all the way up at 7169, right?
Yes, that's what I see. With the weekly
Mhm.
kickoff high at 7160 or 7159,
7160.
something like that.
Our NASDAQ's going. ES won't go.
Why the 7115 area, Anne-Marie?
Yesterday I saw tons of liquidity pile in there and it never moved. It stayed there all day long,
Okay.
waiting. And so that's why I thought it. Now today we've got all kinds of order flow sitting at around 7090, all the way down to maybe, well, not really that far, around 7085, and they
I see
are
it.
not moving. They are they are sitting there solid. So I'm going to watch for it to move up a little bit, or if we get a fade down into it, it's just going to be a nice sweet spot to go
All
long.
right. We'll keep an eye on that with you, Anne-Marie. The NASDAQ looks like the equity
Yep.
market we should have taken the opening range trade in because it is just continuing to push to the
Oh,
upside.
here's my number.
S&P is a little bit lower.
21,072.
21,072.
Yep,
Well,
that was
the
the target range.
S&Ps are stuck.
S&P's not doing too much.
Wake up,
Mohammed,
S&P.
feed us some of your warm milk because it's
My gosh.
falling asleep on
Well,
us.
warm milk put us to sleep.
Muhammad.
Yeah.
Put a one
Muhammad.
on that NASDAQ.
Yep.
Here we go.
This
Starting to
day-
see
Slide
push.
there.
There we go.
This day I see it one of the runaway market day.
Yep. Runaway train.
Usually this kind of day, if you are expecting a measured move, usually they are triple or more than measured move. Market keep going higher. The difficult part with this kind of day is how to get in, with the minimum risk that you can.
Uh-huh.
Opening
The
range.
buyers would like to buy, but they cannot just buy here because the risk is, there is nothing called cheap trade. This is very expensive trade if you buy it here. And all cheap trade on the sell side are expensive as well because you have to sell it 10 times in order to catch one. So it is not a selling day for me. I will never sell the day unless I see the price, for example, in NQ below 964, which is that high that they made during the pre-market, 20964. Above that level is all pullback buying opportunities. In the S&P, which is a little bit weaker, but still the same. The day started bearish and run away. Reversal up day. This kind of day, whenever you see the day started down and move up, be careful selling that day because they already turned the table on the sellers and the sellers are hoping that the market is going lower.
Yep.
So the market will never give them what they want until they fleece them. So
I love it, man.
Fleecing
The
on
minute you decide to stop shorting the market, it is the time the market goes down.
That's right. Well, speaking of that, 59.84
Absolutely.
last trade. Will the ES get to 6,000 today before the FOMC? Keep in mind, it's FOMC decision day later this afternoon here in the States. We got 59.83 last trade. Can we get to 6,000 today in the ES? Bulls on parade. Of course, you'll see in the pinned to the top of the chat, Top Step Daily Levels. Make sure you have those up. They hit very nicely yesterday. Of course, they're just price of interest, not buy or sell signals or indicators. They're simply just prices of interest. And for last trade in the ES, 59.82 takes us.
Boy,
We're out of zone 2. We are hunting for zone 1. Zone 1, resistance 1. There's resistance 1, 6,012. 6,012. Push to the upside here.
For S&P,
These are just really a pickle trying to get higher here.
No sell above 5,971. 5,971. This area is only buy area.
71s? Yeah.
For me.
71.
David Green was talking about those 71s.
75 is their opening range play stop. Opening range is the first minute, the range in there. Then we took the long because of why, John?
Just to take that opening range trade, we were opening with a gap. Looked like we were. I was thinking pretty much like Mohammed was saying. We may get a kind of a breakaway upside day here. A little bit of struggling going on here in the S&Ps, but the Nasdaq sure has.
I like the short up there at 21,078 because I'm just looking for it to give me some room. It just rejected right off the zone, so it's going to come back first, and so I'm looking for a lower high on a quick trade here.
Yeah, that's one of your snap shorts,
reverse. Right? Yeah.
One thing I saw here in the NASDAQ, we were tilt was 71% long. It just clicked to 67% long. Now we're only 50% long. So we're seeing still 61% in the money, but we got this pullback here right now.
Yeah, I'm looking to buy the dip. This dip. This is one of the nicest dip that we see today. Let's see if I see a green candle. I need to see a green candle to confirm keep going higher because I still have a target 21 1,110.
Now I know what's going on with the S&Ps. The Dow left the opening range at the dead high of the day. It's heading the opposite direction as the NASDAQ.
It's all right. Buyer stepping in.
I am long micro Nasdaq.
What price?
Only 5. Just testing the water.
What price did you get, Mohammed?
Trade. I get in at 70, 21,070.
Thank you, Mohammed. Long 5 micro NQ, 5 micro NQ, 21,070.
So,
And your target
Mohammed,
is
if
what?
I understand,
My target is the high, the recent high.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha. Okay.
well, Mohammed, if I understand your strategy right, is we look below your moving averages, we look below that your exponential
Yep.
blue moving average, and you were looking for it to recover above that level to look for the long for up to that high.
Exactly. And that was
So that
the
you
second
get
try
reasonable
of
risk on that too.
Yeah, that was the second try for the buyers. They try once, they try twice. I am with them. If they took the stop loss, so I'm out. I didn't jump in the first time. I jumped in the second time.
Well, you're still in.
I'm still in. My stop at 60 and quarter. It's very heavy. Looks that it needs to do more correction.
Mm-hmm. S&P is hanging in there, but
Crude here, 70% long, and the crude here, 68% in the money. 71 to 27 is the average price.
Mohammed, what was that you were just drinking right there? Is that espresso?
No, this is an Arabic or Saudi coffee.
Yeah. Okay, so here's where we go. Arabic, United States of America. Look at the difference between like the
He's got
small
a
and
Dixie
big. Just
cup,
like
and we got like a gallon.
I know.
you go
Oh, wild.
go across the pond and like, go take a Americano, which is like a bigger car. It's like small. It's just very, very funny how we like our huge big gulps.
You can see the color of this coffee. It's you think there is a milk or something. This is pure coffee, but it's not very black. It's strong though. It is strong.
yeah, blonde roast.
Give that a shot.
I don't know about that.
They say the lighter roasts actually have more caffeine in them.
More caffeine, right?
Yep.
Is that right?
Right.
More
I
gas fuel,
find the
Michael. More
lighter
rocket,
roasts to be so
more
much
rocket
more
fuel.
bitter
Jet
than the
fuel.
heavier roasts. Maybe
Jet
it's because I
fuel.
don't like the citrus back end or something. I don't know.
Right.
You ever
Well,
had a
like we did.
Monster Energy.
Celsius gets you
Yeah,
jump started
Celsius.
real quick. All right, we got last trade in the ES 5980 again. We can see 6,000s from here. I can see 6,000s in the S&Ps today. Will we get there before the FOMC? I did just mention the FOMC, but Eddie,
We can see
we'll
it.
get to FOMC this afternoon. What do we got on tap for economic numbers, Eddie?
We got something coming up here in almost about 5 minutes, and I will let you know in 11 minutes. We do got retail inventories coming up here. We got wholesale inventories month over month kicking in also. Wholesale trades skipping down a little bit here in about 40 minutes. Natural gas storage, 10:30 today. 4-week, 8-week bill auction. And of course, 1 o'clock today, FOMC statements. And if you're new here, if you're sort of new in trading, that is a time where we sort of sit on our hands, see what they got to say, see what happens. But then again, at 1:30, we got Uncle Jerry going to be behind the podium with his purple tie talking about the rate decision. They'll be talking about it in a press conference. And that's about what we've got here. And I just wanted to add, I got a new Keurig coffee machine delivered at my door yesterday, and I am just abusing it this morning. So back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Good for you.
What's MP?
Oh,
got
it's
over there?
sweet.
What's for breakfast over there, MP?
I knew you'd ask.
What's for breakfast over there?
Cranberry Trail mix.
Eating his
Oh,
hippie
shit.
stuff.
Poured it
He's,
all out.
he eating that
Poured
hippie
it out.
rabbit food over there in Colorado.
Hippie rabbit.
No, go figure.
Mo, you
Well
got
run
out of that
state,
long.
healthy people.
No.
You held it?
No, I'm already out at 60.
Yeah, you
Oh,
got it.
okay.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right,
the
stop.
market
Okay.
went to 50 or something.
Slow on the uptake.
Minus $100 that I can make.
It's manageable. Managing your risk real quick.
Yeah.
Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag fast markets. You also use hashtag power hour around here. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Share us your battle stations, your swag, your memes, my fun and share certificates, performance dashboard, analytics, anything you want us to share. We'll turn that around you in a few hours from now. Again, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Here we go. Buyers in the house.
So because I'm biased long and looking for a target around 21,110, I want to jump long. One of the ways that to jump long in this runaway market is wait for the sellers to take control. Just let the sellers feel that they have the day and wait for them to try and fail. So currently they are trying and successful. All tries are successful. This is now a new try. They are failing. We can see if we see a green, strong green candle, that's an indication of the sellers are failing. So I want them to try twice. This is the one. I want another one with a green candle. Then the buyers will say, okay, it's our turn now.
Mo, you would say that the sellers are lying there, wouldn't you? The sellers are lying.
Definitely. I wouldn't believe sellers. You can take some short. You can take some short and you can make money out of that. However, maybe you win small once or twice and you will leave the big move upside.
Right.
Hey, we got crude here in the tilt. 82% long, 80% in the money, 71.35 is the average price.
Nice.
Anne-Marie, you're right. Heading back to settlement. Did we lose Anne-Marie?
No, Anne-Marie always has the most stable, fastest internet connection. Hey, Michael, I want to watch this. Mohammed, we're a little light on likes right now. I know I asked our friend Jerome yesterday for likes. He got like 800 off the bat. You got to do better, Mohammed. We got 650 likes right now. We got over 5,000 people watch us. We're all around the globe.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous from Jerome yesterday.
No, Mohammed.
We have barely over 1% of the people watching right now have even liked this show.
Mohammed,
that just means they're all teetering. You ain't winning a presidential election that way.
Yeah, he just made 1,000 likes in 10 minutes. Show me that we can do 2,000 in 10 minutes.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Yep.
All right,
Mohammed,
we're just at 600. We're just at 600 likes.
Please.
The Mohammed touch.
Don't click twice, please, because if you click twice, it will remove the first one.
Boom, we're at 1,000 like that, Michael. At 1.2, 1,200 likes already.
They're trying to help you at 985 in the S&P is 448 on the offer.
Okay.
That's the dead ass high.
We're at 1,400 likes already, Michael. He got 1,000 likes like that.
The magic touch.
Crazy.
Thank you.
How you doing, man?
Mohammed, don't hit it twice. Hit it twice, goes back to nothing. I know you're trying to double like us, but it actually ends up not liking us at all.
1,500 likes just like that. Mohammed snaps his fingers. He gets 1,000 likes just like that. Incredible. All right, real quick, live funded account updates for the traders here. It's early in the day, but yes, Dakota hit his daily loss limit today. Just $3,000. Nicholas V up $9,600. Micah B up $8,600. There's some green on the board today. Richard I up $2,400.
Oh man! Wait, we have a second.
What's up, Mo?
Second try for the seller now. Waiting for a green candle. Do we have news or something?
Number in 6 minutes.
Coming in 6 minutes.
What number?
We got wholesale trades here coming up here. We've got inventories, retail inventories also.
Retail inventories.
Minor, but
yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Barely know her. Yeah.
This is a nice entry, but because of I think
Michael's making jokes.
Yeah, I'm long. I'm long.
You're long.
I am long. Yeah, I have my signal at 70. See the same
that green bar
that
there is your signal,
long.
right?
Yeah, that was declaration of sellers failing.
Sellers failing
twice. That one first one. This is one the second.
Nice to know you, sellers.
So
nice to know you.
Now my target.
How's he doing?
Johnny. House. Dissect.
Yep.
In out.
You're still in, right?
Mohammed, what price did you get?
I'm 70.
Michael, you're still in, right?
I'm still in on an S&P. Or we're talking about Muhammad's. Yeah, opening
Muhammad
range
just got
play,
in.
still play. Correct.
Right.
My first target is 83. 83, come on, push it.
There you go.
Yep.
There's your
Now
83s.
stop at my point of entry for the remaining 2.
And now you got a runner with us. Okay.
Exactly.
I like it. Nice trade. Nice look.
Yeah,
Now,
so
hold
to
on. What
explain
got you
this
into
trade,
that? Show us again. What got you into that? You were looking at it before.
The green bar.
Yeah. Yeah. First
Point
of all,
out.
I should understand where are the targets are looking for. Are they looking for a target? Yes, I have a target up to 110. Why? Because I have 3 measured move. 1, 2, 3. So I have a bias telling me that the buyers are looking for somewhere. Good. Now, for runaway market, if the market is running, you can buy, but you have to have a tight stop everywhere. However, when you see the sellers taking control like this, now wait for them to try twice. If they failed, jump in long with a stop loss below the recent low.
That swing
So this is
low.
a nice setup. They try here. This one I don't count it. Why?
Minutes
Because
remaining.
it is successful, as you can see here. They made a low, so I don't count this. I count this. The first one, no new low. Second one failed. I jump in with the signal that told me they are failing.
Right after that first green bar off that low, right?
Exactly, this low. And the stop was just below it. Because if the market come back here, that means we are in a range. I don't want to stay in a range. I want to exit. I don't care if the market take me out and go higher. I don't care. I am wrong. So
Right, we are all
now
long now.
Can we get to 6,000s? Can we get to 6,000s today in the ES? We're about 14 points away from 6,000 in the S&Ps. My goodness. Markets are bullish all of a sudden, Michael.
My stop at
So you've already trimmed your risk on that.
91. Yeah, I took 1-to-1, 3 out of 5. Okay, and now I trail the last 2 contract of the recent green candle, the recent highest green candle, which makes my stop now, my stop profit at 91.25.
Yeah, we missed that one going on that one with you, Mohammed. So we'll get the next
Mohammed,
one now.
That
But
was
you
an
got
awesome
the ES.
That was a quick strike.
Yeah, we still got the ES. Yeah, that's an
we do.
opening range play. So, guys, that's the opening range play. We'll go back and talk about that one again. We'll try to have some strategies going so you guys know. And then we can comment if it hits the target, it hits the stop, and then why we got in and all that kind of stuff on certain ones. But then we'll kind of dance around. Muhammad got that one and noticed that one pretty quick, but he's actually talking about it prior to that. Nice read. Nice explanation. Wow.
Execution.
Explanation. Told you my brain's not working today, Dre.
It's working. It's working.
Muhammad,
It's snowing out. You're
exactly how you
distracted.
explained that. Go back to Muhammad's screen. Exactly how you described that is the
60
future
seconds.
of how Topstep guests are going to be on here. You are showing us in detail. I can follow you, and I have 100 different things going on. I can follow you
1 minute.
on that setup. That is everybody, every honor guest, me, everybody would have a conversation. We're like, this is how we need to explain. You just explained that so crystal clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's
We got wholesale
fantastic
inventories
at
here coming up
clarity.
here.
Yeah,
And
we do.
check your positions if you need to be flat or if you want to run through it. 30 seconds.
My stop at 98 now. This is for me. This is my style. I don't want to exit at a target. I don't. As long as I don't have any risk. Now I want just to trail my stop. I trail it for the recent green candle on the 1000 tick chart. Sometime I go for the 2000 tick chart. So it's just me asking the market, please take me out. I want to be out. Yeah, this is my target. I can exit here. But you know what? I will not. Why? Why I exit? Maybe I am wrong. Maybe my target is bullshit.
Wholesale inventory is coming in at negative 0.2%. They were expecting a negative 0.1%. Wholesale month over month coming in at positive 0.3%.
Now you're out.
Yeah, my target wasn't bullshit actually.
Great trade,
But
Mon. Great trade.
I lost what? Nothing, especially in
No.
this micro. So I will risk this profit, maybe for the market to go even 20 points higher. And Nasdaq always do that.
All right.
Can we get to
Where's your
6,000?
next entry, Mo?
Can we get to the 6,000 in the ES? We need the 6,000s.
And ES, I see a target around the same one, 5,990. The same one that we just see on Nasdaq. It is the third measured move. This is 1, 2, which
wait a second, guys. Get it over to the screen. Let's jump over to the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Because I want to see you explain this.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Runaway market. If you have runaway market, that means we should have 3 measured move. So this is the initial move. I don't count this as a move. Now, this is the first one, touching the high. This is the second one. They reach it here. And this is the third one of that move.
Okay.
So, yeah, this is the target for 5,990, give or take. I think it's a matter of time. Hopefully that it will give
guys,
me
just
some.
so everybody's looking, it's a 1,000 tick chart.
Yeah, this is 1,000 tick chart.
1,000 tick chart. So, guys, this is Muhammad's style. He said, "This is my style." Doesn't mean you don't go out to whatever and say you have every style of like dance moves, unless you're Andre, who used to be a break dancer.
No, that Australian woman breaks.
That's the one. Yeah, that's your sister. She taught you all this.
She's
pass those on.
She retired yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that, Jack. I saw she retired.
Please,
So, Michael,
please let's talk about that story. Jack, please have a little information about that one.
Ray gun.
But no, his style of how he trades is this. 100 tick, sounds like. What would you sum up your style? Just so everybody I kind of like Mo. He's on here. He's talking about, it seems pretty simple. And if he's going to be on here more talking like this, I kind of want to go with lean towards understanding his style. What's your style?
MP. So, according to Mo's recommendation, we should probably get out of 2 or 3 of them up around 88, 90.
Yep.
Okay. I took
Listen,
2 off.
So you are long 5, huh?
Alyssa.
So that's 2 off at 2 to 1, or at least 1 to 1 reward over risk right there. You just took 2 off there.
Oh, yeah, more 86s. We got 80s. Yeah. I know you were going for 2 to 1s. Or talking about 2 to 1s on this play. Mo was talking about the 90s.
And we can always leave a run around.
I have him here at 87, 75, 89s, and we'll talk about what happens later.
And you got the you're leaving a runner on, right? If we get up there, you're just gonna let one run.
If that's the decision of the house manager, yes, I'm the executioner.
Yes. No, executioner.
Yeah.
Executor.
Yeah, Andre. Yeah.
All right. Well,
okay, Mo. Really quick. Help us understand your style.
He likes.
You're 176 on the big board. You know we have hundreds of thousands of people here at Topstep. Hundreds of thousands.
Really?
Hundreds of thousands. These guys are just starting on practice accounts, blah blah blah, all the way to the hundreds, not hundreds of thousands, not even thousands of live funded traders. But the big board.
Michael, if I can interrupt. Move the order that shall remain unspoken up to 59 83.75.
Oh my God! I must have canceled all. I thought I had a working order in there, or a stop in there. 8 what? 59 what?
59 83.75.
What was our entry at 80? Okay,
80. Yeah,
80. Okay, cool. Got it.
We're getting to 6,000.
Back at you, Mo. 176. 176. That's badass.
Oh, his ranking? Mo.
Yeah.
A couple
Big
weeks
board.
ago, you were
Nice.
Mohammed. A couple weeks ago, you were as high as the 20. You were 27th on the big board about 3 weeks ago. Look at that.
Yep. Yeah. Just wait for me.
I know. We will be right
Mohammed's
there.
coming. Mohammed's coming.
We're watching. We're getting really, because we talk about the big board a lot behind the scenes and everything, because it's, I don't know if it moves as much as a golf leaderboard type deal, Andre, that'd be you, but like we see people come up and then they go away. And you never see them again. And you see people come up and they go down, then they come up, and then you get people that come up and they stay. And then you're like, who's this individual? Or the ones that are like floating around the top 100, 200s, because top 100, 200 or top 200 is people that are kind of moving in there that can kind of start to creep up and get there. So, of course, you want to be in the top 50, top 10, and top 5 and all that kind of stuff. Of course, there's different exciting moments.
Yep.
But you're in the top 200, 176. 176, you're 27.
Actually,
your style, real quick. I want to let everybody know your style.
Most style.
My style is to trade off who has control. This is the major question that I have every day. Who has control? At the moment, not yesterday, not tomorrow. No, I don't care about tomorrow. I care about now. Now, who has control now? I use an indicator that helps me to understand who has control, which is the 21 EMA of the high and the close and the low and the smoothing of the close. So the smoothing is the blue one, so it's easy just to explain. If the intersection is higher, positive, which means that the closing is crossing the smoothing one. The smoothing, actually, it is an EMA of an EMA. That's it. It's not an EMA of the price. It is an EMA of the EMA. So if we have intersection, that means buyers has control. Now it's up to you to take a trade. It's now the entry setups comes now. You need to have an entry setup, a tool to go in a trade. I have eight entry setups to take a trade out of this idea, out of who has control.
All right, so here real quick, Mo style. It's basically centered around who has control at that moment, right freaking now. Use a 1,000 tick chart. Use 8 tools entry. We'll get in the 8 tools a little bit later. Guys in the production, write all that down. We're going to have a card for you every time you come on, Mo. So the team knows, when I say the team, the crew here, every 5,000 people right now watching know who's this Mo guy and what's he talking about. We want them to know your style. And then you stick around your style. You've said this before in another broadcast that you were on with us, saying this is how I do it. So you do a lot of, this is the lane, this is the swim lane that I stay in. And then you stick with it. So we're going to learn more about those 8 tools. Dre, let's try to figure that out later on some slow time so that people can understand this. We'll have a whole card put together for you, Mohammed. So when you come on here, because I think this is an excellent way that you are educating, helping me understand. I've been doing this for 25 years. John has been doing it for longer and whatnot. And just to have somebody come on here and explain the markets in their perspective on a style that they use that gets them to being better than tens of thousands of people, I want to hear. I want to listen. That's what the Topstep TV is all about. Rinse and repeat. So thank you for that. We'll get deeper into that as we keep going. Your eight tools that you do with your entry system all around this controls.
I have one sitting up right now.
Okay.
I will get in, then I will explain it.
If I hear one person on here, because we're going to take this trade, if I hear one person on here say that's a stupid trade or troll it, you're gone. Because this is lesson. This is learning right now. We're learning about another person's style. We're learning about how they look at the market. We're looking about all that. Turn on your ears, open up your mind, and be a trader.
I love it.
So this is what I call.
It's the best.
This is what I call a limit entry setup. Limit entry setup, where I look for the high. I want to buy again. I have another target now around 146, 146. Why? Because we have, again, a channel, break, leg 1, and that is the leg 2. So I have known who has control, buyers. Where is their target? 146. What is my entry setup? This one?
Hold on.
The high.
Hold on. Mohammed, buyers have control. Okay. That's the first thing. The next thing is what?
Where's the target? Okay, they have control. To go where? You should know where maybe they're already at their target. So it doesn't mean that buyers has control, just buy it. No, you have to know, the control. If you have a control, you got to tell me where is the target of the controller of the market. Okay, because
The
sellers
really quickly,
also
really quickly. Who has control as the buyer? Where is the target? Like, what is that? Why are we calling it a just?
Price
in your
action.
mind, why are you calling it a target? Is that the target the buyers are trying to push it to?
Yes, yeah. The buyers, because the market is not moving randomly. The market is moving towards something. Who is driving the market? Who has control? Who will take the market to somewhere? Okay? So the target is the price action target, actually, which is coming from measured move, double top, double bottom, higher of the range, lower of the range, previous high. All of these are targets. So when you have buyers has control, you got to ask you, where do you think they are going to? Okay, you determine where is the target. Maybe you're wrong at the end of the day. Maybe you're totally wrong. However, you have to trade something that you know it might happen with a higher percentage of probability. Now, what will save you the entry setup? If you are wrong, you will sometime will not get that entry setup. You will not get that signal to tell you that the market is going there. If I assume the market is going to 2,146 and I get this nice setup, I look at the high to the Bollinger, the lower of the Bollinger, they touch it, they close green above moving average. That is my signal. That is telling me, Muhammad, you are right. Okay? So if you are right about what might happen, that means you will be close to your target to be achieved. And what helped me that buyers had control. You can see they don't give any second for sellers to breathe. So you want to be with them.
I love it, man. Mohammed, the sellers better not come crying to Mohammed. The sellers better not come crying to Mohammed when they get stopped out as we continue to push.
My target in this one is 22, which is 1-to-1 of my stop. This is my first target. Then I will trail the rest for the previous two candles. And we repeat that again and again and again.
Absolutely. Just let Mo cook, Michael. Let Mohammed cook. Get out of the way.
It's his kitchen. And it's too hot in the kitchen. You got to get out because Mo's in control. You know who's in control, Mo? You are. That's who's in control at this moment right now. Mo is. That's awesome.
Michael,
I love it.
House is still long, right?
Yes, correct.
It went within a tick of our stop.
It did.
That's awesome.
Huh? What was I put the stop at 83. It went 82 quarter, huh?
84 is the low. I said 83.75, so perfect placement.
Yeah, I always kind of like whatever anybody says, I give it a little bit more room. Yes. Don't take that in the future to give it more room. Just keep everybody out here, just keep doing what they're doing.
That was a winning trade. If the market goes to your stop on except three bips, or that is a winning trade.
Yes, sir.
It is. Yes, it is.
And my stop, I'm out. I'm out from my trade now.
Okay. Mohammed, can we get an update your P&L, please, Mohammed, before we get moving? Can we update your P&L so we update the board, please? I love you, man.
195 by 5. 195.
All right, up 195 across 5 accounts. I see. We got Robert. Let's bring in Robert for some stats right now. Fast markets move
really
fast.
Really quickly, though, Dre, before you move, guys, if you haven't like it already, Mohammed just put on a clinic right there in the kitchen, fire blazing, flipping the dogs, whatever. That was awesome.
We're still short of 200 likes, and then we will close it. Is there any way to disallow likes?
No. Why?
Yeah, we just want 2,000. That's it. We close.
We want 2,000. He just wants 2,000, guys. That's it.
Anybody come after 2,000? No, please. That's it.
Nope.
There you go. There's 1-9. There's 1-9. Guys, get it to 2. Help him out. Take a second.
Do it.
Give a position.
Start disliking.
Once you get to 2,000, hit the
Don't
brakes.
double click. Got to do it. I'm looking at it. Come on.
My gosh. Mohammed, the touch.
We need likes.
Mohammed touch.
There you go. Thank you. 2,000. All right.
Thank
now
you.
it's
He did it. How did you do it?
What do you think?
Jerome,
Muhammad, how do you do it, man?
I know. He's
Jerome,
got
are you
skills.
are you watching this, Jerome? I beat you now.
Jerome Powell. No, he's calling out Powell. Oh, yo, you called Jerome from yesterday. Oh, Jerome from yesterday.
Yo, come on.
Oh, yes. Moten, they've got nothing on you,
By the
Muhammad. All right,
way-
let's go to Robert. Robert, come on in. We got some stats. Let's go. We have things moving fast and furious here. Happy Thursday, Robert.
Yeah, happy Thursday, Andre. Happy Thursday to all of our viewers. Happy Thursday, everybody on air. This is really great. I'm going to be in and out here really quick. We want to get these markets moving and let Mohammed cook. We're talking about Hell's Kitchen. This is Heaven's Kitchen. You're seeing it right here, TopstepTV. Okay, first thing we have up, and I talk fast anyway, but I'll try to be concise on these. We have the top 5 live P&Ls. We have Kua at the top. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Apologize if I did not. $32,154. Now, note that this is live, so there's no copy trading. This is all just a straight up trade. So that is a really, really good P&L for one day. It is so good that the total of the remaining P&Ls is $22,057. So that one trader had more Kua than the next 4 of the top 5. By $10,000. Isn't that something? Congratulations for there. I'm going to pull that overlay down real quick. I'm going to update with the XFAs. Let's just get both of these out of the way right here at the same time. Let's see if we can do this. Stepping in for JD while he's taking some well-deserved and well-needed time off. We'll pull up the top 5 XFAs. Might think we know what we're doing back here. Accept. I'm going to pull it down. It takes a second for the spreadsheet to update. We have them all together. While I'm saying that, while those are updating, just want to say, Mohammed, you got a great strategy there. We're going to clip all that stuff out. I love the simplicity of it. And one of the things that I like to say as a coach is if you can't explain your strategy to a 15-year-old in 15 minutes or less, it's too difficult.
Ooh, I like 15-year-old.
There is the overlay right there. What's that, Michael?
15-year-old. I like it.
15 minutes to a 15-year-old, it's too difficult if you can't do that. Obviously,
I've always heard a
training.
3-year-old.
Let's get these XFAs.
It's a 3-year-old. In the marketing world, you got to explain it to a 3-year-old, and then they get it.
If you cannot explain it in an elevator in 2 minutes, you don't have a strategy.
I like it.
There you go. You guys
Sell
gave
one
one
for
more
the rally.
leeway than I did. I
2 minute
gave
abs.
15 minutes.
1 minute abs.
Michael.
All right,
Just sell one out for the rally.
sell one.
Take one out. Okay.
There we go.
If you can't explain it in 2 minutes, it's not a strategy. Guys, remember that. No, this is not. We don't need to have any more likes today. Save your click button for tomorrow. But yeah, that was an incredible. That one line. If you can't explain it in 2 minutes on a strategy, if you can't explain your strategy to a 15-year-old, and they don't get it, then you're in the deep end, and your water's getting over your head. So
You don't understand it,
Good stuff.
actually. That means you don't understand your strategy.
that means you don't understand your strategy.
That's it. Everybody
All
see
right,
me
I
in
like
there,
it.
putting
Simple.
Discord stuff. Occam's razor was the way to go. Simplest answer is usually the correct one. Not always, but usually. Top 5 XFAs, and we can bounce out of here. We got VIP coming up. Juan at the top spot of 40,000. Richard, 37. Hyson, 35. Sean B at 33. And Richard I at 28,000. The one I wanted to highlight on here that was Juan. And Juan is the top spot trading gold. Rest are NQ. So there we have it. We have NQ. They're all XFAs. And another thing I want to note is none of these are copy traded. These are all straight up. We love to see that. We love to hear that. You guys and gals, take your payouts and just keep pressing on. We'll get you up to live pretty soon.
Hold on, every one of these. I love the fact none of these are copy trading.
None of them copy trading. I can't do it in live, and none of these
Wow.
XFAs are copy
Wow.
traded. Total 174,969. So 175K
I
just
love it.
in these top 5 XFAs. All right, we will see you
I
back
love
in a
it.
few minutes.
Thanks, Robert. We got a VIP update coming up here. Coach Ray
love
in
it.
the green room. Have him come in here very, very shortly.
Andre, our sell one for the rally worked.
I saw that. I love that move, man. It's such an old school move. I used to do that all the time. Gotta give one. All right. Let's trade. Let's go around the horn here. Look at gold. Gold, I'm moving to the upside above 2,700s here. 2,704, pretty much on the high of the day. Look at crude pulling back $71.05 last trade there. High of the day, $72.13. Look at the YM or the Dow. Peaked out at above 44,000, 44,020. And look at the ES last trade, 59.86. House account is long from 59.80. I believe we got like a one lot on, if I'm not mistaken, MP.
Yeah, one guy.
Yeah. Got a one guy.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought we still had 2 on. Sorry.
No, we just gave one back. We just gave one to the.
We had 3 and sold 1 for the rally.
It. Nope, we got one. So let's keep it moving. We got 21,000.
We got it. It's sitting out there, guys. It's a one lot. We'll move on from this. This is an opening range trade. We got it. Nothing's moving. Let's work on the next ones. Ann, are you seeing anything? You're on mute. Muhammad, are you seeing anything?
Yeah, if, my chart now, the question, who has control? Now, sellers has control. But we don't want to sell. We want to buy. We will do it again. Let them try twice. When they failed, we are on. Until they proven that they have control 100%. So far, nothing changed. We still have the target up there, not touched 146. So we'll keep trying to go there, and we will try with them. So I'm looking for a buy, stop buy limit, 5 micros, and I'm taking micros at 113. And I am in with my stop at 102.
So
stop 102.
Oh, you're
okay, help me out here, Johnny.
113.
Long Naz. Above your SMA. Inside. Yeah. Michael, are you going to jump in on this?
I don't know what it is.
He's in micros.
Yeah,
but I don't. Yeah, he's in Nasdaq.
Thank you.
Help me out.
Yeah, the Nasdaq is one. No, actually, the Nasdaq.
It's got to hold above this line, right?
They only try once. We need them to try twice.
I don't have an entry. I don't know a direction. I don't know where we're.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'm out.
What are we out on? What were we talking about? Just help me out.
Yeah, me too. I'm out.
We were looking for a long, according to what Mo was looking at, but it came back and took out that exponential moving average. So that kind of negates that trade, right, Mo?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's confirmed. Sellers is having control, because what we said, they had control. We waited for try once, try twice. They did, but they successful in the third one. So we are out. So that means sellers had control now. We should wait longer, maybe looking for a short, not today. If it is not today, it is different day than this runaway day, I will look for a short right now. However, I'm looking for longs only today.
Long only. Well, it's Anne-Marie. Push it higher here. Look, anything that you'd look to perhaps take a short? Anything that perhaps would make you look for take a short, or is like most said, just bulls on parade today?
So certainly any shorts should be very quick-lived, right? We're not staring down any spaces that are telling us that trend is going to hold. But this box that I drew on the NQ chart, which is the one my cursor is all about, I'm looking for it to behave a certain way, whatever way that is. It might be that the first pass bounce at 21,080-ish. Muhammad had that number also. He was staring down a little bit. If it holds that, it'll be a nice area to bounce back up long. If it fails it, I suspect it can go down to the bottom of the box before turning around and moving to the north. So as long as it stays above this area, the long action closest to this area should give us the least risk. But my moving averages are also sort of sloping into that area. And until then, it's going to be see money, take money if you're trying to do any kind of shorting, or just wait for the solid dip out of the box to.
Anne-Marie, what's the top of that box? What level is that?
What was
the
that?
level of the top of the box is 21,090.
What do we get?
Mo had a number at about 21,000.
964.
Something-ish. Yeah. So
20,000,
something like that. where both
964.
converges. 964.
Yes.
Really quickly,
964.
the house is covered on the opening range play. Who here in chat took the opening range play? Who still has it? And whatever. It was a working order out there. I had it working still.
Cancel all. Make sure you flatten cancel all.
Yeah, always. Okay, cool. That is the opening range play, everybody. That was an opening range play. We explained it. You can always go back. We're going to have a clearer definition on that strategy. An opening range
You
play
only had a
strategy.
runner.
Like, we don't. We're moving on. Yeah. Okay. So opening range play. That's a strategy. We'll define it up and help you guys know. So in the morning, if you're like, hey, John says, or we say, or whomever says opening range, the opening range, you'll get an idea for that one. So we're going to follow up with that one. Johnny, if you could take that, we'll have a little kind of like splash for that so you guys know what that looks like. And then we'll start sharing that with you guys a bit more. So when you guys are tuning in, you're going to get a little bit more from Topstep. Topstep's going to be leveling up our game a bit on how we can bring you guys the things that the house account is getting behind. House account gets behind these ideas. Well, go ahead.
Yes, so we got to do this. We got Coach Ray, Mindset Hunters. He's got a hard stop, so let's bring him in. We got the VIP, Coach Ray, Topstep VIP League. Robert, go ahead.
Okay, nice to have the microphone on. Hello, Coach Ray. I know that you got some time in there, so we're just going to take a real quick look and then let you have it. We have Ray's VIP number 3, the Mindset Hunters. I would like to highlight. Go ahead and let's push up that overlay for us, and we can take a look at them. There's one trader on here that I would like to highlight. Now, note these are all 100K combines. Monique in first place. Ashley, second place. Jeremy's up there. Rafael, and Joshua S. And that's what I'd like to talk about for one quick second. I'll kick it over to Ray. Joshua went from spot number 28 to spot number 5. That's a single day jumping into that. Okay, one trade, 66 trades, trading only NQ, making $3,030 on the 100K. This is a combine. Should be going up pretty soon. Let me see. That's what we got, Coach Ray. Mindset Hunters, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, so I think Monique is the star of the group. I mean, she continues to hit it out of the park every update that we have. It's good to see Joshua, come in the fray here. And has kind of cracked the top 5. Working on some folks in the middle. Everybody has a setback or two, but we embrace it, we learn from it, and we move forward.
That's great. It's all about the mindset, isn't it, Coach Ray?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's probably the thing that we least exercise, right? We're always chasing down indicators. We're always looking for that fancy, shiny indicator to help us with a trade. But the indicator that we really need to work on is what's between our ears.
100%. And that's also I've jokingly said this. There's the chasing the shiny new prop firm, the shiny new instant blah blah blah. But you ain't gonna get any better. You aren't.
No,
I know this. I've seen it 100 times. Coach Ray, Mindset Hunters is all about your mindset. It's in between. You got to focus on that one, and you are excellent at that. And, you just said about chasing the next indicator, chasing the next this. So the psyche.
Gold is at a very important inflection level right now.
Okay. Well, with that said, guys,
that's about it for me. See you later, guys. We'll see you back in a little bit on Hot Streaks.
Thanks, Ray.
You're welcome.
Mindset Hunters.
Yeah.
Go. Wow.
Yes,
Unique.
Sir.
All right.
For me, I have a rule. If the day is reversal day, started down and run away, I don't sell. This is when I say, don't cry to me selling the market. I have a rule. If it is another day, I will be looking for a short here. So maybe for your style, maybe you can do it. Yeah, I'm not looking for a buy now because as you can see, we have a clear range. How do I know we have a range? Because you have to be careful dealing with moving averages. Moving average will kill you if you are in a range. If you're trading this way, looking for every buyer to come, they will kill you because the range the moving average will be flat, and the price will look for the moving average everywhere, looking for stops here or there. They just hunt stops. So whenever I see the blue one inside my Bollinger, that means I am in a range. Sometimes this happens very early.
I got just to give me a minute to point this out. If you go and look on my charts here, on the opening call, we looked at the idea that we had this big gap from day before yesterday to yesterday. We've got weekly kickoff high or weekly kickoff low right there. We also have a long time frame, very important trend line that comes right across. We talked about this morning. This area in gold is going to be an important area for the market to accept back inside the weekly kickoff low to continue to possibly close that gap from yesterday, or an area to fail. We also have the 100 session moving average right at that level. This is an important level. If anybody sees anything that they like in this would be something that, we can limit risk, house account trade. This is an important level. If there's anything anybody likes, how about in the chat? Does anybody like this level? Long, short, whatever it is. You can limit risk here.
Say long.
Johnny
the most important part.
Say long. Anne-Marie, I saw you nodding your head when Hoag was breaking down that price action. Anne-Marie, what'd you see there?
Yeah. You know what? I was looking at the same number. I was staring down all kinds of different things, and I came up with the same sort of framework there. So literally what we want to see is what happens when they first break above it, see if they come back and kiss it, and then start running again. Yeah. So I think
guess what? Okay, guess what? Break above what? I'm looking at it now. If you go to my charts, unless Ann has charts that you want to show what it means to
the weekly kickoff,
break out of it and then come back and kiss it.
The weekly kickoff low,
yep,
is the level that John is speaking about from the Topstep levels, and so
here right now.
Yes, and so it's clearly all the people that went short are completely flat-footed. The problem is there enough supply to and demand to continue to the upside, or are we going to die on the vine right here? So I am going to collapse this chart into a 500 tick and watch for it. Now, all the moving averages say take the break out, but the level is very important. And so we want to, it'll very likely breach because there are more stops there. It could continue to run. What do you think, John? Chase it out, or?
Well, it's been one time framing.
Stop?
It's been one time framing up to that level. I'm very cautious about trying to short it there, even though I can keep it short. I like your idea is to let it pop above it. If it comes back and retests that level, that can further limit our risk on it. But to me, I mean, it's going to do one or the other. It's going to fail and fall back lower, or it's going to run back to the upside. We got to be ready for either.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think about paying attention to the value area? Let's see. The value area high from the morning prints, to see if it fades all the way down there, if it can run back up, or if you think that's too far away.
Hang on a second. Let me take a look. See, where is my chart?
There's the bounce in the NQ right off of that box.
So, Anne-Marie, this market opened, left the initial balance, and has been rallying ever since. To me, it's still a long, unless we can get back inside or below the initial balance high here, which is 26.95, 95.90.
Yeah.
And that's a long ways away. It's a long ways away. That could be a short back down
like
to that level,
long.
and then a long to continue.
Exactly. So I think everybody's seeing it. So, I mean, that's why they're trimming. Plus, there's a ton of congestion. And a clear breakaway. It just, that line was like, okay, we passed it, we're done. Everybody just started puking. And so that area, if they remain short, they're going to say, all right, I got to get out of here, which might push it a little bit higher to buy the cover. Or if they said, okay, this is a clear collapse, I'm going to reshort that edge, they're jumping in early. But the trend and momentum, it's very steep. The dip buyers are going to show up. My question is, I'm gonna see if I can get it at 2702.
27
For a
Old
long.
resistance, new support. It's pretty low,
They were
and that or cancel it if it holds this area, breaks out, and then pulls back and holds that weekly.
To a
cutoff
degree,
low.
we were kind of setting up a 3-bar reversal up there in the 5-minute chart.
Yep. Yeah, into
Below that
support
MP.
below. Yep. Yep.
Oh, buyers. Mohammed, did you take
Look
that long?
at the bounce of
2702.
that box.
No. Still,
Not
yeah,
yet.
I see this range. I have.
No,
this
sorry.
range.
Hold on. I want to see your
Really?
Emery. Emery's looking at 2702s in gold. Emery, correct?
Yes.
All right.
For a long.
Hoag,
Yes.
we're
Is that
long.
right? For a long.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, speaking
in
of
gold,
buyers,
Look at the
buyers,
bounce
look
off
at
the
NASDAQ.
box on the NQ. It was just
Yeah, look at the
absolutely
NASDAQ go.
gorgeous.
Look at NASDAQ go. We're looking at gold. Look at NASDAQ go. 21,124. High of the day, 20,129. Can NASDAQ or ES just put in some new highs as well? 59.91. Can we get to 6,000? When are we gonna get to 6,000 in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps? Michael, last time we got to 5,000, you bought it 50 times. 6,000.
Nobody thought it could go higher.
No,
Nobody
we
thought
can go
it-
higher. Here we are,
Yeah.
1,000
Just,
points
just
higher.
wait. Just wait. Nasdaq is in my pocket. Don't worry about it.
Okay, we got it.
They are going nowhere. We're still in a range. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, Andre.
NASDAQ's in his pocket, folks. He's got the NASDAQ by the scruff of its neck.
We have a range.
Tiger by the tail.
Until we are, we have the range. It was clear, this range. They went to the extension down. They might go up. They might go down. So professional deal with ranges.
Yes.
They assume no breakout. This is the assumption because the easy trader only looks for breakouts. So
Yes.
don't be fooled if you see a range. Yes, I am bullish. I want to buy this, but I need to make sure that I am out of the range. When I will know I'm out of the range, whenever I see the blue MA, EMA gets out of the Bollinger. Still in it.
I love how visual your system is, Mohammed. It's so
Me too.
beautiful. Just so visual.
There's folks that just
It's
talk it, which is fine, but then you talk, you explain it, and then you're doing this little like magic show.
Drawing.
Yeah.
Really?
Drawing.
Good stuff.
Actually, and some people will say, okay, if you know that they are not going higher, why you're not selling it? Guys, your strategy should tell you when not to trade. Not only buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. No, there's some moments that your strategy should say, okay, there's nothing for me. I need to watch. I need to sit in hand.
Yes.
So that is a good strategy when it tells you, no, you do nothing. Because anything can happen right now. So this is one of the moments when I see the market rally higher. It's very difficult when you see it this way and you are, I bought it once here and I lost. And seeing this happening, it's very difficult for a trader. So you have to be calm. Wait a second. We are in a range. I already tried once and I lost. That means this is maybe nothing. If there is a true move, we will have a pullback and you will buy it again. Don't worry about it. Market is not going anywhere.
Hello, Mo.
It is.
I agree.
It is an opportunity making machine, is what I always.
It's not
just
going
learned.
anywhere.
It's not going anywhere. Been there before you were born. Like just,
Yep.
you're gonna die, and it's gonna still be there.
Oh,
Like,
man.
come on.
Yep.
I got some diet right there. Got grim.
We all end. We all
It's
end,
true.
Andre. Even
Not all. It's all right. Hey, real quick. I want
we
to.
all last a certain long, just like the dog lasts a certain long.
Doug and Anne Marie in the chat. You're saying refrigerators
Like a
last. Anne Marie.
refrigerator.
Like a refrigerator.
Like a refrigerator. That was good, Ed. I know.
Like a fridge. That was such a great line.
And then when you talk about it, like that old thing's still ticking. You know, you use that for your dog or your refrigerator. You know, like it's kind of like I've done it for both.
Like a refrigerator.
Great. Come on, I love animals. Absolutely love animals. But there's the truth here. I'm a realist.
I do want to remind people we got group coaching coming out here, coming up in about 2 hours or so. We're gonna pin the group coaching forum. We'll pin it to the top of the chat here. I do believe it is FOMC day, so let's get questions in for. Oh, we got Jack and Robert today doing group coaching. Yeah, we'll pin the form at the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Coach Robert. Group coaching here this afternoon. But yes, we're looking for those 2702s. I know Hoag had to step off real quick. Anne-Marie, we can still watch. We'll keep an eye on those 2702s. Anne-Marie, perhaps is it worth working a one lot bid for the house account executer here? Just as like an alert. Was that something you considered in gold? Or you want to see how it plays?
Yeah, let's watch how it plays. It's on a super tight time frame, so it's a lot easier for me to take a quick snap trade in and out than for the house account to move in and then set the stops and do all of that stuff. So let's maybe it comes into the big fat round number at around 2,700, but it is doing that fade, just like we saw that it might, because it was coming up right against that weekly kickoff level, which is so supremely important and why everybody should have these top step levels marked on their screens, because they're so helpful as points of interest. Points of interest to watch the chart do what it's doing. So, I still have the buy down there. A one lot. So the question is, hey, is it worth the one lot? Well, the risk could be 2697, which is about 4 points. So a one lot might not be a bad idea there. Although, why not?
Okay, well, keep an eye on that 2702s, 2700s in the gold rest trade, 2703. So we're not there yet, but I do like the plan, intuition, the thought process, the game plan going into a potential trade. But hey, you take a look away for 1 second, you look back, and don't stop me if you've heard this yet. ES making new highs. We're about 8 points away from 6,000 in the ES last trade, 59.92. Looking at the NQ here, 21,115.
Yeah. You want to play ranges
Mohammed?
NQ, so we'll play.
Mohammed,
Yes.
can I ask a question about? Well, I'm going to go ahead and ask the question instead of asking if I can ask the question.
Yeah. You expect me to say no, you cannot?
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to assume you say yes and move on.
Okay.
And so my question is this. Right now you see that there's this range element. Are you going to wait? So you mentioned something about the smooth average that sits in that tight pocket. You want to see it come out. But a lot of times price will spike out first while that's still sitting in the noise. So are you watching for the price spike out of the range and then the pullback that holds the form? Or what?
I clearly understand the question. So this is basically another way. What is the rule of the breakout that I use? So if I have a range like this one, to trade the breakout, I have to see 3 things. Now, separation. Separation means the price is running away from the moving average, not touching the moving average, like this one. We see it here. And then clearly making higher high. And they did it. So now, number 1, separation. Clear higher high or lower low if it's downside. 3, retest. A retest. So what is the retest? Is coming back to the high of the range and the moving average closing higher. That is an entry long.
Gotcha.
That
which might be setting up now.
No, actually they failed in the test.
Okay.
They come away to the low of the range now.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
that means a failure. That was a trap similar to this trap. Maybe if we calculate it, it is the same length. This extension is equal to this one. So that was a trap, and this one is a trap. Now I need to have another test. Now we have a breakout, separation, higher high, this one.
Yeah,
now
that's what
I'm
I'm
waiting
talking
for
about.
a retest. Now
The
I'm waiting
pullback
for a
that
retest.
holds that zone. Gotcha.
He's good on the chart.
Gotcha.
He's really good with the chart drawings.
Yeah, I downloaded that app too, so I could learn how to draw
zoom
on
it.
my screen.
Zoom it, yeah.
Zoom it.
It's on my
pretty slick
list.
with that.
It's difficult at the beginning. However, whenever you use the hotkeys, it will become very easy.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right, real quick, we had a poll up. Are you up, down, or flat today? 500 votes just coming in lightning quick. 60 seconds. That's continuing to see new highs. We're going for 6,000 in the ES. We're going there. We're about 7 points away. Are you up, down, or flat? On the poll in the chat, 54% are up. 23% are flat. There you go. 22% are down.
Okay.
Well done, everybody.
One tool from my toolbox. From my toolbox. Okay, I'm long right now. I'm long right now. Stop here. Target 7.29. That will make it 36. Okay, so this is one of my favorite entry setup. Whenever the market is doing this, what I mean by this is going away without you. Okay, going away without giving you the entry setup. I say, come on here, I'll catch you there. So whenever you see a 3 strong green candle, 3 strong green candle, followed by a weak red candle, and I'm talking about 1,000 tick chart, this can work in any time frame. Weak.
All right, Mohammed, real quick. What price? Mohammed, what price did you get? We need to update the board. What price are you long from?
From 29. 129.
What market?
NQ. 21,129.
MNQ. Micro.
MNQ.
Target is 37. 37. Come on, yeah.
So I'm having a hard time finding this now.
Oh, it just shredded all the shorts there.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time. It's Mo long right now.
He was long. I think he's flat now.
Yeah, no, I'm not flat. Still has 2.
Beautiful.
2 was
he still got 2 runners. 2 runners.
Yeah.
So hold on. You have 2 runners. You have 2 runners on. Let's follow this. Hold on, because I can't even follow this. I don't know how the viewer would. You're long from what? You covered what?
129.
You got 2 runners on.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I long 5 from the close of this red candle, the weak red candle, and this called a strength setup. That is, we have a momentum clearly here. Now followed by a weak red candle. You buy at the close. Actually, I get better fill actually at 29. And the target is 180R. Let's say it's guaranteed target. 90% of the time it happens. The stop is the recent 2 green candle. Because if it breaks the recent 2 candles, that means this momentum that you enter long because of is not there anymore. So this is a momentum setup, strength setup, looking for my target. You always should have buyer target. You just don't jump in the market just because there is 3 green candles, weak red candle. No, you should be in rhythm with the market. You should understand where is the controller are going to.
So I can show that also in a really simplistic way because I'm running the same form. I'm just using a couple of boxes. Okay. So as he's sitting in the long right there, if we flip over to my chart, what we saw was
new highs.
The wave. The first wave is what we measured as we came in, 942 to 950. It gave a fade and then it moved. So I measured that distance, and then all I've done is clone it once and then twice. And so the breakaway formation, as we're looking here, the first thing is I said, hey, listen, as long as it comes back to the top of the first box, which was around 21,092, great place to buy. And you can take it to the top of the box and potentially break out. So I have 78. Mohammed, I don't know what number you have, but it's the same rhythm of those boxes that are taking you frame up and out of the range. Now, if you were a little bit really focused on the line item, you could see, and I'm going to make this one really thick, you can see that this area high, and that number was 21,128. I think Muhammad actually went long somewhere around that zone. But here is the high, the high, the high, and then the break. And he was talking about those 3 strong candles, the tight little fade, and it looks exactly the same. And so nice, clean, fantastic run up, exact same pictures, only my chart's not so colorful as his.
Thank you. Exactly, you nailed it. Yeah. I'm out from the recent green candle. I am out at this level, and you can see it's more than 1-to-1 in the remaining contract. So I make this much. That was my risk.
Beautiful. There you go.
Beautiful. And in case you're wondering why I am chilling in the bottom right corner of the screen, Hoag had to step away, so I'm stepping in as the new house manager. So have patience if I ask you about your trades, but that's what I'm here for.
Governor, you're out there. That was really, you got me chuckling. Are you under 15 MP? Because Mohammed's explaining this pretty well.
You guys said it. I wasn't going to say anything.
That's a good jab. That's a pretty good jab, Governor.
I'm kidding. All right, let's quick.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, we need to update some things. We need to do a little housekeeping here. We're going to keep an eye on this ES. House account manager, you see anything, please jump in. MP, can we get a P&L update for the house account right now?
1685 even.
1685 plus 1685. Nice opening range trade there. Good to see. Let's bring in Robert. Robert, I see you've been waiting very patiently in the green. Let's do some housekeeping. Come on in, Robert. What do we got?
All right. Yeah, these markets are flying. You know, if trading comes first, so this is what we do. But right now, we got some hot streaks coming up right now. I am going to click on that trigger. Mine right here. Where's my hot streak button? And there we go. You know what's funny? The hot streaks are right next to the smoke, and we're not going to do that right now. So I have to be really careful with this one. Yeah, guess who's up top? We have Delash. We love it. 83 consecutive days. Way to go. Made another $3 yesterday. Made another $3. Derek just popped up on here, and what happens with the hot streaks is even if you don't trade, you don't lose your streak. It just doesn't show up as a consecutive day. And then if you trade and you make another winning day, it just brings you right back up the list. This is what happened with Derek. Vijay is up there. Harry and Ali are all up. They all moved up one spot. Derek is a new one on there. Those are the funded hot streaks. Now, let's see if I can do this right here. I'm going to pull those hot streaks down. Moving over to our payouts. First time here, guys. I practiced this last night, but I'm still just getting a little bit used to where everything is located. Here is our top payouts. I'm sorry, guys. Somebody hit that.
Shout out to Jay. Thanks for watching. 71% long in the crude right now.
There we have it. Thank you, Andre. Thanks for jumping in there. That is what I was looking for. Eric B. 112.
Eric B's at the top? Oh, wow.
Eric
Okay,
B.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it. Look at that. Eric B. 112.
Look at that number.
We have, well, that's copy trading. There's just loading up on the XFAs. There's 5 of them going on there.
Wow.
So we do the math on that. Josh and Bar is 29,000. That's only 2 XFAs. Pan Sen single, Kermit 2, and Derek single. So there we have it. Those are the top 5. Now we want to go to the payouts. Let me get this off the screen. The total payouts.
There we go. Look, hey, we didn't run his guess, Robert. You didn't let us get. I wanted to
Oh,
guess.
I'm
All right,
sorry, guys.
All good. All
First
good.
day on
all
the
good.
job.
Yeah.
First
All
day on the
good.
job.
Do it again.
Muhammad was
Do
ready.
it again. Do it again.
Do it again.
I
do it
think
again. Let's go back.
1,000
Close your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
1.314,039. I think it's
Let me look at it.
1.34039.
Well, hold on.
Maybe
All right,
one.
we got it.
Yeah.
Get it.
Get Muhammad.
Let's guess
Here
the
we go. We're
average.
rolling in,
Who
Muhammad.
catch the average?
Oh, you guys
Yeah.
nailed it. How'd you guys do that?
Just, you know,
You guys
Hindsight. That's hindsight.
been tuning into Topstep TV every day. They got 1.314,039. I know it.
Yeah, exactly. And if we do
that's
today
so
and
good.
tomorrow with over $1 million, that'll be our third consecutive week of over $1 million a day, every day for the entire week. I know the traders can do it. These numbers just keep on going up and going up. Now, we do have the percentage. I'm going to call out the percentage of the top 5 payouts. It was 15% of all the funds paid out. I'm going to push another overlay out there to get you the breakdown of the first, second, and third times.
Look at that, Michael.
Top 5 is 15.79%. There we go. Wow. Somebody else is on the ball on this one over here.
That
First time
that
payouts
was
was
my
14%.
that
Fist
was
pump.
my idea.
Look at the fist pump from him. Look at the kid fist
I
pumping.
mean,
He's
I
loving
can
it.
follow it. I don't
Look
have
at
to
the
think.
kid.
I don't like having to think. I like to just follow.
Look at
That's one of those things.
Top 5
MP, you just
payouts
got to say it on
account
air
for-
like that. We
Got it.
document it. We get your back. So here we go.
This is sweet.
Actually,
I
I
would
suggested
add,
this to
first
show
time.
how many have it first time, second time, third time. So
This is
Thank
the
you.
average I've been seeing. For JD's been talking 16, 16 or 6, 10, 10, 13, 16. So we're going to be around here, guys. You too can
So
be
cool.
one of these folks, or there are folks, disclaimer, that have never been funded, that have never been profitable, and that have blown out accounts as only one thing. There's always the other side of the spectrum. There are people that cannot make it at all and figure it out, which is fine. I've tried golf. That's what it is for me. And I just sit in the cart with a drink in my hand. So you can just sit in the cart, sit on Topstep TV with a drink in your hand, and not trade and still have fun. But there's also the side of people that first time payouts, 13, 14% of folks that took payouts out of that 1.314039.
Yes.
Damn. Yeah, how many people is
That
that?
one
man?
there is the top one, MP. That number that you just remembered. You should probably take a series 3 to be good at it. So
Yeah,
1,314,039. That's the very top number. Look at the top of the payouts up there. 15.79. That is for yesterday. That's that 1.3 million right there. That's the top one. Now, the first time payouts was that nearly 14%. The second time they took a payout was 16%, and then the third payout was 12%. That's how you break down in there right there.
So hold on. There's 500 people, 14% of them. What's a quick 15? Hold on. How many people first time? Like a whole number out of that number.
Well, for yesterday was 614. Those are the top 5 payouts.
614 for 30, yeah, whatever 14% of that is times 14. 85, 86 people. Congratulations for your first payout ever. 86
Wow.
people.
Brand new people.
Cheers.
86 brand new people.
Brand new people. With
That
at
was
least,
yesterday, too.
on
Another
an average of
Another
2,000 a payout. So 86 people got
$2,140
Class B and
payouts
average.
for yesterday. So that's it for those stats. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll see you soon. We got group coaching form pinned to the chat. Let's go.
Yeah, 86.
Yes.
That's
You can
86 new
start
people.
trading.
The number was similar yesterday, MP.
I'm
So over the course of a week,
I
that's
am long.
400 new people. Oh, Mohammed's long. Get in there, Mohammed. What's up?
Go ahead,
yeah,
Mohammed.
Mohammed.
already long. Yeah, I took this long. Same strategy. Market wins to my moving average. They try once.
Nice.
Second try, I am in. I took my target somewhere there, and I'm leaving a runner. I should be out. I'm out now.
Quick.
Okay, so you're in and out. All right,
Quick
cool.
crash.
So payouts yesterday, Andre, you said what?
I said, Mark,
If they keep
it was
doing
80
what?
people yesterday, 80 people the day before. That's 400 new people a week. If you break it down per
400
day,
new
right?
people a week that started.
A
You
week.
can be on the sidewalk right now, walking, wondering what you're going to do with your life, and look at your phone and say, for $49, you can start to experience trading. And again, you may not ever make it at all to passing, to getting funded, staying funded, to getting your first payout. Hell, to get your second payout. You saw the stats go down after that. And always going to be a small percentage. Small percentage of people go live. The possibility of getting there for $49 is way better than I did for losing $30,000, $90 real $1,000 between the age of 18 to 23, 22.
A lot of money.
I lost that much money. Vending company I had, not a rich uncle. Vending company. I had to sell the vending company. But the point of the story is you can get started in that experience. That is why prop firms are so great. There might be other prop firms shutting down now because they overpromise, under-deliver. It's a shiny new toy that all you guys, well, I'm going to go to. Anybody that's promoting those companies that are shutting down, there's talks about ones that are doing that. Any influencer that's promoting them, you need to call them out and never, ever validate their, go over here, it's so great. Stick with what you know. Try to figure it out. It's between your ears that you need to figure out anyway. $49, don't ask for a discount. It's already cheap enough. It's very hard to do anything cheaper than that. We pay licensing fee, data fees. We have 180 employees. We have all that kind of, all here for you. The show's completely free. You are set up the best you possibly can do to find out if you can do it or you can't do it. That's it.
AMP, speaking of firms that are great, we are the only firm to my knowledge that gives payout club gifts, right? You hit 5,000 in payouts, you get a shiny little 5K pin and a hat to join the 5K club. And if you have taken 5K or $5,000 worth of payouts and you're based in the United States, please hit the chat. We're about to post a form in the chat for you to actually submit your information, and we will hand pack a hat and a pin for you so you can join the club.
There you go. There's your shiny new toys. You want them? They're already in here. Just don't look around. Stay with one thing. Let it be these fun little things. Yep. But if you're going after shiny new programs that are faster, cheaper, like less blah blah blah, it's already, the industry's already formed. Look at that.
Look at this.
12 inches.
Look at that. It's beautiful.
No, 12.
Box.
Pause. Pizza. That'd be a pizza. Pause.
That'd be a pizza pin. That'd be like
like Flavor Flav's clock. Like Flavor Flav's clock hanging from your neck. Hey, you guys, don't look now, but we're 5 points away from 6,000s in the ES. Five points away from 6,000s in the ES. Can we get there here on Fast Markets? Top of the hour has just hit. Right now, Hoag will be saying, "Do we have a failed upside auction?"
I have all-time highs in NQ 21 to 115, isn't it?
Yes,
Emery, what do you hit?
I was just looking at it.
Yeah.
Guys, said he dropped the payout club in there. If you took 5,000 in payout, we definitely want to send you that. There will be no date that we're going to give you on when you get that. You may get it in a week. You may get it in 6 months. We don't promise anything in that realm. It's our gift to you. We make it a surprise when you get it. And you do get it. You can go on. We should start grabbing some of the social posts. Gabe, throw some of those in there, rip them through so people can see all the people that do get these. We deliver payouts and we deliver payout club items. Both.
All right. We pumped 3 or 4 session highs there in the NASDAQ, now selling off a little bit.
Looking for a long.
Okay, I knew you would be, Mohammed.
Buy. I would buy this dip if I see a green candle.
All right, MP, here we go.
Just show me you mean business. So sometimes buyers doesn't mean business. They just want to hang out and play. I don't want to join them. Show me a green candle around this area. Otherwise, just drop a loan.
We have single prints all the way down to 21,134.
All right, 21,134.
Which also happens to be the top of my last box. My middle box. The top of my middle box.
Demand area in my chart around 21,106. That will be a nice house account trade. 21,106.
Was it Mohammed
21,106? Let me check it in NQ. In NQ it's not. Yeah, in NQ nothing there. In NQ we don't have the intersection that I can't take demand area. However, we can see this range that the market will come to 50% of it, and the stop will be just there. So it will be 107. It's same area.
All right, got about 35 points or so until there. Looking for a pullback to buy in the NQ.
Yeah, I might to Jack.
Jump in whenever.
Andre, I feel horrible for my nephew. You got him in long.
So here your text. Hey, crew just
we're on all new highs.
Would you?
And I got him out.
Who got him in?
Day.
Tell him who got him in.
You did. He would have been up.
Anyways,
no, he's texting me.
$72 in crude just popped 50 cents there. I'm not sure what happened. We'll keep an eye on that. Amory looking for the 134s, and the Muhammad's looking for the 106s somewhere in the NQ. Keep an eye on that. Yeah. Are you texting him
now we can see the moving average is inside. The blue one is inside. That means sellers are trying to take some control. Maybe we'll have a range. Maybe they will have a full control. So now we pause our buying. Now this is where the strategy is telling me, if you want to buy, you buy at extreme. Where is the extreme? The last intersection that we had before is the demand area. I buy here with a tight stop loss.
What price would that be, Mohammed?
130, 110, 107. Yeah, between 110 and 107. So I will take it 107.
Okay, Jack.
All right, this is the biggest pullback we've had so far, really today since the open.
I like the short here.
Really?
Ooh.
On the bounce. Yeah. I like a short on the bounce. Yeah. We've got single prints above at 154. Here are the 135 prints they're trying to clear out. So we should bounce for a little off of that. We did a second ago, but it only went to 140. So I wouldn't mind taking a short on a bounce if it pops up and fails to clear out those single prints above. And they're sitting right about here. One of my other platforms is telling me where they are. So otherwise, I think it could easily go all the way down into that area Mohammed is talking about, which is,
Mo and Anne-Marie are in the octagon. Mo, are you still saying you're not going to sell no matter what today?
Yeah. I will not sell no matter what. Even if Trump asked me to do it.
Who put me in an octagon with a man? Who just did that?
Trump is upset.
No. Yeah, but that's me. Mohammed. That's me. I know the sellers will come somewhere. There will be a push, but I don't want to participate in that. I am fine to not join the sellers, especially now. It is still range.
Yes, very solid range. That's why I'm waiting way up here to see if the prints get taken out and then price rejects it. So see how those single prints were sitting at about 21,135. We came in, dipped a little below, and now we're just screaming up. That happens a lot when those single prints clear out. And so just waiting to see if
if it is a normal day, that will be a nice sell for me. If it is a normal day, but I'm not taking any shorts. I would rather lose in a long, not losing in a short. At the end of the day,
because you're with
someone asked me if someone asked me, how did you do today? I said, okay, I lost the market. Why? I was shorting the market. Are you stupid? What are you doing?
Agreed.
I don't want to regret losing, selling the market.
There you have it. All right.
I happen to be a dreadful contrarian.
Anne-Marie, you made money short yesterday.
In the opposite direction.
Anne-Marie, I saw you making money to the short side yesterday.
Yes, I had a good day.
Not yesterday. Shorting the market. Wow.
But Mohammed, there's a point to that, though. Even though, yes, it is uptrending. We all agree it's uptrending. There are moments where you can't. I mean, obviously, it's quick strike, see profit, take profit. But money can be made to the downside.
Yeah.
Yep. In and out,
yeah,
100%.
You can do it.
Mohammed, you are fighting the trend.
It's short now.
It's harder.
You need to be accurate in the timing. The timing will be how many times you need to try to short the market until you are right. So if you are confident that you are right in the timing, you see how many times they failed, and now maybe it is the time. Then you could. And the problem with the short, if you take it once, you need to keep trying. And until then, you might lose a nice long opportunities.
Let me do the best.
I hear you.
Yeah.
All right. I do believe we have some announcements coming up. This fast markets is moving very, very fast. We do have Euro close in about 20 minutes. We are seeing a bit of a pullback here in the ES. Last year, 59.88. We never got to the 6,000s. I thought we were going to get there. We got to 59.96 in 3/4. Never got there.
Ooh, here we go.
Days not over. We do have FOMC later on today. Of course, stay tuned to Topstep TV. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage from the rate announcement to the press conference. David Green, Rips, all joining us this afternoon. We'll look at the
MP
tilts.
now the question who has control right now? Who
Okay,
has
tell
control
us.
right now? Sellers has control. We have intersection. The moving average is about to get out of the Bollinger. So yeah, it is already confirmed that sellers has full control over the market. So what I will do, I will ask myself, where is their target? What they are looking for? So they are looking for the low of this low that we started from. These lows.
What levels are those?
So that this is 21.96 and 85, and the middle of the demand area is 108. So I am buying at that end. There is another target as well, is the measured move, and sometimes this is all what they got, especially in days like that, like today. So this is a measured move from the high to this low to the new high to the lower low. So that might be the target of those sellers. So maybe they will try again now, because they have control. They can try again and again as long as they still have the control. Buyers, all what they need is to get back that control for now.
106.
I like this
So
1,000 tick. I like this tick interval chart that you guys use, and you use 2,000.
I flip back and forth depending on what it is. When I go to execute, I'll come down into a smaller tick to see everything. But yeah, I like the 2,000 tick.
Crowd is looking for
the volume
50
is
lot,
high.
6,000.
Yeah.
50 lots. Let's
if you have a high volume, it's better to go to the higher time frame. And be careful, if there is a lot of volatility, don't go smaller time frame, because you will be
exactly
shocked. Yeah, it's very difficult. Usually, sometimes when you see the volatility is high, yeah, use it as an entry, somewhere to. But to read the market, go higher time frame.
All right, got a poll question up here in the chat. Things are moving fast and furious. We got Mohammed in the house, Anne Marie. Also, we got MP, we got Jack, house account manager. Right now, we got a poll up in the chat. What type of charts do you use? Tick charts, time-based charts, or other? With that being said, see my main man Eddie. Eddie's got some announcements for us on Topstep TV. Got an FOMC day, big day, almost making new all-time highs in the ES and Q. Not quite there, but Eddie, what do we got for announcements? What's up, man?
Hi, Heidi ho, neighbor. Wow, I tell you, this is exciting today. Pedal to the metal. You got it. Hey, listen, are you a small business owner?
What?
Yeah, a small business owner. Do you have a business and hey, do you have any swag such as hats, shirts, coffee mugs, coasters, anything like that? What we're looking for here at Topstep, we're looking for traders who own small businesses, okay, and trade. And we want to feature them on Topstep TV with the swag. So if you do have some, here is a link. I'm going to post it right now with a doc on it. It's a form, fill it out, and we'll get back to you. There it is. I posted it. Hopefully we got it there. Sure, there it is. Now,
we will wear it.
And we will wear it. Right. I'm excited.
Wow.
I'm excited to wear it. See
we'll reply. We'll reply on on the size that we would like, and then we'll wear it. Maybe we all wear it the same day, and it's fun. Old Tom's heating and air conditioning
for me.
Help it out. I used to have Mike's lawn mowing company. Come on.
Old Tom's air conditioning. Old Tom. Sorry.
They make good money, Dre. You don't worry about
I know
that.
they do. No, just name Old Tom. Sorry, go
Plumbers
ahead.
do. Yeah.
Also,
holy cow! Don't plumbers make some coin?
Yeah.
Especially in Chicago.
Especially Chicago, I know. Yeah.
Also, yes, Top Step Labs of Coach Dakota Q&A, question answer. Coach Dakota is going to be hosting an exclusive private 2-hour question and answer session Wednesday next week, November 13th at 5 p.m. Central. The only thing is, here it is, we only got 20 slots available, 20 seats for that private 2-hour Q&A. The only way you can attend the Q&A is tune into Slow Markets. Slow Markets are Sunday through Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Central, and fill out the check-in forms. Forms will only be dropped during Slow Markets, not here on Topstep TV. Okay, so not here on Topstep TV, only in Slow Markets, just like the VIP scouting. Slow Market viewers have the opportunity to check in, get their name in, and remember, the more times you check in, the higher your chances. We're going to be announcing winners. The winners are going to be announced Monday in Slow Markets. So we have that. Send us your swag and Top Step Labs. Back to you, Andre.
Well, that kind of rhymed, Eddie. I like that. Send us your swag and Top Step Labs. I like that. Okay.
Interesting, Andre.
Old Tom's. That'd be the name of the business. Old Tom's Heating and Air Conditioning. Not just Tom, but Old Tom's. I like that.
No, old Tom's.
All right, let's take a look at the markets here. 50.
What happens when Tom hands it off to his kid? Usually that's kind of how it works.
There you go.
At least in my
we see some sellers here in we got some sellers here in
looking for a buy.
Go ahead, Mohammed.
Looking for a buy. They try twice now. I will buy at 150.
150.
Buy
right here, right now.
150. I am in. My stop at 135.
Hold on, you got short?
15 points. He got long.
Long
from 150.
Yeah, I need help. I just got short.
Yeah. Wait for the NQ. Wait. NQ still doesn't have that signal yet.
Explain it to me, Jack.
I think Muhammad would be best to explain it to right now. Muhammad got long pretty much here right now.
Long.
He's in the MNQ. We're in the NQ, but at this parallel price with 15-point stop.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I see in MNQ,
which is what price area? 50s, 45,
150,
35.
Jack? Stop 35. Yeah.
So we're about 5 points away from that stop in the NQ right now.
35s.
Okay. We got the house long 5 lots from 150, half. And then the stop should be sitting around the 35 area.
Yeah, looking for a breakout above the 53.
All right, house long 5 NQ. Break even right now.
All righty then.
This ladder is intoxicating.
68.
Let's take a look. Let's pull up this NQ.
68.
Upside.
Yeah, first target. Yeah, let's say 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5. I like the risk reward there. 21,000.
Yeah, not
168 upside target MP.
Not all 5, only 3.
Work 3.
Let's have another there.
Work 3 at 168.
Only 3 contract to exit, and we leave 2 as a runner.
2 as a
because
runner.
we still have the full target around 200. 21,200.
Working 3 at 160.
21,200. Got it.
3 at 168. We're going to have 2 out for a runner. NQ or ES starting to see some buyers here. 59.92 half last trade. Grant's in the green room. Oh my God, Grant is in the green room. What are you doing?
Grant's here.
Grant's in the green room. Oh my God.
Welcome to the green room, Grant. Stay on mute, and we'll bring you in at some point soon.
Keep it on mute. Grant is in the green room. Oh my God.
My nephew's here from his dorm, freshman. He's been pinging me about getting into the markets. Uncle Mikey is what he calls me. He's like, hey, should I do this and that? I'm like, hey, just hold on. You know, whatever money he flips, he buys trailers that are beat up, and then and lawnmowers that are beat up, and blah blah blah, and then fixes them up to dialed in, and then resells them. So he's made that money to the tune of 20,000. He'll talk about it. It's a lot of money, 20,000 for a 19-year-old kid, 18. And he's like, I'm going to put this in the markets. I'm like, just wait, just wait. He calls Andre. We'll talk about it. He calls Andre. Andre's like, just buy it. And he buys it. And then the next day, or a couple days later, he's like, hey, I'm in it. I go, what are you doing in this? I go, get out of everything. I told him to get out of everything. I go, wait for when I tell you to get in it. We're on all-time new highs.
Come on in, bring him in. Let him tell.
I want to know how much or where he got out. He got the spies, the trip cues. What'd you get? I don't know. If he joins us, I can apologize.
Hi from Lord. Oh, wow. Here's your big moment. Here's your big moment.
Uh-oh. Okay. All right, Grant. Hey, what's up, buddy? We got you on?
You can unmute now, Grant.
Try now.
My Venmo's at Jack Pelzer.
Good internet connection.
You good?
Let's see.
Okay,
Still don't have audio. We'll check in back. This is what happens. We're doing it on the fly. We'll get you there, Grant.
He's bouncing now.
It's
say something, Grant.
It's an us thing, not a you thing.
Talk to us.
Oh,
can I hear you?
No.
Yeah, we'll figure that out in the background here. Let's see. Watch us keep an eye on these markets. When Grant comes in, we'll get him.
What about now?
Yeah, now we hear you.
Oh, we can hear you.
All right, there we go.
Bold voice.
We got a freshman from hailing from Lawrence, Kansas. He's a Jayhawk.
Chuck.
He's my nephew.
Yep.
Rock Chalk is Andre is a Jayhawk, so they have something in common here. And so, Grant, give me a little quick. Why are you trying to get in the markets? Why did you ping me to talk about the markets? And then after that, why did you listen to Dre's advice?
So, I mean, I want to get in the markets. I don't need my money just sitting in a savings account getting like 20, what the interest is low. So it's like I get $20. I think it's a month, every few months on interest in it. And I mean, I kind of want my money to start working for me while I'm in college because I don't really have that income that I'm making anymore off the trailers and stuff. So I wanted to do something with it, and I thought the stocks would be a good idea because, I mean, that's what you do. And I know I'd have a lot of good people I can look up to and talk to about it. So I thought it'd be a good idea.
Okay, so you hit me up. You said, what should I buy? I said, you're going to be doing indexes, and you're going to wait for me to tell you where to get in. And did you have like just really quick, did you have like a time period here, or is this buy and hold forever?
So I was thinking like a solid while. I don't like until I need the money, but I don't know if I'll ever if I will need it eventually. But so for right now, it's mainly just hold it for a while, like long term.
Okay.
Like this.
Dre.
All right. Well, let's talk about the actual trade, Grant. Good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, talk about the actual trade. So you got into what?
Did you know you got into what?
So I talked to you and Andre and Esau. So, and I was like, and then Andre's like, put the money in. So I was like, all right. So I put, I bought 7 shares of the SPY fund, and then 8 in QQQ. And so I bought in at 567 and like a penny. And then
what's the trade
for the SPY?
What's the trade right now?
And then QQQ I bought in at $480.85. And it was like a few hours had gone by because I remember I bought in the morning after my math class. And then I was sitting in philosophy texting you, and I was like, yeah, I put the money in. And then you're like, oh shit, don't do that. So it was the same day that I pulled out. But I mean, I pulled out and it was up like $1 on each of them. So with all the shares I barely made any money, but I mean, at least it wasn't negative. So.
Well, that was that, but where are we at now? We're like, because
let's update this. Let's update this trade. Hypothetically,
how much did I get you out early? And what do you? Here's the whole thing. While you guys do the math on, he got in at 485 on trip Qs.
Yes, it's trading now trading 511. He was on for 480. It's now trading 511s. In the SPY, he was on from 560. Long for 567. It's now trading 594.
Okay, so that's 30. So it cost you about a G. It cost you about $1,000. All right. So A, I apologize.
Like
B, we're going to get you back on here to talk more about what's going on. You are in the spiders. You are in the trip Qs. Those are the indexes, and those folks that are out there that are trading new. Spiders and the spiders is the ES. We're trading the ES. We're trading the Nasdaq. The opening range call today was an ES trade. An ES trade is a E mini S&P. The E mini S&P is a futures product. Follow me here. Let me cook. It's a futures product. A futures product is usually a futures price of the underlining spiders or S&P. It's a futures price. You're like, why would I just trade the spiders? Well, because you're going to find out that futures is more highly leveraged than what Grant's trying to do on his Schwab. Robin, what's your account on? Schwab. Then what he's trying to do over there. So the natural path, he's a freshman in college. I started doing this. The natural path for a trader is to start in stocks. And he thinks we're in stocks, but we're not in stocks. But we are trading equities of a futures contract. So he's now in spiders. He's now in trip Qs. He can actually do this if he wants to be an active trader, like doing day trading and having fun with it while going to school. Not encouraging you to do that. Do school first. Your parents don't have to pay for wasted degrees. But those that are here that are trading stocks, those here that are probably are in the future space, probably started with stocks. So just lets you know that those indexes, those spiders and triple Qs, the trip Qs is the exact same thing as a Nasdaq. Pretty much, it's a basket, same thing. So Grant, you are in the stocks. You are looking for long term. That is an investor, guys. That is not what TopStep is looking for. We are working with traders, active traders. So there's I want you guys to be like, hey, are you a trader or are you an investor? You got to know the difference because one of them has a different time frame than the other. One of them, they both need to manage the risk because everything doesn't always do what you want it to do. So Grant is our first little example that Andre and I have both talked to. Andre told him to get in and stay long. That is an investing advice, which is smart, and he was right. His uncle said, from a trader's hat, wait for the right buying opportunity. And thus far, Andre, you have the better advice.
The whole markets are designed just to go higher. That's all this is. And currently, right now, we got President Biden is speaking right now, discussing the election results and transition. So we'll keep an eye on that. Grant, you got 5,000 people watching you right now on live television across the entire globe. What do you think? How do you think you did today?
That's crazy. I mean, I hope I did fine. It was a last minute thing. He texted me 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I got a question also. When we talk, I feel bad. You told me that you do indeed watch Topstep TV in class.
Every once in a while, yeah. This past week, I have not. It's exam week, so I've been very busy with that. Student. But I just finished them all, so it's kind of
felt they went
leading into a chill weekend. But
what are you studying? What's your major there? I forgot.
I'm in aerospace engineering.
I barely got into school. I had to get 3 letters of recommendation just to get to Iowa State because my futures is so low.
You're too smart, man. What are you doing in this? What are you playing in our sandbox
Grant,
for?
We'll let you get back. We'll let you get back to school. Your dorm room looks sweet. We'll talk to you more about the trading life as Andre and I get our heads around how we can help you
aerospace
be getting to where you're trying to go. Thanks, buddy.
Sweet.
Thank you. We'll be in the chat later, Grant. Thanks, man. MP likes to build planes in the air, so maybe Grant can help us. I like that one.
Wow.
I like that a lot. All right, let's get back to the trade.
Boeing shares yesterday.
We just took out those single prints.
Yes, we did.
Up above.
Yeah, let's account long.
Yeah, we're back in our 21 150s. Muhammad, are you still on this?
Yes, the market just shy to our stop with about 2 points. I'm still on. And you can see here clearly how sellers are getting tortured in this. Imagine that you are a seller. So the market is not following through your targets. The buyers keep coming strongly every time. This is how you want to be in a trade. You don't want to be in a trade facing the market. You want to be a trade with the controller of the market. We are in exactly at the point where the buyers has the control. Yes, we were in a range, but we can see there is a trap happened here. So that means we will go to the other side of the range, especially in a day like that, and we can see an inverted hidden shoulders already happen. So, and we expect this to go to the high of the day again. We can be wrong. We have a risk managed, and we know if we lose, it's part of the game.
It is part of the game. Losses are ordinary, necessary part of becoming a kick-ass trader, and also just accepting that that's the game of trading is to have losses. They will happen.
Get ready.
Just accept it.
Get ready, folks. Eddie, if you're ready to go. Gabe, if you're ready to go. I see people in the chat. You know what we're doing right now. I'm not even going to tease it anymore. I'm just going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, it's about that time. Bottom of the hour, 10:30. Europe just closed. Let's go, Eddie. Hit him.
Hear the sounds.
Yes.
Please refresh the page to hear this.
Well, we've got these coming up here. We got our VIP coming up here. And yes.
I feel like a VIP.
Do you really? Well, you know what? I hope you feel like a VIP because we got that going on right this very second. Check-in number 5. So we're scouting for new traders to join one of the 10, count it, 10 Topstep VIP teams in January. We're getting this all together. We're going to have this launched in January. And just to let you know what we get from a VIP, if you are one of the chosen few, you're going to get 3 months free in a trading combine. You're going to get 2 free resets each month. And remember, there's no activation fee. A private Discord chat room with your coach and team. And we'll be dropping these check-in forms now randomly between now and January. This is check-in number 5. So a lot of you are keeping count, asking me, what number check-in is this? This is number 5. Okay, we didn't have one yesterday, busy day. And remember, the more check-ins, the better chances you do have. So we're going to have this pinned. What is it? We're going to have this one pinned here for a little bit longer than we usually do. We'll have this pinned at about till about 11, top of the hour here. So there is the link. We've put the link here in the top of the chat, and check it out, fill it out, and all I can say is good luck. Back to you, Andre.
Yes, absolutely. Look at this push higher here. Let's trade 21,163. This ray of sunlight that just will not get out of my face. So I apologize for that if it's distracting. We are in.
Close the windows, out. Baby.
I know. I know. All right, MP, update the oh no, we were working 3 at 168, correct? Good job, Michael. Sticking to the plan. MP, we got
almost right there.
Hold on, what are you doing? Hold on. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute. That's why. I couldn't hear him.
MP, I said board up that window.
I'm going to. Okay,
I know it's the time of the year where the sun starts to shift.
It's the sun move.
It's not the time of the year.
It's
always moving. My bad. The sun's finally moving. That time of the year, huh?
I know. That was a dumb one. And Marie, I walked right into that one, huh?
I caught it. I
walked right into that one. Okay, MP, we are out of 3.
We're out of 1.
Out of 1.
We're supposed to get out of 3?
At 68.
At 68, working 3 at 68.
Yeah, I need to get a little heads up. So we needed to have what working?
3 NQ, 68.
Big board is ready. Okay, again, we got the form pinned to the top of the chat for 15 minutes.
What we can do that I like, Michael, is if we miss that, you could also take another one off and then put 5 points above 68, and then you get the average price, reduce the risk. But up to you. Muhammad is not here at the moment.
What did he say? He said, "Take."
Yep. I was in mute and I was in mute.
Zone.
Just take one. Take one.
Get in here, Muhammad.
I was speaking.
Muhammad.
I was speaking. You know,
the entire time. Muhammad, tell him what you told him. Muhammad, what did you tell him?
Take one. Take one now.
Take one off now.
Yeah, at the offer, because we missed our target. Yeah.
There we got a
And
61
the
quarter.
one, yeah, and stop should be at point of entry. Shouldn't lose now.
Well, I have a button for that one. It's called B/E. And watch, boom, just hit it.
Please go higher.
Okay, and take the target to 60 to 70. The other one, the
Got
one
it.
that we already
That
have.
2,700 long in gold just triggered.
Oh, did you get in, Anne-Marie?
I did not. For some reason, I pulled it. I guess I was staring down the NQs. Knucklehead that I am.
That's all good. Won't be the first or last trade we'll miss in trading, of course. Just look at this. Look at the ES pushing higher here. Back by the dip last trade in the ES 59.94. Last trade in the NQ 21,158. I know the big board is ready. We got about 20 minutes left here on Fast Markets. House counts long. Mohammed is long. 60 points from all-time highs. Thank you, Coach Hoop.
Yeah. For me, my stop at 55. Last two green candle. But because I took 3 out of 5. For you, just keep it at point of entry because I can enter again now. Even if they took me out of my take profit, I will look for another long later on.
Another long later on. Okay. But right now we're still long, in the money.
Yep. Yeah, we took 2 out of 3 out of 5. The big prize is the stops above 172.
Yeah,
which is the
still
stops of
run
the
those
short.
hard.
Yeah, that's our profit. It's their losses. It's our profit.
Well, let's recap this real quick. What entry? What exit prices do we want? 168s.
Yeah, the original exit 67.50. I get out of three of 5 contracts, and I trailed my stop to last green candles at 55.50.
Okay.
And the target of the buyers at 185.50.
The executor hear that?
No, just trail it.
Trail it. Okay.
I got I got the break. Yeah. I got the break even we were talking about.
Nice.
If there's anything changed on that one, let me know. I got the 69
perfect.
One lot working at 69.75, which I think you guys said 70s. If that changed, let me know. Okay.
No, not change. And then after you take that, you will still have 2. You still have 2.
Still have 2. Correct.
We get that sense.
Correct.
Yeah. That what we will trail until forever.
Until forever, he says. Until forever. Look at this comment.
Throw it in.
Or last two candles breaking.
Get to the nut, yes.
Last 2 candles breaking.
Well, that's not forever, Mohammed. That's not forever. That's going to change.
That's the definition of don't kill the cow. Just leave a runner. So that is a runner that I will risk.
You're the best. Absolutely the best. Oh, look at the countdown clock for the VIP form to be taken down. We should be getting some 69s.
Yeah,
we get 69s there. There we go, Phil.
We got our 69s right there. We got 2, long 2. Yep. The break even still there.
No, 55 now.
55 for the stop. Trailing.
55 trail.
Because you already took 2/3 of your account trade size. Now you can trail it. Whatever comes is a bonus now.
Icing on the cake, Michael.
As some would say, icing on the cake.
The cherry on top.
Yeah. And this one wasn't 1-to-1 trade.
A little gravy.
This one was. Exactly. This trade was 1-to-121 risk to reward. So we take 2/3 at 1-to-1 21 risk to reward. That means we have at least 1-to-1 profit in this trade.
Okay, cool.
Math.
Cool.
Absolute perfect math. Keep the math on your side. We got about 18 minutes left here in fast markets. Again, house account long. A two guy in the NQ. Jack, if you want to come in, let's get some news.
Really quickly while Jack's coming in. Really quick, Jack, while Jack's coming in. You guys in the chat, whoever did you guys take this position? Did you fade it? And I went with it. I faded it. I did nothing. And again, no, we are not a signal provider. Throw this disclaimer up there. Do not follow anything ever that we do. Do what you do on your own personal
Because we lose sometimes.
Learn from others. Learn from others.
Yeah.
Learn from others. This is Muhammad style. It's not your style. You might have a little, shimmy in your shake that he doesn't in your style of trading.
And guess what? You can fade us and make money as well. So we can both make money.
Without being a jerk. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, this trade.
Thank you. You know how trading works. There's always another person on the other side.
While we were on the call with Gabe, this trade danced right around our stop. But looking all good. House account up 2,600 realized. We're still long.
Okay.
We have a trailing stop in the profit. Life is good. Let's hit two real quick news stories first. The main event today. Fed. Yeah. It'll be
almost
surprising.
Forget that.
Yeah. That's big, guys. Be careful. Trailing stops. 98.7% chance of a quarter point cut today. 1.3% of people are friggin' insane to think there's going to be a half point cut with what's happening in the markets right now. Yields been generally increasing, all-time highs and everything. But hey, you do you. That's what's expected. If that doesn't happen, watch the F out. I'm kind of surprised it's that high given how the markets have reacted a few days. Next, Michael, you wanted Ray Gun. Here's Ray Gun from Bleacher Report.
This one?
Retired.
Retired. Wow.
The GOAT.
What does that move?
I still have yet to see it, though. I haven't seen it.
It's cringe, man. It's cringe.
Is it?
It's cringe. It's bad.
The Roo, the breakdancer, the star of the Olympics.
She the first one to ever get 0 points?
I think she got some points for showing up.
Okay. Participation points in the Olympics.
Participation in the Olympics.
Like I'm pretty sure even if I tried to attempt a floor routine in gymnastics,
Do it,
I
Jack.
would get some points.
Do it.
Some points. Yeah. And I can do a somersault. So whatever the difficulty on that, we'll do it. But yeah, no more Ray Gun. She has retired into the make a new Hall of Fame for breaking. That's what we got as far as news. Gabe, do we want to do XFA to live call-ups right now as long as I'm on my soapbox?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's run it.
Let's show that certificate first.
Just trail the stop to 156.50, please.
Excellent.
1.5 up on the stops. Executor.
This 1.5 up on this is why I graduated from trading personal account and started being an executor on the house account, because I can enjoy this, not have to have all my brain around, and I'm learning from a trader that's 176th ranked at Topstep out of hundreds of thousands of people that have come to Topstep.
Big board coming soon.
Much easier living. Much easier living that way.
Certificate.
Thank you.
The people that have been called up to live. This is from November the 5th. We got John G, the G-Man from Texas, USA, hometown of San Antonio, but that is too long for that tiny little box right there. $13,200 starting balance, trading the NQ. Congratulations to John G.
Nice.
Let's see the rest of the list.
Check.
Along with John G, Romaine from France, where the Olympics were held and Ray Gun showed her brilliance. Cindy, Benjamin B, Elizabeth, and Christian from Switzerland. Yes, it is. Yes, the account is going in reverse. He actually started in live and is going back to XFA.
Nice.
And we'll meet somewhere in the middle until his combine dwindles and he dies a baby. That was a weird movie. Different Benjamin B from the US. Those are our call-ups for 11.5. Great job, everybody.
Some would say it's his best movie.
Oh gosh, what is happening today?
Okay, so while we're talking about that call up, folks, this is really important because we're gonna keep sharing. Did you see those folks? Just put it really back there. It is people are like, oh, I wouldn't want to be called up live, blah blah blah. These guys have taken payouts. Put that screen back up there. They've taken size payouts. They're starting on size live accounts. The last payout screen, guys, and then we can see that they have proven that they can take payouts. They have proven that they are in a position where you're not a sim trader anymore. Sorry. It's not even a sorry. Sorry sometimes to some people, but we don't say sorry here. We say congratulations. Welcome to the big leagues. Eddie's not on right now, but he would call it pro ball. Welcome to pro ball level trading. This is the top step of Topstep, both spelled differently. Now, these folks right here are starting on a live funded account. Live, real money prop. And they've already taken these payouts. And we're willing to work with them, increase their size. As you start trading well, we can look at different products that we have access to with our FCMs, Andre, and all that kind of great stuff.
Come on.
I love you.
You had to.
Couldn't
help it.
But there's going to be some changes. There's going to be some changes coming in. They're not happening yet, but I'm cooking with you guys right now. We were on a meeting yesterday. When you get called up live, these folks right here, when they get called up live, if they have XFAs, they will not be able to trade their XFAs because we want them focused solely on their live. Now, if they bury their live or if they take their money out of their live or however that works, then, they'll still have access to get back in the combine and all that kind of stuff. Or if you have XFAs sitting there, or sorry, not XFAs. If you pass the combine, they're sitting there. You just won't be, you'll have one live funded account. If you get called up live, this is like 5% of people, 10%, maybe, not even. So don't start freaking out, but you shouldn't freak out. You should get this as being like, I just got to the end of the rainbow at Topstep. And the end of the rainbow of Topstep has always been a live account. We will continue to do that. And that's the exciting thing that's going to be coming out. I'm floating that out to you guys. Another big thing that's going to be coming out that's good for helping traders stay in their swim lanes, help them become a better trader with healthier habits is we're going to have probably, most likely, and the number can change, but we're going to have a maximum amount of active combines you can have. You can't have 100. You can't have 50. You can't have 20. It might be 10. It might be 10. The maximum active combines you can have. We want to, again, bring people down so they're not all over the place. We're also going to talk about, this is all talking about stuff. You'll see the announcements in your email if we do anything. Email announcements, that's when change happens. Max resets, 2 per account per day. Nobody's going to be going 16 resets in a day. I know somebody did that. I talked about it one time, and they hit up our team. They're like, "Hey, you shouldn't be talking about me. I'm just trying to work my best." And they're awesome individual, and they got funded again and all that kind of stuff. We weren't knocking on you. I just don't think somebody should reset 16 times in a day. That's not the spirit of the program of learning. So those are the 2 things I'm floating it to you guys because we're going to read kind of your thoughts. Maximum 10 combines is what we're talking about. Active going on. I would just be 1. That's just me. I would be 1. Maximum 2 resets a day per account. Oh boy. That's where we're at. If you've already reset twice and you had an account and then you reset, you're 3 strikes. You're out. Sit. It's the end of the day. You're not reading today well. We'll listen into Topstep TV. Learn how somebody else's style is working for the day or not.
MB, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, what you are doing is opposite of what
everybody
other prop firms will do, because they will like you to keep resetting. If you do 100 times,
new highs,
that is
pushing
better.
Higher,
so thank you very much of that. Yeah, you are protecting.
Thanks, Mohammed. I appreciate that. We've never followed other firms except for learning about things that actually is helping that individual. There's always one that I will hang my hat on that we did follow that I've never been totally proud of because it's not for me, but it's for others. Is copy trading. I'm just not a fan of it. Okay. I don't really see how
Stop 173.50.
Pushing higher, you guys. New highs.
Please.
Let's get back to these markets. New highs. 21,182. Got
173.50 trailing. Yeah.
Go ahead.
173.50. Target is 185.
Just blew out a bunch of stops too. So
never exit. Just keep the cow milking here. Milking the cow.
That cow.
Until the last drop.
You're speaking Michael's
till the last drop. I used to have. You guys can share it sometime. Danielle, you might have the picture out there. I had a cow named Daisy. There's a picture of me with Daisy. I milked a cow every day. 2 families, fed 2 families. It was great. I was junior in high school. Flipping cows.
All right, we got the big board coming up. We got 8 minutes left here. If we got the big board ready to go, let's bring it in. We got about 8 minutes. We got appreciations. Markets are moving, pushing higher here. Let's go. Bring in that big board. Robert, what do we got?
All right, there's the big board. Well, first we have to start with that nice, powerful drum roll. Let's get that running, rock and rolling, banging away.
Stockholm hammer.
And there we have it. The big board, the big board. I'm just going to highlight, there's not a lot of movement on here, but one thing I really recognized when I was going through these stats is if you look at the reds, those are the negatives. Negative meaning the ones that fell back. We have Michael T fell back 1 spot, and then Raymond fell back 3 spots. But if you look at who moved up, there are a lot. There's 81, there's 12, there's 19, 13, 121. So as the traders are moving up to the big board, they are growing by leaps and bounds. And if you're slipping off the big board, it's usually only by a couple of ranks or 2. So this is amazing. What is that showing? To me, it's just showing we're trying. We're doing better. The traders are just being consistent, and they're making those pushes. And if they're losing a little, they're only losing a little bit and just sliding back a little. So I wanted to really point that out when I was going through these stats today. I thought that was really impressive for all of our traders. 50K, this is for Dylan D. Dylan D was at 140, ranked 140, moved up to 19 in 1 day. But how did Dylan do that? Trading the micro NASDAQ on a 50K account. Can you believe that? 50K. Small win rate. It's only 38%. I believe it's 39%, excuse me. The average win is $398. The average loss is $113. The additional side of that is the time for the winners is 9 minutes. The time for the losers is 6. So Dylan is holding his winners 30% or 33% longer than his losers, and he's 3 times as high on the winners versus the losers. And that's how you do that. Now, I pulled up one more thing. We don't have this particular chart right now. It's something that we're working on, but it's where the rank was. Now, Dylan, since September 27th, was ranked number 33 and stayed 33 until November 5th, dropped to 140, but then came right back again. And that's not just because they did bad. It's a whole bunch of traders get pushing up and pushing up and pushing up, like I said at the very, very beginning. But this is great. This is the standard. This is the de facto. This is the cream of the crop. If you're out there and you're watching, you're on chat and your YouTube, this is where you want to be. You want to be on the Top Step big board. Bar none, case closed, full stop. This is where it's at. We hope to see you on there. We're going to keep showing the top 25, and we'll dig into some more stats as this process matures a bit more. But Andre, team, we'll go back to you. We got to wrap this up pretty soon. I'll see you guys at group coaching, but before that, it'll be Dobie and myself, the power players with funded trader Stanley. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, Robert, how about this rally, Mohammed? I see you smiling in the background.
180.
Mohammed, you haven't taken that
180.
Mohammed's been smiling the entire time. Go ahead, Mohammed. We got appreciations coming up. Mohammed cannot take the smile off his face. Can we get to 21,200 in the NASDAQ? Can we get to 6,000 in the ES? We got about 4 minutes left here on Fast Markets. House of House long. What do we got? MP, we're long a two guy? We're 40 points in the money.
Forever. Until the next bar.
Forever, yeah.
Until the next
All right.
bar.
Where do we have the stops at right now, Michael?
We 73 half, 21173 half. NASDAQ, guys.
Should be 80.
Right away. I know
Stop
appreciation.
Stop to 80. Stop to 80.
Stop to 80.
And about to make it 84. So we are preparing ourselves to exit actually here.
That's
84, Michael.
84.
Check. Well, we should start doing that like a trading floor. When you say something like a clerk, I didn't reply like a clerk because the clerk checks traders' trades while the traders are in the pit. And you go, hey, Mohammed said move it to 84, and I'll go check. That's what you say to you. If
we want to get technical, Michael, pay 84 for 2 NQ.
There you go.
Mohammed says pay 84 for 10 for 2.
Or 84 on 2.
Yes, then I would say check.
There's a fairly big
87.
offer for
Pay 87. 87.
87 for 2.
21,200.
Checking.
I like this system.
This will be nice.
And
It feels like the
just watch when the market hit the last 2 candles. What will happen?
I'll tell you what's going to happen right now, Mohammed. Besides this market rallying, we're coming to the conclusion of Fast Markets. Boy, it's been action-packed today. We had Michael's nephew joining us. We had Mohammed joining us. Anne-Marie joining us. We're seeing new all-time highs in the ES. Can we get to 6,000s? And fix your window. I'm trying to, Michael. I will fix my window. It's just this one time. It's the first time it's done this.
Getting shit off my mind.
I know. Yeah, it's kidding. Now it's getting in my mind. Anyways, all right.
I gotta go.
Right about now, we do appreciations. We'd like to do appreciations right now. Again, we got the VIP form pinned to the top of the chat for the next 5 minutes. You see on the countdown clock, 4.5 minutes to be specific. Here's appreciations. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way. Few things. And you know what? If Biden, bar none, Eddie, I'm going to come to you after this, but I'm going to Anne-Marie because Anne-Marie, last time we were on, I forgot you in appreciations. I skipped you. I don't even know if you remember. I skipped you. I forgot you. So I want to apologize for that. I want Anne-Marie, what are you appreciative for? Take as much time as you need. I'm so sorry about last time.
Well, I'm appreciative for you, Andre. I am. You're the perfect MC on the day, always high energy, always ready to go, always pulling us to the center of the road instead of letting us run off the rabbit trails. So always appreciative for you. And I love my Topstep family. I know that when I come on here on Topstep TV, I have a constant smile on my face because there's just so much fun and energy. Appreciative of Mohammed, who teaches such a nice, clean, solid way of trading. Always appreciative for MP, who has really made this format just a beautiful place, and all the folks that are in the background that just make things run. Just so grateful to be on Topstep TV.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. All right, throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday?
You know, when we logged in for opening call, I did say, okay. Here we go. Okay. What I was appreciative when I did say it early this morning, the community puts a smile on my face each and every day. All these people in here, it's really good to have a community like we do, and I appreciate it to the fullest. And thank you for being with us, everyone. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right. I'm going to save who we got here. Mr. Mohammed, what are you appreciative for today?
Thank you very much. Before my appreciation, I would like to congratulate the American people and America about the transition of the new president, the peaceful transition. Hopefully peace forever for America and our friends actually there. And I wish the best for Trump. If you like Trump, congratulations. If you don't, guess what? Who cares? This will not affect you. You can be successful. Changing the president is not the thing that put you away from your dreams. And life is full of struggles. If you don't like the policy or something, this is struggles. Everybody will face it. Whoever in the office. So congratulations. Hopefully that we have better 4 years and for the world as well. My appreciation goes to MB first because he's creating this craft, actually, Topstep, something that I'm telling you, without Topstep, I wouldn't be sitting here. I will be bailed of loans and, struggling in life. He made my life easier. He make me a trader. So thank you very much, MB, and I will save other appreciation for other days.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I'm jumping here, Jim. I appreciate you, Mohammed. I have not had the luxury or blessed with sitting with an individual like you that can carve up the conversation of his strategy so well, both speaking it out and, as Ann said earlier, visually. That was sweet. And you're doing these arrows that are dropping in, and that was cool. That was very, very cool. I'm going to ask you a quick question because it's sitting behind you. It's been sitting behind you the whole morning. What have you done today that your future self would thank you for? Muhammad, have you done anything? It's still very early. Well, actually, for you, your day's about over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do today that your future self would thank you for?
Attending this session with you, actually. This is one thing that my future will thank me for.
Well, I will see you in the future because we'll be doing this again. I do appreciate you. Appreciate for everybody, the production team, for everything we're doing. We're dialing things in and making it the best damn show we could possibly do. And everybody did a hell of a job with that. So thank you guys for all that. Much appreciated for the level up that we're
Stop 89. Stop 89.
Stop 89.
We're out.
I'll forget.
We're out. Stop 89. We are quick house account update.
Up 4,000. Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you. Thank you. Opening call range play. John Hoagland coming up with that one. That was great.
Awesome stuff, guys. All right, on the next side of this, we got power players coming up. You might remember him, the first ever Pass with the Pros participant from Brooklyn, New York, Stanley P. joining us. On the other side of this, as power players, this is Top Step TV. Let's go.
welcome to Power Players. We got Robert, and we got our very favorite, very first Pass with the Pros. Oh, wrong way, Robert. There you go. Pass with the Pros expert here. We got Stanley back, aka Stan Coin, also with a brand new, what is that, little LED, or is that fluorescent behind you, Stanley?
Yeah, it's a LED.
Hell yeah, that looks awesome. And you get a new wallpaper, or is that always been there?
Spicing it up a little bit. Just
yeah,
a wallpaper.
It's looking good, man.
You know.
Looking good.
Yeah.
So Stanley, you're the first person ever to pass with the pros, pass a trading combine live on air. We heard in the green room that today might have been your best day ever trading. Is that true?
Yeah, today was definitely one for the books for sure. Definitely was able to secure 3 more 150 combos. So today was definitely a great day.
That is awesome. And if you like Stanley, make sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Stanley, since you're starting to get your background kind of freshened up, are you going to dive into the waters of YouTubing?
100%. I actually, so I've had a channel here, and I've been uploading videos, here and there, but I'm definitely going to be posting more. So definitely follow the YouTube Stancoin, the Instagram as well, same handle Stancoin. Just my channel for real though is gonna mostly be based for new beginning traders, so people that were kind of like me 2 years ago who wanted to get in but had no idea where to begin, and also people that want to like invest, and just a lot of people don't necessarily know where to put their money and how to manage their money. So definitely going to be diving into all of those topics there.
Well, that's awesome. That sounds fantastic. And then whoever's running chat, we'll go ahead and drop your YouTube link into the into chat here. Maybe we can get a pin or something for that for a while. But definitely give Stanley a follow. Truly a good trader. And if you missed that whole storyline a couple months ago, I think Stanley, what you were on like four or five times trying to get that trading combine pass, and you were down $60 at one point. And then how you got your nickname is 60 Cent.
60 Cent. Yep, that's right. That's right.
That was awesome. So, what are you looking at the markets right now? You want to go over what your great trade was, and then if you see anything awesome, we got Robert here who's managing the house account. He can throw in your trade ideas into the Real Money Live account. But let's go over your excellent trading day so far.
Absolutely. So let's go down back to where we opened. Well, where New York opened, at least. So really all this week, with all the news that's going on, we've just been rallying up ever since Sunday. We kind of pulled down, and we've just kind of been going up since then. So really it was, and this comes with time, but it was a little bit easier to read the markets this week, especially with we had the elections on Tuesday. We have, FOMC later on today. So lots of news, lots of earnings as well last week going into this week. So really, that's pretty much has been what's been driving the market. So then this morning I was able to pretty much capitalize on the longs here. Now I was a little nervous going into today, because I was like, I wasn't too sure if we were going to actually end up getting over the 21,000s, but we were pretty close. And just seeing all the liquidity that was juicing up on Bookmap, we definitely hit it. So one thing that was very that I've noticed that has been working very well, and I can say shout out to Topstep, is definitely this the VPVR, where it really shows you the point of control. I have really liked that, and I have definitely implemented that into my trading, and that has made a good difference for me.
I want to get Robert in here. He's been on air for 12 minutes, sitting in pure silence, meditating. Robert, what is that indicator that he's referring to in Topstep X?
Yeah, Dobie, that's a perfect segue, because I was just going to jump in there and talk about the. If you're looking at Stanley's screen right now. On the left chart, the right side of the left chart, so about the middle of the screen, is volume profile. That's pretty much pretty much it is. It shows you the number of contracts traded at that particular price level. So you can see towards the bottom, he has a purple line going across. That's the point of control, and that is the level where the most contracts were traded. But now, if you look from the bottom, you start going up a little bit. There's a little bit of a curve in there. The volume, the more volume, the further left it goes because it's the right profile. You see how it sinks down to the right towards the price scale, but then it comes back up again. And if I'm just giving some price ranges, that point of control is around 21,106. The low area is around 21,130, and then the next peak is around 21,148, 150. There we go. Right over to the charts. I can highlight that for you on the top. We have our first peak. We have a valley, and then we have our second peak. Now, what this means is the area between those two levels, let's call it 58 to 68. So right between those two levels, there was not many contracts traded, and that's called the low volume area. So it's not a lot of volume at those price levels, not candle volume, price level volume. And what does that mean? It means potentially, again, with this, we're speculators here, since there wasn't much action there before, there wasn't a lot of interest at those levels, price may come back down through that rather quickly. So when you see those low volume areas trading from peak to peak, those can be potential opportunities. Now, if the point of control is sitting right there and the other one's close, you're going to have a little bit of resistance, a little bit of support between those two areas going up and down. So as Stanley was saying, using volume profile, hats off to you for doing that. There's only a couple things that I think make a difference, and everybody's trading style is different. But if it shows you where the most volume is traded, it's just going to show you where, at least historically, the most interest was. And if it starts coming back down to a really heavy area, a lot of times it's round numbers, around point of control, around high of day, around low of day, around previous day close. It may be something maybe was like, hold on, let's just see what price does here. Let's see what the market, let's see the reaction to these particular levels. Is it always right? No, of course not. Nothing is. The final thing I'll say here is if on my particular chart, the colors of it, on the right-hand side, you see a light blue, and then above that is a gray, and below that is gray also. What I've highlighted in this blue area is the value area, and I am using, so y'all know, I'm using 80%. So 80% of all the volume is shown in that light blue area. The other 20% is above and below. Now, since a whole bunch was below of that remaining 20% and not much above, just shows the market pushed up quickly. We hung around, and then we drove back through again, and we'll see what happens when we get back down to the point of control, roughly around 21,150. Stanley, I would love to hear your interpretation of that, because there's different types of profiles, right? We can have one that's really heavy at the top and real thin on the bottom, the P-shaped profile, or the B-shape where it's heavy on the bottom and just drove to the top. How do you use it in your trading, Stanley?
Right. So for me, I like to focus on where most of the volume was and to see, okay, exactly what happened. So even if we look here, session pretty much started. We kind of pulled down below VWAP a little bit. We rallied up. We pulled back down. We pulled back down.
What price?
But then
for the radio.
29.12.
There we go.
Yeah, so that's where the point of control and it varies for like the different charts. I'm on the 15-minute here, but it doesn't vary that much. But I'm on the 15-minute here, so you guys can see how the session pretty much started. We pulled below, we rallied a little bit above it. We came over here up into the 960s, and then we came back down. Now, right here, this was during London, so I don't necessarily trade London. But when I woke up this morning and I saw this and I saw the volume, and considering the market structure that we've been having for the past couple of days, I was already able to form my bias. And you say, you know what? We're not going to go any lower than this point for the rest of the day. And that was, just looking at the market structure. And once again, we've just been rallying up since the beginning of the week. So I know today we have FOMC later on. So this morning I was looking to see if we were going to, peak below and start to gather up some liquidity down back into the 20,000, the low, the low 20,000s or like the mid 20,000s. But when I woke up, we were already well above that point of control. So for me, that tells me, okay, well, at this point, this is pretty much probably going to be the low, and we're going to be rallying up for here. So now I'm looking for buys, and I'm just looking for pullbacks to get into those buys. That's kind of why, if you see here, I'll always have this dual chart. I'll have the 15-minute or the 5-minute up here, but then on my entries, I'm looking at the 1 minute, sometimes even down to the 15 seconds for entries, because I'm looking to see, okay, I'm bullish. Structure has been telling me we've been bullish. The volume profile has shown me where most of the orders are. Even looking at the Bookmap and looking at all the other tools, it's everything is screaming bullish. So at that point, you just have to look for pullbacks and then look to get in.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Oh, actually, a question in chat here from Sophia Mohammed. What is your VWAP settings?
Let's get into it. I can just show you right here. So,
also Miko had the same question as well. Chat's on the same page.
These
what
are my
settings?
These are my settings here. You guys can go ahead and screenshot them. I like my anchor period at the session, and then I have the high, low, close. Some people, have it at the open and the high. I kind of like a mix of the high, the low, and the close.
Perfect. Look at that. Maybe we can even get that for some video content later. Stanley's very, very special volume profile settings. So, Stanley, you had a great trading day already. Are you still looking for trades in this market? And what excellent trade ideas can you provide us for the house account? Follow along here.
So, I am not looking for trades in the market. Like I was saying earlier, I had my biggest day today. I was able to lock up about 4,500, and that's exactly what I needed to pass the 3 combines. So now I am currently sitting at 5 150K XFAs just waiting to be activated, and so I'm really excited about that. So I'm not looking for any trades. I might even take the weekend off, get my mind right, and then come back Monday. But I want to see what happens with the meeting right now. Just in a couple of hours, we do have the FOMC numbers that are the rates that are going to be coming out, and then we have the meeting 30 minutes after. So I would definitely suggest, and please take this from me, I'm very transparent. I have, on days like today, in the past, I've blown a lot of accounts on days like today, anticipating and trying to catch the big move. Don't do it. Do not do it. If you are going to trade through this, just make sure your size is cut down on the size. Right now, it looks like there's a lot of orders stacking up around the 200s. So, but once again, we're kind of getting close to around that meeting. And one thing that I've seen in the past is that we gather up a lot of liquidity right, before the meeting, and then once the news comes out, liquidity usually gets taken on both sides. So check your positions. I would say definitely before the meeting. I wouldn't be trading this for sure. We've been bullish pretty much, like I said, since the week has started. So, I wouldn't change my sentiment until the charts show me otherwise. So right now I would just be looking for pullbacks and looking to buy. Right now I would probably be looking for pullbacks around the 160s. And see if we could take it up to the 160s and see if we could, go to the 200s. We're kind of in that that range between between like close to the 200s and the mid 90s and the 60s. So right now I would look for, if we were to pull back to the 60s, I wouldn't mind definitely getting a long on and seeing if we could actually break past that 200 level, because we've kind of been. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say if you're not gonna be taking trades, it doesn't mean we can't take any trades. So if you see a setup
Right.
that you would
Right.
take, we will be glad to take it. Keep your account safe, Stanley. We don't need you blowing up any accounts on air for our sake.
Oh, yeah,
but we can still place those trades for you. So if you see something good, live vicariously through us, Stanley. Also, chat gave you a ton of props for passing your 150K accounts. That is not easy to do. That is awesome that you achieved that.
Thank you. Yeah, no,
that's great. We're really
wasn't
pushing up
easy.
against. Yeah, but congratulations, Stanley. Chat, like Dobie said, chat giving you props, and we love you around here. I mean, you came back on and passed with the pros, so that was a fun. It's a little bit behind the scenes seeing that. It was a blast, kind of a couple different times there, right? Those fast markets was fun. Want to show about the all-time high. This maybe I would say difference of opinion, but if you look at the NDX. That's really like the spot prices for NQ versus the futures prices. So that all-time high is 21,214 half. 21,214.5. I had it marked up in my chart. You should probably put it on yours as well. We are right at the getting close. That I mean, we're I'm gonna do a quick math. Get a little ruler here. We were only about 14, 15 handles away, and we are currently right about 40 away. And we know with NQ that can go by in a flash. Thank you again, Stanley, for talking about the FOMC. To clarify the time, which you were corrected, is FOMC is at 2 p.m. Central Time. That's the announcement. And then a half hour later, as you mentioned, the Fed Chair press conference, 2:30 Central Time. So those listening in different time zones, we just want to shout out to them the exact times on when those are happening. Finally, the VIP form has been removed for those asking about it. And I'll throw something out there that you need to be here to get them, and the more you're here, the more forms you get, the better chances you have at getting your name drawn and put in there into the pick solution. So if you come here saying, has the form been pinned? If you missed it, yeah, sorry, but we'd love to have you hanging around and being with TopstepTV all day. We appreciate you.
There will be more forms, though. The forms are going all the way until January. So hang in there, chat. There will be more coming. Coach Hoop, crude is on new highs. Robert, do you want to walk us through some of the other markets real fast, just to give us eyes on something other than NASDAQ real fast, just a walk through the poppies, if you will?
Sure, I'll do that, and I have a confirmation here. They were talking that is 1 p.m. Central Time. I'm looking at the Econo calendar. I want to make sure it's there, so let's get it. Andre, thank you for doing the confirmation, but we want to be absolutely clear. I believe this is set up for Central Time, but we will make sure of that exactly what's going on with this. So bear with it. So while we're looking through, let's look through some of the markets. Let me switch over real quick. You're looking at a Topstep X live trader screen right now. And to make things easy, I like to show some shortcuts. I want to look at ES. So I'm simply, as long as I'm clicked somewhere in my chart, so it's the active window, I'm going to type ES and notice it pulls right up with the symbol search. Okay, so there we have ES. I'm going to switch to a time frame just because everybody likes time frames. It's not going to look so bad, different as on a tick chart. So there's our time frame. That is a 15-minute chart on the top, pushing up and up and up and up. I had a line in there from Anne-Marie's Long back a few days ago on 57.50. We don't need that line in there anymore. We are pushing up at 59.97. Will we hit 6,000? Will we hit 6,000? We can find that out. I don't know if we need a poll or anything, but I think we're going to hit it by the end of the day.
We definitely need a poll, Robert. What are you talking about? Chat, are we going to hit 6,000 in the ES today? Whoever's on chat, put that poll in. Let's go. Let's figure that one out. Very curious to see.
While you're pulling that poll out there, we are confirming 1 o'clock. Thank you to the team back there. It's really weird. I refreshed my screen. It's still showing 2 o'clock. I'm looking at Central Time. That's why I had to go on. We have a great team. Everybody's watching our backs. Chat put in there as well. So we just want to 1 o'clock Central Time. Everything I have is on Central Time. Not sure why that didn't refresh, but it's still there. We want to make sure we're correct. That is the correct 1 o'clock Central Time. Thanks, Andre. Thanks to team. Thanks, Gabe. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, chat. And that poll should be coming up pretty soon.
Sweet.
While you're doing that, let's take a look at oil. I'm just going to type in CL as it shows up. There's our crude oil. 72.35 from 70.64 of the low. Again, you're looking at the top screen is a 15-minute chart. And Stanley, if you see something, please feel free to jump in, cut me off. We're just going through the markets here. We had a high yesterday of 72.63. high a day before that, 72.67. So we're only about 30 cents off of that right now. I wonder if oil is going to push up as well. You look at our other featured product as gold. There's a sweeping movement right there. Wow, we dropped way off from 27.57.8 area all the way down to 26.50. Wow, 100 points down. Wow. And then we're right back in 27.06. That is GC. That is gold. We don't look at the Dow, Dobie?
Just pull it up for a second. We're gonna get back to Stanley right after the Dow, but we'll pull up the Dow chart. Look at that run.
Let's look at the Dow chart. Yeah, let me get rid of some of the lines that I had marked out in here from the other day. Yeah, so let's see from yesterday. We're talking the 5th is 1,720.
That's a lot of points.
That is a lot of points. Hey, Stanley, we're getting pretty close to your level here. Are you still interested in longs? We're only about 10 points away.
100%. I would. I'm actually gonna take a trade on the practice here because I would take this setup. So if we could pull back to, like I said, the 60s, I'm gonna get in and see if we could ride it up to the 200s.
Robert,
For anybody that's this is not
go
this is definitely I want to make sure clear, this is not advice. We're just talking what we see here.
Right. If we had a little disclaimer, make sure put the disclaimer up. But if you're a frequent flyer, you shouldn't be copying, being a trade copier. This is not a signal service. This is for educational value only. Some call it tradertainment.
I like how Stanley says, "Light it up, light it up." Fire it up.
Yeah, look at that. Man, production team is on fire today. So, Stanley, how do you said you're going to switch to the practice account. You see your setup, you take your setup. Is that how you use your practice account, is just to always lock in and make sure you're just opening a chart and taking those specific trades?
Yes, exactly. So I definitely believe in, putting in, especially for people that are newer, you have to get as much chart time as possible. That's the only way. I mean, you can read books, you can listen to podcasts, you can do all these things. They're great. They're all great things, but you have to put in as much chart time as possible. The thing that I love, especially once again, even, with Topstep, the practice account is exactly like the real thing. So you can literally just, if you have a trade idea, go inside the practice account, see if it plays out, take some notes to see, see what happened. And then just go from there. Even I think it was yesterday, I was like, you know what? Like, I was already up. And then I said to myself, you know what? I don't want to give back any profits. I'm not too confident in this setup. Let me go to my practice account and let me take it. And then I don't even think it played out. But once again, it's just, being able to use the practice account to your advantage. I like to use the practice account when I really want to take a trade, but I'm not too sure, or, I'm already up on the day and I'm not confident in the setup, but I still want to see if it plays out. Just go to the practice account. That's the best way. That's the best way to use it. And that has actually helped.
71% long. Knocking on the door for the highs here in the crude 72.67. 35 is trading right now. 69% in the money. Crude.
Thank you so much for that update. And then whoever's on pins and polls and chats and things, group coaching. That is coming up. We'll make sure we get our questions in for group coaching. You can ask our coaches some questions. Please submit those. If you are on chats and polls and pins, please get that link in there and pin it up top. Get those awesome questions in for group coaching. Also, FOMC at 1 p.m. Central Time today. That is going to bring some volatility. And Stanley, you said you were kind of sitting on it. Yeah, only did you get your money today, but with FOMC on the horizon, probably a pretty wise idea just to lock it up.
Oh,
Tinka, guess what we hit?
6,000.
Oh, Eddie.
Ooh, look at that.
My God, 60.
There we go.
60. 6,000. Holy K-Rap, Batman.
Yeah, that's a big one. Are we going to get, I think that's 6,000. Are we going to get a pullback off of 6,000, though? Stanley, are you watching the ES at all? Are you sticking with the NQ primarily?
I'm looking at the ES right now as well, and I believe because I'm looking at both right now. But it looks like we got a pullback on NQ because we hit 6,000s in ES, and now we're getting a pullback. I would get in. I'm gonna actually get in long here.
Robert, you ready for this one?
Yeah, I am. Call that price out. We want to follow you with the house account. Tell me what the price level is. We're going long, and how many contracts there.
So I got in 3, and I'm at 70 and a quarter, 170 and a quarter. Let's see.
Oh, you're on NQ. I better change that.
Yeah, I'm on NQ.
170 a quarter. Okay, you're in for 3. We are going to follow you. We were going to mark it in, and where would you like a target on this one, Stanley? And we're going to keep our stop relative.
190.
190. You got it. Hey, I'll call this trade out here for our lovely team here in a moment.
190, and then I have my stops at 157 and 3/4.
157 and 3/4. Okay, we're going to follow you in there. Not a big amount, so we can actually say that. So the house account, following Stanley, we are long 3 NQ. Entry price is 21168. 21168.
Love it.
We have a target of 21190.
I need my glasses. I gotta like zoom in on. Is it possible to like zoom in on those numbers or no? Probably just me going blind, chat, losing my eyesight. I don't want to.
I have the scale size up on the right. Yeah. So this is about a 2-to-1, roughly on here, 2-to-1. Nice. Is that what you have, Stanley? Because the risk you gave us is 660, and then the target is 1335. I might be off by a tick or two on those, but
yeah, just about.
All right.
Stanley, going with the gray background there on your charts, it's pretty controversial. Do you want to talk about why you selected a gray background instead of a light black one like everyone typically has?
I just kind of like the gray and the blue. It's just an eye thing for me.
I think it looks nice. It looks really nice. I like the color scheme. Chat, what is your color scheme on your charts? What's your primary and secondary color for your charting? I'm very curious to see. I'm more of like a black and gray type of guy, you know, easy on the eyes. Every now and then you see a light background chart. It's pretty rare. So I applaud you for kind of being a cutting edge in your chart color choices, and also excellent trade so far. Nice momentum there.
Yeah, this is going good, and I like that volume profile. We're about the same thing. I have mine set to a visible range volume profile, so we're looking at it from the U.S. Open is where I have it. Let me back up just a little bit. There we go. From the U.S. Open, it's calculating. We have kind of a high volume node right about where we entered. And Stanley, that's a pretty good entry. I got to tell you, I was a little nervous at the beginning because we were dropping off. ES was pulling down. And we had a low volume area right below where our entry was, which I will circle. So that low volume area was between 54 and 64. So I was a little nervous here, to be honest with you. Coming back down against it. Showing there, if it entered that low volume area, like I said before, talking about volume profile, I would expect that to drop through quickly. It didn't. So that's a great call. We're in the house accounts following along with you. Let's see if we can get up to that 211.90. I'm at 90.5, so I'm going to pull that down just a little bit, make sure we're right on par here, because that's right at the last tick of that last high. So we want to make sure we're
right. Are we peel? Are we going all in, all
I would
out?
Start peeling. I would start peeling.
Okay.
I would probably peel
right now.
One here. I would peel one here.
Okay. Excellent. One is out. We locked in $224 profit, unrealized up 500. No. Should I move my target or stop?
I would move stops to break even at this point. We're
excellent.
about 10 points away from our profit target. So
should we take one more off?
Yeah, I would take one more off. I'll take one.
Okay, bam. Took one more off. There you have it, sir. We are locked in $452.50 in profit. We have an unrealized at $285. Our stop is set to break even. There is no way we can lose on this trade. We would stop out at 452 if we get stopped out, or we're going to claim up another about $400 or $500. Thank you, Stanley. Let's do this.
Damn, love it.
Nice
great,
call.
great stuff. Oh, look at this. Group coaching form has been pinned to the top of chat, so please submit your questions for group coaching. We have not Jack and Ben, group coaching. Oh, Jack and Robert. Robert, you're going to be here for group coaching, so yeah, give these questions to Robert. He's literally here right now. You can ask him in like 50 minutes, 40 minutes or so. 40 minutes or so, but love the momentum here so far in this NASDAQ trade. Great call by Stanley. Stanley, how important is it to even just hop into a practice account and just hit your entry just to get the reps, right? You want to see your entry, take your entry, and you're getting paid for it. That must be a nice feeling.
It's very imperative. It's very important. For me, like, you know, everybody saw I passed the 50K combine live, you know, on air with Pass with the Pros, but you know, my goal was to end up, you know, where I'm at right now, and I'd said, you know, I want to get, you know, the maximum amount of funding I possibly can with Topstep. So because of the practice account, I was able to, you know, I have a 150K practice account just to start to get my eyes used to the numbers. You know, when you're in a 50K and you're on the micros versus you're firing up 2 to 3 minis, it's a different ball game. And, you know, seeing the numbers, you know, definitely seeing the numbers, you know, can play on your emotions. Yeah, we're getting close here. Literally close. Like a what?
You want to keep it, or is it close enough, my friend?
Yeah, say 10% rule on this one, or you hold it?
Yeah, I mean, we're close. We're close enough. We're pulling back now.
Boom. Sold. Yeah. So there you have it. I'm going to update the. Keep it on your screen. I'm going to update our internal P&L board for the house account. We have closed that position. Thank you very much to Stanley. We have a realized P&L of plus 766. Plus 766. Way to go, Stanley. We need a round of applause. Let's get a W in the chat.
W for seriously.
W for Stanley. Absolutely.
That was an excellent one, Stanley. I think you're still hanging in there, right, with your little one lot.
I close it. But once again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, if you guys look here on the left side of the chart here, if we look at this area here, the point of control here is showing me what we're at 21,163. So on, you know, I was looking at the 160s. I got in at 170. So a little and I got in based off of looking at these candles here, looking to see, okay, well, you know, we came back to this area, but once again, we came back down to the 60s and we rallied up. Like, it's one of those things where it's, once again, I explained kind of what I was looking at, and we saw the trade and we took it. It played out, and now we'll just, you know, wait to see if we see another setup. And I feel like that's the way people should go about their trading. Really, you know, no matter what your strategy is, if you're SMC, ICT, whatever you do, if you're trading, you know, whatever it is, Wyckoff, you're looking at I don't know, shapes, anything. Just stick to your strategy. Make sure you have a plan, and then just go from there.
That is awesome stuff.
This was an amazing trade.
You're doing your old man proud.
Stanley, would you rebid 160s if we got back down there again?
I would actually.
Cool.
This time I would actually wait because I got in at I got a bad fill. I got it at 170. So I would actually wait because we came down to 60, 62, 60. Mm-hmm. We came out to 63 and a half. So I would wait until at least 65, and then I would rebid that.
Nice. And what do you see on the?
I'm still holding.
Yeah. So what do you see on the 15-second chart that helped you get into that trade?
Let me see if I can draw this here. So 1 second here. Where is it? Where's my little favorites thingy? I'll show you right now. So
trading on. Oh, here you go. Got it.
Yeah. So if we look here, this is about what 158. If we're looking here, I mean, yeah. If we look here, and for me, the 15-second chart, like I said, for me, I realize I've gotten better entries there, and I also I keep the 15 minutes so I can really see, like the 15-minute and the 5 minutes, so I can see what's happening. But in terms of my entry, 1 minute 15, 15 second, because here it really shows you exactly like what's happening, within seconds. And I like to try to get the best possible entry that I could possibly get. So we came down to 158. We pushed up, we came back down over here to 167. So and then even looking at the order book, it's showing me the same thing. So looking at the market structure, we didn't necessarily break this low. We came here, we made another low, rallied up, we came here, but we never broke this low. So once we got close to it, I would have always said, you know what, I'm still bullish. Although we're coming right back down, I'm still bullish, and I'm going to take a trade. If we break this low, then I'm out. I'm changing my bias, because now, at least according to this 15-second chart, I would be bearish. According to the 15-second chart, not in general, but that's kind of how I like to go about my my trades. I like to see like what's happening right now. Yes, I'm bullish overall, but if this low broke, then on the 15-second chart, the chart is telling me at that point that we're bearish. So I'm out of my trade. My idea is wrong, and that's it. And it's okay to be wrong sometimes. Like, you will be wrong.
It's okay to be wrong
as a trader. You're going to be wrong all the time.
It's like kind of Mr. Rogers of you, but it's so true. Like, it is okay to be wrong, especially in trading. It's gonna happen.
100%.
And I like me, and people like me.
That's right. I'm gonna be wrong, and I'm still gonna love myself. It's okay to be wrong. It is true, though. It is okay to be wrong. You don't want to beat yourself up and then go into like a doom spiral of I'm a terrible trader because one little wrong thing happened. Be nice to yourself, chat. It's okay.
Right.
Wait for tomorrow.
Hey, Stanley, I got a question here for you, buddy.
Ooh.
Sure.
I got a question. Sophia's asking, what's your VPVR setting?
I'll go right back to it. Let's see. Where is it? Okay. So I have the roll size at 200. I have the value area at 70, but I might see how I like the 80 percent that Rob did. I kind of liked how his looked. So I'm gonna, matter of fact, let me put it here now, and I'll test it out on the practice account and see how I like that.
Ooh, like that. Taking that. And Q's still kind of stuck in this little 5-minute range. Maybe we get a little pullback here off of 190 and we can rebid 160s. Get that entry that we got again when Stanley so kindly provided an excellent trade idea for all of us. Ooh, look up
there's that 190 we hit. Great call.
Yep, there's the 190s. Let's see, this is pretty dang bullish here. FOMC is definitely going to shake things up. We have an incredible lineup for FOMC. We're doing a 2-hour special, FOMC special, and I think you're going to like the guests we got, chat. How do you feel about David Green, Rip, Hoag, and Andre for 2 straight hours talking about FOMC? That is going to be an electric segment. As electric as you can make FOMC, they're going to make it electric. So stick around. That is at 1 p.m. Central. That is going to be pretty damn cool. You're going to have the real pros talking fundamentals, market fundamentals. That's going to be awesome. Got about 13 minutes left in this segment. The group coaching questions are still pinned to the very, very top. Stanley, how has the whole YouTube thing been going for you? Are you enjoying it? I think you're relatively new to YouTube life. How's the water over there?
It's going all right. It's going all right. It's something I've been sitting on for a while. Every time sometimes I'll put up a video, then I'll be like, let me delete it, but I'm sticking it through this time because I truly want to be exactly what what I would have wanted when I first started trading, and I want to be that person that lives, literally just, you know, talks about their journey, talks about what works for them, what hasn't worked for them, and people can do with that, as they please.
Dude, I love your mission. Love your mission. We got NQ getting damn close to 21,200s here. We're only about 6-7 points off from daily highs here. All-time highs? No, daily highs. All-time highs are what, 21,214.
Yeah, we're about 10 cents away from making new highs here in the crude. Continuation to that upside last trade, 72.54, looking at those 67s high of the day here.
Markets were in a hot air balloon, just floating higher here. So probably no short ideas for you here, right, Stanley? Are you not shorting the highs?
No, absolutely not. I would have to, and even if I were to see it would have to be something really quick. I would have to see a lot for me to even think about shorts. I'd have to see a lot. I do want to see, for anybody that's looking to entertain shorts, we are running into, like, once we get close to the 200s, we are kind of running into a wall here. And I'm looking here. Looks like we haven't broken through there yet.
You mean like 21,200?
So around like 200. So we're getting there now. I mean, for all the people that are looking for a quick short, I mean, you could if you wanted to, because we rejected here. We got to 199, rejected, and we're kind of rejecting right now. We just got to 197.5 and rejected. But I wouldn't take that, because at that point, the trade idea wouldn't be good. I mean, how much would we be risking here? For me personally, I don't necessarily like to buy or I don't like to short, especially all-time highs, just because we could just easily make a new high. For the way that I trade, like right now, I could say, okay, yeah, sure, let me, short if we get close to this 200 level or the 200 level, I'm going to take a short. But for me personally, I don't have another point of reference here. So we only rejected off of that once. For me, that's not enough. For me, that's not enough. And then knowing, once again, that we have a lot of, we have a lot of news coming out. We've been bullish pretty much all week. I wouldn't be confident in taking that. Now, if you are a counter trend trader and, that's your style, then you could definitely go for it. Anybody that actually did take that, it would have, played out right now. We're down about 10 points back into the 80s a little bit. But once again, what are you willing to risk to do that? That doesn't align with how I trade or my strategy, so I wouldn't take it.
That is true. As long as you define risk, you can take whatever crazy trade you want. But you got to make sure your risk is defined.
Exactly.
Yeah. Great breakdown and great explanation of your thought process there, Stanley.
Yeah, you make it easy. You have a simple system, and leads to big profits. Are you kind of in like the simplification phase of your trading journey, Stanley?
Yes, that's exactly where I'm at, because for the past 2 years, I've looked at everything. I went down a rabbit hole. Once I discovered trading, Bollinger Bands, RSI, you name it. If anything out there, I've probably seen it and looked into it. And then I kind of just had to tell myself, okay, you've learned all of these things. That's great, but you need to pick something that resonates with you and something that you can actually stick to. One of the things a lot of new traders do, and myself included, because I'm still new and I did this a lot. I don't do it anymore, but we pick a strategy, or we see somebody that's doing great with one strategy. We're like, okay, I want to do what that person's doing, and then we stick to it for about a week, if that. And then let's say we have two 2 good days or 3 good days. It's like, oh, it works. Then we have one terrible day. It's like, you know what? I'm throwing this out the window. Let me look for something else. And that's not the way to go about it. No matter what strategy you're choosing, you have to choose something that resonates with you, and you have to stick to it.
Yeah.
If you're somebody that
relate,
doesn't like to hold trades,
yeah.
then why are you trying to learn, a whole bunch of swing strategies? It doesn't resonate with you. If you're not, you have to have patience in order to, really try to be a swing trader. So things like that. So
yeah, chat, if you can relate, put some W's in chat. If you're on that journey of trying to simplify your process, you can relate. Put some W's in chat there. Stanley, here's a question here from Larry McCullers. I hear Stanley talking about defining risk. How do we do that? Please make it simple for me. Thank you.
Okay, so for example, let's go over the trade that I called out. I'll show you right now.
Yeah, the one we just did, right?
So I got in at 70, I believe 70 and okay, so let's define the risk, right? So how do we do that? I'm gonna make it simple for you. I said that if we got to this area, to the between the 60s, that I would be looking to take this to the upside. Now we got to 70 and I wanted to get in. Right. And I believe I had my risk down to about 57 or like 57 and a half. So if you, and then I believe my target was like what was it, 190?
Yeah, like 190s.
It's 190.
Right. So
like 30 points.
So I was risking 13 points to make 19 points. Now that's just under a 1 to 2. You want to typically try to be at least a 1 to 2 or above. My original target was the 200s. So if we had stuck to that, it would have been definitely, over 1 to 2. But once again, how did I define my risk? I looked at the market structure and what I believe the market was telling me, and I put my stop right underneath there, because the way to define risk, and I guess the simplest way to say it, is what are you willing to risk and where is the market telling you that your idea is wrong? Me personally, I feel like if we went down anywhere below 57 and a half on this trade, then my idea would have been wrong. Therefore, I am out of the trade. And granted, if we had waited down to if we had waited till what I originally said was, I'm waiting to get down to the 60s, then to get in, I could have still had the same risk, but I would have had a better risk to reward. So it's just things like that you have to keep in mind. No matter where my entry would have been, even if I was looking and I got in at 160, at 57 and a half, if we got anywhere below that, the trade would have been invalid for me, because at that point, at least on the 15-second, we would have been bearish because we would have had made a new low. So define your risk according to what the chart is telling you, not according to, let me just risk $50 or let me just risk 30 points or 50 points. Look at the chart and see, okay, if you're bullish and clearly below this low, if we got anywhere below here, we would have been bearish for the time being, then your risk should be according to that, not according to how much you want to make on the trade.
Yeah.
Never,
Stanley, that is
do it according to
That's an awesome description of kind of like risk reward, where you want to place your trades. Segment is flying by. Robert, your hands have been doing more work than you've been talking here. But Robert, what is going on? What do you got to say?
Yeah, you hear me talking on group coaching coming up after this. But right. Leaving it to the guests, we wanted to hear Stanley. That's what he's here for. He did a great call out. We appreciate that, Stanley. Up another $766 on the house account. That puts us up, I believe, it's $4,766 combined today. We still got some time to go. Stanley, it's always a pleasure. Appreciate you. Fun to trader. Love it. Love being on air with you. Everybody loves you as well here. So keep up the great work, and we'll see you next time. And back to you, Adobe.
Thank you
Sounds
so
great. All right.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stanley, just real quick, give me like 10, 15 seconds, sign off, then I got to do this little transition thing, but got to give you
All right. Well, thank you. You know, everybody that's been supporting me, DMing me, appreciate you all. Shout out to my wife. I thank my family. I definitely thank God above all. And you know, you guys be safe. Define your risk, and you know, let's keep trading. Let's go.
Awesome. Stanley, thank you so much for coming on. Robert, excellent execution here. Absolute dream executing trades with you. So coming up next, we have shoulder tap and group coaching. Shoulder tap will be first. It's going to be usual suspects, Jack and Ben. Can't wait to see who they talk about. After that, Robert is coming back for group coaching with also Jack again. Jack's doing a full hour. And then after that, we have the FOMC 2-hour special with David Green and Rips, Hoag, and Andre. It's going to be an incredible day of markets and trading. Stick around. We got shoulder tap coming up next.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to your pre-FOMC special day, special time shoulder tap. I'm here. I'm Jack. I'm with Ben. Ben, you're back home. I think you were yesterday too, but I just didn't comment on it.
Yeah. Back in the saddle, back in the full setup. It's nice. Not having to work from laptop and mobile screens and things like that. So yeah, it's been good being back in the mix, and it's been a wild week, and looks like it'll probably continue into this afternoon with FOMC, and we've also got CPI coming up next week. I think we talked about that yesterday, Jack. Just the litany of gigantic potentially news events that have come down the pike over 7 or 8 day span, including the election. So for anyone that's feeling FOMO, we talked about that yesterday. I'd encourage you to watch yesterday's shoulder tap segment if you're battling FOMO. But I think there's still going to be quite a few things that people want to take advantage of and try to trade, profitably. There's been some very large moves lately, and we've got some traders that are up today. Today's looked a little bit better than some of the days previous. More green on the board, so happy to see that. Of course, there's still plenty of red, but give you a quick rundown, Jack, of the live trader updates. House account blended out is up $4,800. That's good to see. Deanna's up $680 today. Dakota at the daily loss limit at the moment. Nicholas V up 5,600. That's good to see. Micah was up quite nicely this morning. Ended up taking the daily loss limit. Similar story with Christianus, and Richard's up 2,400. Romaine is up $3,000, and Jake R up 3,600. So some pretty good moves. There's been a lot of back and forth. Some people were up big green, now break even a red, and vice versa. People that started out the day red but brown. So somewhat of a mixed bag. I know it looks like in equities, kind of day two of this melt up higher, but that's what we got as far as live traders. Got a couple of trading cards as well, some names that should be pretty familiar to our regular audience. So we can move right into that, Jack, unless you have anything else you want to talk about.
People mentioning selling off a little bit. That could be right on cue, because your trends don't mean anything come 1 p.m. today. A little bit later, we're going to have David Green and Rips in to do the live FOMC call. Let this be your risk warning right now. Well, first, just for good karma, hit like, hit subscribe. I'll let that pregnant pause sit there for a second. I'm waiting. I'm no Muhammad, but I can see it go up. All right. Second, there will be some number of you out there that have a position on at 1 p.m. Central today. I know it. There's a lot of you. It's the law of large numbers. If you do, I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to find whoever has a position on at 1 p.m. I don't know what I'm going to do. This is not a threat of violence. It's a threat of public humiliation, because that is the pinnacle of dumbassery to hold a position through FOMC today. It's probably already baked in. I think it's very funny, Ben, that they're like, oh, there's a presidential election. Let's move back the rate decision one day.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
As if we didn't know conditions were going to change quite a bit in that day. So I don't know if Powell's back there right now with the Sharpie going through, crossing out words about the economy. I don't know, but he's going to be up there answering questions. And
yeah, I agree with you. It's pretty interesting setup into this announcement and the way that the date fell for FOMC. And it's certainly not my job to sit up here and speculate on market movements. But anytime you've got really big movement one direction or the other ahead of a big news event, more than ever, you want to stress caution, especially if you're looking to continue in the direction of that trend, because I can certainly sell. They call it sell the news for a reason, and you could end up on the wrong side of things. But we'll leave that there. Exercise risk. There's no need to trade the first couple of seconds, the first few minutes, or even the first hour after something like an FOMC announcement. There will be ample opportunities. That's pretty much the only thing that I can guarantee, is there will be more opportunities in the markets to come. So with that, let's move into trading cards today, Jack.
Let's do it.
First
There's
up,
someone out there with a bracket order right now. I know you're out there. I'm 50 minutes from the future. You're about to get friggin' wrecked on it. Okay.
Someone's taking a nap with the brackets on still. Yeah, let's pull up the trading card for Faye. Faye's a very regular feature at this point, and will continue to be so. Some interesting developments with her trading. If you were just tuning in, maybe for the first time, or haven't been following along with our shoulder tap features of Faye's trading card, she's been trading incredibly well. One of the very, very top performances in a live account in the month of October. She made somewhere in the neighborhood of $45,000 in this live account of profit in October, and you see it's a 50K account size. So really fantastic performance. The last big day that she had, last winning day period that she had actually, was a $12,000 day on the 29th of October, which feels like eon ago. But on the 29th of October, she made a little over 12 grand, about $12,500. And since that point in time has hit the daily loss limit 6 days in a row, including today. So that, has nullified basically the profits that she made from that day. In a vacuum, that doesn't look great, but Faye is someone who has, anyone has proven themselves in Topstep program, it is Faye, trading gold exclusively in this 50K account. And you see the average daily P&L sort of speaks for itself here, especially since today is day 60, trading days complete. Been in this account for 3 months now, and has taken down quite the total. She's taken $44,387 in payouts from this account. So I want to be clear, there's, more or less nothing to critique in the way of, Faye's trading. I am a little bit concerned with the recent performance because, when you have such a hot streak, hot month, put up a big day, and then give that back, sequentially like that 6 days in a row, I think that can mess with you a little bit. And, whether that's psychologically or otherwise, managing your emotions on an intraday basis is very important, but also recognizing if your strategies, if the market that you're trading, if the market conditions all line up like they have for Faye in this gold market so well, and then things change, it can be a little difficult, I think, to keep the open mind and pivot or tweak the strategy or deploy a secondary strategy if need be. Because one of the most hard things about trading profitably over time, Jack, we're talking months and years, to truly be consistently profitable over months, years, and decades is the number of people that are living that have done it and made a career out of it are very few in number, because it's difficult, because conditions change, interest rates, kind of the bedrock of our markets and financial system can shift and ebb and flow. And that will impact, especially a trader like Faye who trades the gold market. Gold has been on a pretty steady march higher for practically the entire year. And you just need to be, keep your finger in the air, so to speak, and check the wind as you go along. Because I don't want to say change anything when it's been working so well, but you do have to be realistic about the fact that things can change in any given period. So that's all that I'll say. If Faye happens to be listening to this segment, and a good word of caution, get it while the getting's good, but also recognize that eventually, the music changes at the dance, and you have to be willing to, change up the dance that you're doing yourself. So that's really what I wanted to hammer home here. Brag on Faye a little bit. Happy she had such a great month. We're in a particular spot where she's pretty much break even over the last week, which has not been the case in weeks prior. So those are the major notes here, Jack. I can go over a little bit more, but what do you see when you look at this trading card specifically over the recent performance?
Well, it's rare we can get a pretty clear idea of what the strategy is here. There's still things. I still love the performance of Faye, and I love the commitment to a clear strategy. What you say about the music is very pertinent because Faye only trades one product, which is gold. And this account opened on August 12th. Okay. I have the strong inkling from looking at this that Faye has a significant bias to the long side. And if you look at the chart there, because she holds a lot of these trades for a very long time, sometimes one trade per day, I think what I would suggest to Faye is that the environment has changed. One, over this current losing streak, gold has been down, and rather unexpectedly, given what happened with the elections yesterday. So I totally like that. If that's your strategy, that's a good day to blow out. That's a day worthy of a blowout. I think with these increased movements, I think what's happening is, because I looked at where some of her best days are. All right. The day she made 12 grand was a day where it was on October 29th. All right. And if you look at the GC contract for October 29th, what you see is a green day with a very small wick to the bottom side from the open to the low of the day. So I don't know this for certain, but let's say this is her strategy, that she is buying pretty close to the open and either gets wicked out or holds it and makes a lot more during the course of the day. She hasn't changed her size in the last couple of days. No, she hasn't. And that's what I think might be a thing of over leverage. If this thing starts to move more, then any strategy that involves kind of like losing 2 or making 10 or whatever, you're going to get to that 2 quicker. So I would suggest, until you get on the right track, to trade fewer contracts. You can still make a lot on 3 contracts. Suppose it looks like she's trading 5. And lastly, watch out for the music. All right. Gold's been going up for a long time. This is kind of a move here. We'll see, but market conditions change, and don't let yourself get, as we say, very big industry term, pantsed by it. I got pantsed in the treasuries back in the day. It doesn't feel good. So you need new biases from time to time. So still an awesome account. She's taken massive amounts of payouts. You're still my hero, Faye. Let's go make some money. All right.
Yeah, she's doing fantastic, Jack. I love doing these segments with you. You touched on basically every other element I was going to bring up here. The trading strategy, and And I've seen, because we have these live boards with the risk team, that I'm, able to monitor all of the accounts that have open positions and, working orders, all that type of stuff. It's been really cool to see Faye's trading style. You can see the hold times on this trading card, talking hours and hours long, especially on the winners. So she's, done a great job. And picking the right market is something else that is woefully underrepresented in a lot of the conversation, I think, around trading. Some of the best traders are willing to pivot and are kind of market agnostic. I don't know if Faye just has a strong inclination to gold for one reason or another, but one of the top performing commodities of all futures contracts, so for the year. And so, buying it open and holding till close has worked more in this market than it has in basically anything else that you'd be able to trade over the last, X number of months, right, Jack? Because you're backstopped by that daily loss limit, but your upside has, the ability to return several multiples of that daily loss limit. And that's what these numbers show. The average winning day being $7,000, average losing day being the daily loss limit. If you're at, a 40% win rate like she is, that's a winning recipe. That's fantastic, right? And you just need to recognize that the longer that goes on for, the more success you have with it, the more difficult it becomes to hear when the song has changed, and you need to pivot. So that's all we'll say about that. We can keep moving, but definitely a trader worth continuing to watch, and hope she can reset a little bit, get back on the winning streak. So with that, let's move on to the next trading card, Nicholas V. So Nicholas, we actually featured just a few moments earlier on the live trader update. Nicholas is up $5,600 today, which is great, and kind of furthers the point that I'd like to make here. Nicholas is someone else we've talked about a number of times on these trading cards over the last few weeks. And it's because he has a strong propensity to put up big days. He can put up large winning days. He does have that tendency. You see Club DLL on this trading card. He is a little too friendly with the daily loss limit, by my estimation. But he is, yeah. Jack, if you look at that, we talk about reward to risk relationship, and how that marries to the winning trade percentage to equal your profitability, right? You kind of know what your variance could look like, all those sorts of things. Very similar principles apply to your average winning day, your average losing day, and the winning day percentage, right? It's like a more macro view of those numbers at the account level. And his average winning day being $6,800, average losing day being a little bit over that daily loss limit at $3,500, with a 39% winning day percentage, that is, you will see profitability in spurts, but it will be relatively minimal when you average it out over time. And so that's where that average daily P&L, $500 a day, in a one-dimensional view is good, but we are seeing a tremendous amount of variance in this equity curve in order to achieve that average daily. So all of that is to say, the best winning days really make up for a lot here. $24,000 is the best day that he's had. He's another day of 18,000, I believe, and a few others that are quite nice as well. 5 figures. So he's capable of putting up big days. That gives you a lot of grace, to take losses. But I think that there needs to be some level of, similar to what we talked about yesterday and earlier this week, Jack, kind of trailing that loss limit up as you gain more profit would be a very simple way to, hindsight's 2020, but if we were to go back and apply, a relatively basic kind of account level management, trailing that loss limit up as you hit, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 of profit, doing so would really mitigate some of the losses and would have contributed another $20,000 or $30,000 to this account balance just by doing that alone. Another example of, there's a few days that he has gone red, pretty significantly red, and turned things around. That's on the best days. Once again, really not seeing a lot of drawdown from the start. So you're still able to capitalize on those, home run type days, but you're not, having a $4,000 winning day turn around the other direction and turn into a $3,000 loser. So there's two different sides of that, profit and loss spectrum that you can squeeze to increase your profitability in the account. And I think by cinching up those losses a little bit, if he had been doing that over the last few weeks, again, that account balance could be $20,000 or $30,000 higher. By pretty much and without sacrificing any of the big winning days there. So one of the more stark examples of that, Jack, I think that I've looked at. What do you see when you're looking at this trade report?
I'm seeing like a lot of work. You know what I'm saying?
You know what you're saying?
I'm always interested by. Once again, I can't see exactly what folks are doing in these cards, but it's interesting that I like phase card before, even with like the recent drawdowns of kind of how simple things are to get those sorts of big days versus small day rewards. When I look at these cards that have like the daily loss limits and really big days, but like a ton of trading, it just seems like a lot of work to me. And okay, so we have 36 days complete here. Can't argue that's a good average daily P&L over the time, but as mentioned, it's completely at the mercy of one of the days, let's say. So that means the total profit's $500 times 36, $18,000. So, that flips to zero if not for a big day that comes in frequently. I think I don't even know if I should say this, but like I just feel like there's easier ways. Like if this is your strategy to lose $3,000 a lot and make a bunch of money from time to time, there's probably easier ways to do it by holding smaller things longer or something like that. But I worry a little bit about the number of contracts on some of these days. So work smarter, not harder would be my advice here.
Yeah. Definitely, and one, kind of an interesting juxtaposition between the last trading card we were looking at, Faye's, and Nicholas's. Going in and journaling, dissecting your trades, doing the autopsy on bad days and good days too, for that matter. That's a lot easier to do when you have, like Faye, one or two trades on the day as opposed to 40 or almost 50 in this case. So it's tough to isolate exactly what went right, what went wrong, and why. And journaling and chronologing, trying to get that trading behavior better when you have such a volume of data to work through on a daily basis. It's not knocking a larger volume of trades. There's people that do that, very successfully, but strictly from a, like you're saying, a work standpoint, sometimes less is more. And that might be able to help, Nicholas out. Like look at what those biggest, trades were, boil it down, filter it out. What did I make $500 or more on, as an example? And why did that work? Was it did I pick the right entry? Did I sit on it longer? What happened? And try and work through ways that you can improve. So that's all discipline and work, but makes it a little easier when you have fewer trades. So that's all I'll say on that matter.
Sounds good. Yeah. Well, with that, Ben, we got to jump out of here pretty soon because we have a little bit of a shortened group coaching today. It's going to be me and Robert on because we want to get there bright and early for 1 p.m. with the FOMC announcement with Rips and David Green. So, Ben, thank you very much for joining.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me, Jack.
Thanks, as always, for bringing those cards in. It's always fun to talk through these things, talk a little shop, have a little fun, a few burgers, a few laughs, all good stuff, Ben. With that, we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back right after with Coach Robbie the Riz and myself. This is TopstepTV. We'll see you in a few. Goodbye. everyone. I took off the fleece because things are heating up going into the Fed. This will be a rapid fire group coaching. We'll do this for about 15 minutes and change. Then we're going to switch out before the number to get Rips and David Green in there. If you want to see that, like and subscribe. Do it. I won't pause this time. With that, Robert, how you doing?
I am doing wonderful, my friend. Busy show today. Everybody's staying on top of things. Love it. Markets are moving. All-time highs all over the place. FOMC coming up here shortly. We got some good group coaching questions. We can get at it. I'm actually, while you're talking, I'm going to change my background to fireworks, because I think that's what we're going to see coming up.
Before the fireworks come up, James, we should flash the risk disclosure at some point. Our word is not infallible here. Don't try and follow us, fade us, any of that good stuff. Not financial advice. If you think it is, ooh, I got something to sell you, but not through TopstepTV because we're using the disclaimers here. With that, Robert, let's take a deep dive into the questions that we got today. The first one submitted today from Jerry. I've blown my 50K accounts more than 5 times already. Is it hard? It's hard to control emotion. Can you please share with us how to stop that emotional attachment? Trade smaller. Go ahead, Robert.
Took the words out of my mouth. First of all, Jerry, thanks for the question. We hear it all the time. I mean, that's what these are for. I don't say that's what they're for, but it's a learning. It's when Michael Patak started this, it was experiential learning. It's still experiential learning. Just look at the dollars for a second. If you did 5 50K accounts at $50, you spent $250 on education, on training, on learning, on figuring things out. If you blew 5 50K accounts, it means you hit your max loss limit of $2,000, which means if that was real money, that would be $10,000 lost. Really good trade-off for an education. So that's the first thing. So try to keep that in your mind also. In that, understand that the combines are you training for them. Now you do have a practice account too. If you start your combine, you'll get a practice account with it. Stay in your practice until you can get comfortable. I would say if you can make $20, you can make 40 by 2 contracts, and you can make 80 by 4 contracts. So start with that. Start small, start simple. Now there's a little bit of a buffer there because you can't exactly get good at making $5 on NQ because it moves so far so fast, unless you're Dilesh, who's consistently making those few dollars on his MNQ. But what that shows you is it's provable, okay? And it shows you that you can do it. If you're having a hard time with the emotional side of things, it's everybody's different as to how they address them and how they react to them. It's okay to have the emotions on it, but it's how you deal with those emotions and what you do. Does it stint you from not trading anymore? Does it excite you to push things further and go too big and get scared? That's all going to be you, and every person is different. But what I always say, and I'm glad you asked this question, is that if trading, we always hear the emotional side, it's a mental game. If that is the most important, or it's the highest issue, or the highest item, the most, the reason that most traders lose are due to emotional component, then to me, that's the first thing that needs to be taken care of. You can have indicators all over the place, totally fine. I'm not opposed to them as long as you're helping you. Look at them, kind of confirmation, see something, say, wow, I have an indicator on here, great. It's a point of control. I don't have to do the math, I can just look at it. Oh, where's the trend going up? You can just look at some type of average, look at some type of Bollinger Band, look at VWAP. Those are really simple to do. You're not going to hang your hat on them. The hardest part of trading is the emotional side of it. Get that under control. You can have the emotions, absolutely. Just it depends on how you react to them and how you use them to your advantage versus your disadvantage. I am not any type of trading psychologist or anything whatsoever. I'm only sharing from my own experiences. But that's what I can say. I don't know how to stop it. Everybody's different. Accept it. It's part of trading, and master it.
90% plus people on here, I would guess, probably more than that, are trading too big. I don't know about you guys. I have never sweat once in a trade unless I've been in over my head. And I've been there. I ain't no choir boy. I've traded too big. But that's when you sweat. And once you can't sweat, then you know you're ready for that size. On that, we got a few people. We got Nathaniel and Stretch asking about how they become parts of one of the VIP groups. Robert, do you want me to answer this, or you want to go ahead?
go ahead and answer it. And I'm going to put the link in the chat for the website that shows you all about VIP. So go ahead and rattle it off, and I'll put the link in, Jack.
Yeah, right now in January, we're expanding our VIP roster. We're going to be drawing randomly from people that fill out the check-in forms between now and then. The more you submit, the more of a chance you have to be picked for one of the teams. We're going to keep expanding this program. We hope to get it so that we'd love to get everyone in at some point. But we're just rolling it out right now, getting new coaches, and this is what you get. 3 months in a free Topstep trading combine, 100K. 2 complimentary resets, no activation fee, and private coaching in Discord with the likes of, let's see if I can rattle them off, Ray, Jay, Vince, Hoop, and Paul. There we go.
Yeah. Alphabetical order next time.
Yes, I'll try and do that. Robert, how do you know when you found your edge? Hunter wants to know this.
This is who? Boomer. Oh, the edge. I'm sorry. I didn't see us get that one. Okay, Hunter. How do you know when you found your edge? Next. Well, I think the first part of that's okay. I was looking at the wrong one there. It's when you feel comfortable with it, with what you're doing, and you have it down. Watch some of the traders on there. Watch Dakota. He's in there. He's like, cool, calm, collected. I'm going to make this trade. Oh, it didn't go right. I'm going to go here. He's got a process. Rips is more high speed. However, he has it down. He's not going to bother things like that. Look at that. Hoag is a master at this. He's the same on the side of Dakota. Let's put the trade in. We'll figure this out. We'll put our, and we're going to find out what happens. And Michael is more on the rip side. Hey, this is pushing up. Let's get in here and blah, blah, blah. So how you found your edge is how you react to it when you're in the trade. Jack just said, which I 100% agree with, that all of us are guilty of going too big, too fast, too soon on our trading size, and we sweat it out when you get the heart pumping and everything else. Absolutely. We have all been there, and if somebody says they haven't, they're lying, because everybody has. So how you find your edge is when you can say, all right, this is my setup. I'm in the trade, and I am comfortable with the results because you've already managed your risk. You already have your targets there, and you can let it play out. Even if one of your targets is to peel things off. We did that with Stanley earlier. Here's our target. It started pushing up, started slowing down. Like, what do you think, Stanley? He's like, yeah, we were in 3. Let's just pull one of those off right now. Awesome. Nice. Calm. Just jump right in there. Made the process down, followed it, and did pretty well. So how do you know you have your edge? When you're comfortable taking the trade and you're not all shaky, you're not all hesitant. You just, my setup is here. I'm going to put my trade on, and I'm comfortable with the results. It takes time, screen time, a lot of screen time.
Look at Muhammad this morning. He's been in chat. You could hear him very clearly explain what his strategy was. I did not forget about you, Boomer Brian. Coach Robert, can you go over how you decide on the interval for your range chart? You consider the size of your take profit and use a corresponding candle size? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a good question. Thank you, Boomer. The range chart's a little different where it's not based on time. It just, you pick how far you want how the size that you want the range bar to be. Let's just say it's 10 points, arbitrary number. Well, if the market moves up and down 5, 6, then down 2, then up 8, as soon as it moves 10 points, either top to bottom, not in one direction, but top to bottom, up 5, down 3, down 8, like that, as soon as it reaches that 10 point and a tick, the next range bar is going to plot. So you could have 4 range bars in a row. It could be 15 seconds or 25 minutes. It will show you that the market is ranging in that area. Now, how do you determine the size? It's going to be based on the size of the movement of the market. I'm not going to use a 2 range bar, which would be just a couple of points on NQ, because it just moves so far. My settings for there, if the market is like today, would be around a 40 to 60 range, which is a 10 to 15 point candle itself. And I can easily do the math. Oh, I'm risking $200, 10-point candle, $20 a point, $200 is below the last candle or the last range bar. Very simple. If the market starts whipping around, you get these things stacking and over each other and just going like crazy, increase the size. So the next range bar won't plot until you actually cover that amount of real estate of price level on the chart. So if the larger you go, the less bars you're going to have because the market needs to move that far. If you put a 400 range bar on ES, you'll get 3 a day. If you put a 400 range bar on NQ, you might get, 60 a day. If you put it on gold, you'll have none because it's on a tick value size difference. So you really have to play around with it. I would suggest 40, 60, 80 for NQ, as most people trade. And for ES, I would start between the 8, 12, and 16. So that would be, 2, 5, and 8 points, 4 points there. So good shot, love it. Hit me up in Discord. I talk about range bars all day long. Not on Topstep X yet. Told they'll be here, but if you're using TradingView, Quantower, Ninja, Tradeovate, TradingView, they're all there. So yeah, I love them. Won't go back to time if I can help it.
Thanks, Robert. Well, Matt asked 2 questions. One of them I want to save because we could really spend a half hour, an hour, or a day on. But we'll ask the other question first, Robert. What is the best time to scalp major indices, i.e., the NQ, NASDAQ? I guess it's what your favorite time is. Other people can find other things, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, my favorite time is, I look at it a little bit different, Matt, and thanks for the question. I don't look for the favorite time. I just avoid the times that are unfavorable to me. And it's a personal preference. I don't trade the first 30 minutes of the market. I don't trade the last roughly 30 minutes, nothing before right on FOMC. MOC, the mock orders at the end of the day, 2:50 Central Time. And if it's trading around point of control, those are the 3 things I avoid. So I don't really look for like, hey, what can I do? I say, what are the things I don't want to do? And then you can trade any time around that. If the market is, I don't care if the market is bouncing around or ranging or choppy, because the range bars take care of that. You're just going to have a couple of them. And once they stack up to say, oh, look, it's in a 50-point range right now. Good. Wait for it to get out on the upside. Wait for it to get out on the downside. Now, if you're bouncing around point of control at that time frame, wait a little bit further. It is a patience game. It's a waiting game, and just got to analyze it. So rather than look at it and say, what's the best time to scalp? I would look at it and say, what is the worst time to scalp, and don't do it. And the rest of the time is free game.
Great answer there, Robert. I'll tease what Matt's other question, but we don't have time for this right now.
Okay.
It's if you could go back in time, what advice would you give yourself when you first started trading? That's too juicy. Besides buy Nvidia, short bonds in 2022. Lots of things we could do there. Anyway, how do you look at volume profile? Asks Sharat.
Yeah, great question. Again, we went through a lot of that with Stanley when he was on just about an hour and a half ago. He uses it as well. Volume profile, you can see on the right hand side of the chart. It's just it shows you the further to the left that it goes, the more volume there is at that price level. You can change those price levels. I'm not going to do full demo on this. We want to make sure we get out on time here. But if I made the row size like 50, you can see how thick these are. And I like to see it granular. It's just going to give me a few points in between. I believe Stanley had his set at 250, and that's what his would look like. And I make mine at 500, and that's what it looks like. I just like to look at these as the volume area of like potentially passing through the areas that are showing lower volume of trades at that time. Yes, I know it's historical and you can call it hindsight or whatever, but it's still a fact. This is where the least amount of volume at those price levels were traded. Maybe there just wasn't a lot of interest, and maybe there will be more interest this time. We don't know. But generally, if it passes through a low volume area, generally, more often than not, it goes through rather quickly. And you can see I would classify the point of control, the peak on the top over here at around 21,200, and then again around 21,115. I would be careful with those areas as potential support areas on the way down or resistance areas on the way up, because a lot of interest was at those levels. And if you look at them, they're pretty important levels: 150, 200, and around 120 there. So keep an eye on those. It's just another tool. You don't need it. Take a look at it and just like, oh, I don't like it. I use point of control for the most part in those low volume areas, looking for price action to move, potential resistance and support, and then staying away from point of control. That's how I use it.
Thank you very much there, Robert. We have time for maybe one more question, Robert. Is there a favorite that you have highlighted here that you would like to do?
Well, I can answer the one line thing about the advice to go back. It would be to slow down, scale down, and lose the attitude and lose the ego. That's what I would tell myself earlier. I thought I knew more than the market. Market didn't take long to prove me wrong. I was stubborn for several more months after that, and it cost me. But as soon as I let that go, slowed down, scaled down, and thought about it a little bit more and said, yeah, you're not going to beat this thing. Take what it's giving you. That was the game changer for me. So that would be a good answer for my answer for that one anyway.
I'll give a teaser of my answer too, because there's some things that are maybe obvious and some not. I think that and I think this applies to trading outright futures too, as opposed to the stuff that I was trading when I was working. I would have reminded myself that all edges go away and that you have to capitalize on the good times and recognize the bad times and adjust accordingly. And I think especially there's two ways to go about things is when you have an edge, you can be happy or complacent with what's happening now and being like, well, I'm making I'm making a lot of money. I'm done. I'm out. As opposed to, I wish I'd had the attitude for a couple of years between 2009 and maybe 2012 or 2013 of being like, this isn't going to last for too much longer. You need to throw everything into this now, because edges don't last. And if you're not prepared to come up with a new one, then nothing lasts forever. The old saying was that your easiest year of trading at a prop firm was always your first year. That was the best year for trading. So something to think about here. We also have something to think about coming up. Yeah, go ahead.
We do. Hit Dennis. It's a real quick one. He's asking Dennis about how to move your stops on using the mobile access of trading of TopStep X, that they don't drag and drop. The answer is yes, they do, but it's a two-step process. You can't just touch it and drag it. You have to tap it to highlight it first so it's active, and now you can drag it and tap away from it to secure it in place. Just make sure we get that out of the way. It's real quick.
Excellent. Robert got the palm pad out there. Well, everybody, I think that we're going to end group coaching a little bit early today because we want to get in for this FOMC number as one. Don't be one of those people I'm going to chase down and scold live on YouTube for working in active order or something through the FOMC minutes. There's few things that I could say are just objectively dumb. That is one of them. Don't be that person. Two people who are obviously not that way. We got Rips. I can see him in the green room. Rips and David Green are going to be there. We're going to take a break right now. A Celsius break. What's up, Eddie?
No.
All right, everybody. We got 10 minutes to game time. Let's all gather around.
There you go.
I love it. Eddie, keep on keeping on. We're going to take a little breakaway right now to get set up and back, and then we'll be back with the moment you've all been waiting for. Will Jerome Powell mess with our 401ks? I think I know my answer. We'll see you in a few seconds. Goodbye.
right, welcome back. FOMC decision is imminent. Top Step TV. We got David Green in the house. We got Rips in the house. About 2 minutes until we get the big news. Let's go to Rips. Rips, welcome. What are we thinking?
Hey, good to see you, Andre. Good to see you, Mr. David Green. How you folks doing today?
Oh, good. Pleasure to be here, as always.
Nice. Yeah, we do have the rate decision imminent. All signs are pointing to a 25 basis point cut. I think that the market has already priced that in, and I think the biggest part of today is going to be listening to Jerome Powell and what he has to say under a new president and what the path forward is going to be. I think that's what most of the traders are going to be looking for, and if he says the right things, I think that we can see the market continue upwards. If he happens to say some things that scare longer-term investors, I think that we can see the market kind of cratering to the south side. If you do have a position on right now, we are about 60 seconds from the rate decision. The order book will be very clear, so be very careful out there if you are going to trade through this.
Advice. David Green, how many FOMC decisions have you been through in your career?
A lot. But I can tell you this. This is definitely the action. We've had an historic run going into this one. Just the last 2 days, with yesterday and today. Obviously, it's because of the election. So no FOMO here. Let them do what they got to do.
Yep.
No hurry to do anything. Get a big knee jerk at 2 o'clock when they announce something, and then 2:30 when he starts speaking, and we're bored to death for 45 minutes. Anything can happen during that time.
Yeah, really quick, guys. Any levels of interest before we get the party started here, or just wait and see?
I think it's a wait and see thing.
I got a little level at 59.60, down 33 points. If we so choose to go that way, a little upside at 66,020. Again, I'm not putting any orders out.
Sounds good. Clear. Everyone flatten all, cancel all. Here we go.
25 basis points as expected.
Okay. There it is. U.S. interest rates, yes, actual 4.75.
Okay. Point cut. As expected and priced in. We'll keep an eye on
Zero
the bonds
dissenters this time. We had a dissenter last time from Bowman. No dissenters this time.
All in. Let's see a 400 lot. Here we go. S&P's 400 lot on the bid. It's 59.92. 59.92. 400 lot on the bid in the S&P's.
It was 12-0 for the action. 12-0.
Okay.
Committee judges risk to employment inflation goals are roughly in balance. Keep it at a quarter. One thing that came out right before this was Putin talking about talking with Trump. Wonder if that had anything to do with it.
Keep it on this 400 lot. About to get 400 lot on the 59.92 bid in the ES. That's about all I'm seeing on the ladder.
Quite the subdued reaction so far. We're not really seeing anything in the equity futures. We're seeing quite the doji printing here on the 5-minute and 15-minute. We'll have to see if we get a reaction, an afterglow, something that we can trade here. Keep in mind, the press conference is out 29 minutes from now.
Yep. Wall-to-wall coverage here on Topstep TV. That 400 lot was filled. 59.92. Last trade in the ES, 59.94. Moving higher. Nice fill.
All right, going to post the press release here in chat. There is the link.
Thank you, Eddie. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21.186. Again, high of the day, 21.206. Rips, anything you're looking for in the press conference? Anything you're looking to hear?
Well, I'd like to hear something different from the repeated rhetoric that we've had basically this whole year, where we've had Jerome Powell sort of on repeat talking about we're data dependent. We're looking at the path forward. We're looking for the next set of data to guide us. We're data dependent. A lot of the same stuff throughout this entire year. So I'm looking for something new. There might possibly be new rhetoric, given that we might be looking at some new fiscal policy under Trump.
Okay. Gold selling off a little bit here.
Now, speaking of Trump, he did come out today and said that he's going to let Powell finish out his term. Didn't say anything beyond that.
I see.
Equities are subdued right now. We're not seeing any kind of price action either way. So I think that a lot of the larger traders are doing exactly what we discussed before the print happened, where everybody's going to be waiting for the press conference to make a decision.
Yes.
I think you're right. Absolutely right.
pull up in the chat.
As expected, he comes out and says what he's been saying for the last year and a half.
That's what what I would expect, but I would hope that there is a little bit of a change to what his tone is, given that there is definitely a healthy new landscape potentially on the horizon here.
Okay. Cool. Still
the Fed's talking about inflation making progress towards the 2%, but remains somewhat elevated.
It sounds like every single time that we've had the FOMC, that exact sentence has been printed.
Again, we'll have the press conference here at the bottom of the hour. We pumping that in.
It's not even a momentum trade to be had here yet.
Mm-mm.
If we break 85s, we can start heading down a little bit, but there is nothing to do right now.
Not yet. Hey, Jack, if you're there, anything going on in the bond market? Treasuries? Let's jump in. Take a look at bond yields right now. 10-year yield, okay, 4.34%. So that has come back a little bit. We saw it above 4.4, at least as of yesterday. Got a 100 lot here in the S&P's 59.90 on the bid. Very thin on the ladder right now.
Well, here's something. Michelle Bowman agreeing. Vote in favor of policy was unanimous. So there you go. Michelle said, oh, hell, whatever.
Yeah, Bowman was the dissenter. If you remember, for the last FOMC meeting, she was the only person who dissented from the last vote, and this vote is now unanimous. So definitely a little bit of a change here, but not significant given that there was only one dissenter last time. One of the key points that I'm seeing here in the statement is that we're seeing a lot of the same. Risks to the goals remain roughly in balance. And that, again, is not something that traders want to see for volatility. But again, I think that most traders here are waiting until the press conference to make any type of large moves and put on large amounts of liquidity here.
Yeah, now, Rips, let me ask you think Powell's going to be talking into the future, 2025, more than he's going to be talking here in 2024?
Yeah, I think that's kind of a given. The final FOMC meeting for this year is going to come in the way of a December meeting in 40 days, not 4 days. It's going to be on December 18th, and that's going to be the final FOMC rate decision of 2024. He's going to touch on that, but I think he's going to be talking a lot more about the path forward. I think we're going to hear a lot about what's going on in May, June, July of next year. Those, of course, we have March, May, June, July, September. We have one in January as well, but I think that he's going to be talking about later in the year, probably after the first quarter. He's going to be talking about what the new fiscal policies are going to be coming across the new presidency. I think there's going to be a lot of unknowns that are going to be remaining as unknowns until next year. But I think that he's going to give some interesting commentary that can help guide the path of some larger funds that are looking to put on some risk, whether it's long or short. I think we'll find out when he starts flapping his gums.
All right, starting to see some paper coming into the S&Ps. We got 400 lot on the 59.91 quarter bid, and we got a 600 lot on the 59.95 offer.
Good eye, good eye.
ES ladder with the NQ, nothing really sticking out. But again, starting to see some paper enter the market, or at least on the ladder in the ES.
Yes, Raphael, we're going to be streaming we're going to be streaming Paul here, coming up at about 1:30.
Yep.
Trey, you see that poll?
What we got? Are you flat through the FOMC? Yes. How about that? 600 votes, 82% yes. Boy, 17% no.
I'd like to have a poll right behind this. 17%. Did you make money or did you lose money?
Yeah, they skated.
We can get a little more above 96, 97, but we're just dead right now.
Yes. A couple of price levels we're keeping an eye on here, David. You were saying in the ES prices of interest.
I mean, if we can clear 96.50, again, I'm not in a hurry to do anything.
The top side levels that I'm looking for, I will share with the community here. In NASDAQ specifically, I'm looking for a takeout of 219, having that become new support, and then two upside targets, one at 292 3/4, and the final target at 366 1/4. To the downside, if we do see a retracement, I think we can trace back down below 21,000 back to 20,956 3/4. 20,956, spot 75.
Awesome stuff.
Off the wire, you could hear U.S. interest rate future price They're talking about another 25 in December. Okay.
I have a couple.
We are seeing NVIDIA perking up here as well right now. And NVIDIA being the number 3 weight of the NASDAQ should have some influence on carrying the NASDAQ higher here. If we do break out in NVIDIA, potentially over 148, taking into 149, I think that we could see the NASDAQ start to explode skyward. But again, it's all contingent upon what we're going to see out of Jerome Powell during this press conference. But right now, we are seeing equities kind of holding these temporary lows for now. So we've had the NASDAQ sort of compressing down into this 21,147 level, but it is currently holding. So I'd like to see it up and out of this channel. You can see the current year high is right around 21,216. So kind of lines up with my target of 21,219, 21,219 for the upside target.
21,219 check. All right, we got a 600 lot on the offer in the ES, 59.98 half.
Just sitting there, huh?
I have 21,262 on the upside of the NQ. Really go crazy. And 21,128 on the downside.
Okay. Nothing on the tilt.
Well, nothing screaming yet.
Nope.
Yeah, this is definitely the calm before the storm. We are now about 20 minutes out from the press conference, 20 minutes out.
Oh, baby. Let's do it. So we got that 600 lot offered 59.98 half in the ES. Very thin ladder right now. Gold did see a bit of a rebound. Last trade in gold, 26.98.
Crude coming off its tops.
Seeing 72% short on the tilt in gold. Mention that move to the downside. Mohammed in the chat saying sellers are in trouble. All right. Have been all day today.
And yesterday.
Yesterday too. Yes, last trade 59.96. Again, we did crack 6,000s, high of the day, an all-time high, 6,002, 6,002. About it. Zach still has some work to do for all-time highs. I believe we're getting close. Chart here. Rips, you know offhand what all-time highs are in the NASDAQ?
The NASDAQ, we are looking at, this is like 21,216, somewhere around there.
Okay, yep.
If I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think we're right there. We're getting close. Can we make all-time highs in the NASDAQ as well? History here on TopstepTV.
Where were you when?
We need Nick for a tick on here with his air horns. I have air horns, but they're not as cool.
Ooh,
very underwhelming air horns.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
birthday
beans
party
for lunch.
thing.
My
Yeah.
goodness.
There they are.
There it is.
Come on, I got them. I'm like the guy in the alley. What do you need? I got it.
Yeah, this is very compressed right now. This is just very, very docile. We're seeing NVIDIA trying to have a breakout here above 148 halves. It is being added to the Dow tomorrow, so that's definitely giving it some upside potential here. Mostly the Magnificent Seven has been on fire today. Amazon was up at 212s and has since retraced to about 209, 210. Meta and Microsoft were on highs too, 426 in Microsoft. Meta reaching for that coveted 600 spot again. Apple, of course, trading close to 230s. So if Jerome Powell comes out and says anything that can make the market believe that it has positive upside in 2025, then we will see this market scream.
Like it. And we have the press conference coming at you. We're pumping in here on Topstep TV. Wall-to-wall coverage. Jerome Powell presser starting in about 18 minutes. Again, he'll start off with some prepared remarks and then to have a question and answer Q&A session afterwards. Typically goes about 40 minutes or so. But we'll bring that to you.
Considering this is an FOMC, they really didn't come up with much as far as hot biscuits out of the oven. I mean, like you said, Rips, it really wasn't going to be anything until this until he steps behind the microphone.
That's right. Yeah, he. I always say the Jerome Powell poker tell is whether or not he's pursing his lips. If he's pursing his lips, he's lying. We're going to have a subdued press conference. But if he is mouth agape, then we'll maybe hear some truth from the man, maybe for once.
Look out.
He might be the most exciting speaker.
I mean, he's good. He's very, very good. Alan Greenspan sort of put me to sleep quite a bit.
It's good like that. Bernanke did a decent job at that. Yeah, Bernanke as well.
Benny and the Jets.
Yelling could put you to sleep.
Oh, man. Yeah.
It's kind of their job. Hey, quick update here about Rips. Rips climbed 78 spots on the big board. Currently 164. What? Good. Yeah, good job.
Wait, is that including yet? Well, that's not including today yet, is it?
I would say no. I don't think so.
Oh, man.
Why?
Oh, snap.
More room to the upside?
I mean, I did make 13 G's today, Andre, and I did lock it up. So,
okay.
I mean, actually, I think a little bit more. Let me see. I forgot. What did I make today? Let me pull up the old Topstep X, shall we?
Like it. 13 large.
Pull it
Good
up.
job.
Anybody remember Paul Volcker? I bet you David does.
Paul Volcker. Oh, my goodness. That's a blast from the past.
Still with us?
He was before Greenspan, right?
I made $162 today. I am right behind you. I'm coming up fast.
Love it. 13,190 is what I made. So we'll call it 13,200 today.
Nice job. Moving on up.
Oh, yeah. Greenspan give us one of the greatest phrases, irrational exuberance. That was from Sam in chat. Irrational exuberance, one of the best phrases.
Go poll in the chat. MQ break all-time highs of 21,214 half by close. 511 votes. 77% say yes. Let's see.
To Martini and Rossi on the rocks.
I don't see any reason we don't go higher if he doesn't upset the apple cart.
And keep an eye on the ES here. We got that 600 lot offered at 59.98 half. 98 half. Offered 600 times. Just sitting there. Don't get it.
It's probably market makers just providing liquidity, just in case there is a sudden movement or if there's a larger player jumping in. But, I don't expect anything until, we might see something coming in the next 4 minutes here, which will be 10 minutes before the presser. But with this subdued of a reaction, I'm just expecting mainly barcoding until the man takes the stage. I'm excited to give live commentary on that as we listen to his speech, though.
Anything else? Oil.
Hey, did you know on this day, FDR won his fourth term? Good old Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Did not know
and
that.
On this day, just probably the opposite, 1972, Nixon was reelected president. I'm not a crook.
FDR, they ought to put that guy's face on the side of a mountain.
I think I voted for him.
Put his face on the side of a dime.
I think,
cool.
It'd be really interesting since we are about 15 minutes out from the press conference if we could run a poll in chat to see what the Topstep community thinks if this market is going to continue past 6,000 or if we're going to reject underneath and trade and close underneath 6,000 in the S&Ps. Curious to see what the poll says. If we could run a poll, that'd be lovely.
Above 6,000 in the ES?
I say minimum of 80% above 6,000.
Where will the market close today? Above or below 6,000?
Last trade in the ES, 59.97s now.
I swear it was like a blink of an eye ago that S&Ps were trading 3,000s.
Yeah.
I remember that was a big deal.
Yeah. MP lifted an offer 50 times when he bought 5,000s.
Oh, yeah. I was here for that. Where were you when MP was lifting that offer?
I know. Should have held him. Only we had a runner.
One thing I will be looking for is if we rally off this, open up again tomorrow, I will definitely be putting some shorts out. That will be the 3-day rule.
Yeah. Explain that again.
Some shorts. All right, so we had the big move up off Trump. We have another big move up today. We got the press conference coming up. make his decision. If we get another big day up tomorrow, we're going to be really stretched in a lot of things. I'll be looking to put some shorts on in a bunch of different, including some popular stock.
Okay, buyers trying to step in here a little bit in the NQ. See if he wants to go above.
Yeah, the order book looks pretty lousy and lackluster right now, and that's as to be expected. I don't expect a lot of liquidity being exchanged right now before this presser, so everything seems in line so far.
Yep.
And I still have no idea whether or not we're going to hold above or below 6,000. I think it can go either way.
Well, we did put it out to the chat. Poll's still up there. Rips, what do you think?
Me personally, I love a bull market. I love when the market is rallying. It's one of my favorite things to trade. And if you're looking historically, the markets only do one thing, and that's up and to the right. So I like when it does what it's supposed to do, up and to the right. So if you're asking me, I want to see it close above 6,000. Will it do that? Not a clue. Not a dang clue.
Oh, about a minute. There's Dakota. Oh, ding dong.
Oh, yeah.
Who's there?
Dominoes.
Oh,
hello.
Dolby time. What's up?
Hello. I heard Rips asked for a Nick, and I didn't hear the rest of it, and I just showed up. But I think you wanted Nick for a tick, though, right?
I'll take Nick for a Dolby any day.
Hey, how about it? Exciting stuff,
How you doing
guys.
today, Dolby? Any trades out of Dolby camp?
No, we're in a wonderful little range, though, the market provided. We had Stanley on, and he placed a really nice winning trade with Robert. We got like 20, 30 points in the NQ. So we had a nice little trail already.
Nice. Yeah, Stan has been showing some incredible growth over the last 2 months. And I think that, big round of applause. Shout outs to Stan if you're watching. Yeah. It's been really cool to see his journey because he's been working his tail off and he's been working really hard improving his trading. He's sticking to his own process, which I really appreciate. And he seems to be finding his own groove. And I think there's a lot to be said about that. If you're struggling out there, believe in yourself, first of all, but stick to a process that you can follow. And I think that's what's really carrying Stanley up to the top side here right now. He's been focused on his own process. He's not been kind of chasing around for different strategies, and he's doing what's working for him. And I think today he's now max funded at Topstep. He has 5 funded accounts at Topstep, if I'm not mistaken, which is so dang cool.
Yeah.
That's good stuff, man.
Yep. Started his own YouTube channel, Rips.
That's awesome. I love to see that.
He wants to be like you when he grows up.
Oh,
he's already an adult. But definitely go follow Stanley on YouTube. I believe it's Stan Coin. We shared the link earlier, but super great guy. Super great.
That's awesome. Yeah, he's a genuinely good person. I could tell the first time that we were able to share the stage together here on Topstep TV, it was amazing. I mean, I could tell right away. Genuine guy.
Yeah.
Very patient too. If you caught the first segments with Stan, very patient.
Was he ever, Eddie?
I knew that he was going to be a really good trader. The very first time that I saw him, he was not being influenced by the chat, and he was up live in front of about 6,000 people trading. And he was running his own trading book like he wanted to, and he wasn't influenced by anybody. And that says a lot where he was sticking to his exact trading plan. And he was like, you know what? The heck with the rest of you. I'm going to do my own thing. I know what works for me, and I'm going to stick to that. So again, that's why, the first time I saw him, I was like, this kid's a rock star. This guy's a rock star. He's going to be
you knew it.
He's going to be a superstar.
David Green, how you doing?
David Green.
How are you?
What's up, David Green?
I haven't seen David Green in a while.
Oh, hold on a second, man. I got a phone call here to see who it is.
Who is it? No way.
Hello? Oh, forgot to pick it up. Hello? Yeah. Oh, hey. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. Thanks. All right, guys. That was my bookie. Tonight's game, Bengals versus the Ravens. The over and under is 52 and a half. 52 and a half. He says, take the under. Where?
All right. I'm going to book that right now, actually, Eddie. I'm booking that right now.
Bengals, Ravens.
I'll take that act.
Hold on. Let me make sure I can book this right now.
Under. Here we go. MP in the chat says under as well.
Ravens.
MP, I'm booking this, buddy.
Bad weather tonight there, too, perhaps? Just gotta check the weather.
All right, unders give me. Yeah, I'm gonna throw 600 on this one. All right, we're booked. Thanks, Eddie. If we win, you get 20%.
Hey, no problem about it. Okay, no problem.
Never forget.
Don't forget, Eddie.
Yep. When you take the under, you are instantly winning when the ball is kicked.
Is that true?
It is true.
How about that?
So dumb.
Instantly winning if the ball is kicked, huh?
How about that?
Ravens giving 6 here. No, that's up.
And then you double win if it's a fumble, right?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
All right, Eddie, I booked across the board. We got the under, and we got Ravens money line, Ravens spread -6. Thank you.
Damn. Where's our disclaimer? Do we need a disclaimer for that? Somewhere? Yeah.
I mean, I booked it at Bankroll U. Michael Patak is talking about. That's where I booked it too.
All right, fine.
There you go.
Thinking it
We placed a book.
There it is. Got the let's recap this. Hey, house account up $4,700. Rips up 13 large. Good stuff. Up and to the right.
Hey, we will be piping in Uncle Jerry here coming up in about 5 minutes. And we'll sit back and watch the fireworks. You know, I really think since he knows that this is his last term, if he's got a curveball in his back pocket at all.
You thinking like a different color tie, Eddie?
No, like a G-string that we can't see. There's something.
Oh, well, then you'd have to keep your curveballs in your front pocket.
Hey.
Both of them.
Maybe he'll come out wearing a Trump hat.
Oh, yeah. Try to get some more.
Hey, boss.
More terms.
Maybe some.
Yeah, and we got Powell through in about 4.5 minutes. Yeah, we got 4,500 people watching. While we're at it, while we're waiting for the press conference, click like, click subscribe. We're over 128,000 subscribers, 2,500 likes today. Shout out to Mohammed. $9.94 last trade in the ES. Like Rips was saying, we are in a holding pattern right now.
Hold them
Mohammed on
curveballs
this morning.
Yeah, I'm looking at the order book for any clues, and we're just still not seeing anything. I'm excited to see this press conference. I would just love to see something different from what we've seen all this year. I'd love to see the movie change.
Which on that?
What's the spiciest thing he could say there, Rips?
That we are very close to. That we're very close to 2% inflation, and that rates can be coming down in the very close foreseeable future. That would be like, for market bulls, that would be the most ridiculous thing that you could possibly say.
Hey, while we got a couple minutes here, like and subscribe. Hit that thumbs up button. We're going to carry you out of here with the Jerome Powell speech. So click that thumbs up. We'd appreciate it. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe.
Do it.
We will be broadcasting this here live on TopstepTV. We will have the entire broadcast, so you don't have to go anywhere. You can stick right here, and we'll be watching it all together. We'll have a little watch party here.
Yep. History Science Theater 3000 style.
Kumbaya.
If you are playing bingo, you want to make sure that you have data dependent on your middle square. That's how you're going to win today.
Yes, you will.
That'll be the first number called.
Dual mandate. Also have that on your bingo card.
Dual mandate, data dependent, path forward.
Yep.
Hold on, maybe we can make one.
We should next time.
Victoria, that would be very foolish if anyone did have a position on, especially.
Oh, I like that. And tools. Yeah. Tools for sure. Rips mentioned that Stanley's max funded with Topstep, so I asked what is max funded. He has 5 XFAs. 5 is the maximum number of XFAs that you could trade on TopStep. The most number of funded accounts that you could possibly have is 1 live and 5 funded for a total of 6 accounts.
And he has 150K as rips.
Woo! That's hot stuff.
Nice. Oh, yeah.
All right, 2 on the clock here.
2 minutes remaining.
Flatten your reversal
Just to shut that out
challenge
on the
trades
trading floor.
into. Oh, wrong day.
Say that.
I will tell you this, trading on TopStep X and knowing that I'm completely locked out of my XFAs here and now is probably the most relieved I've felt going into an FOMC because FOMC rather. I've always had NinjaTrader and there's no lockout feature in NinjaTrader. And every single time FOMC comes, I say, I'm not going to trade it. And I find myself clicking a couple buttons here and there, even if it's for a couple micros. Knowing that I can't trade on my TopStep X accounts is amazing right now.
There's no pressure. I mean, there's no temptation.
Cannot do it. Here we go. 60 seconds. James will be pumping that in, correct? And have that be the main volume, main audio pumping through here. We'll make little comments along the way. It's mostly going to be Paul prepared remarks and then taking the questions. So
just like Dolby said, Mystery Science Theater 3000.
With us. Yep, it's very important.
I love that show.
Momo, like we break 85 to the downside.
If you guys do take a trade, please shout it out.
I will.
Yeah, we got 800 on the offer, 59.97 in the ES.
Nothing less than a 20 lot over here, so give me the goods, guys.
2 800 lots, actually. 59.97 and 59.98 half on the ladder to the upside in the ES. All right, here we go. Let's bring this in. Again, Jerome Powell press conference starting now. TopstepTV. Here we go.
Purple tie long, blue tie short.
What if he wears a green tie? That'd be a new Jerome Powell. Like a nice olive green.
How about if he just had his shirt open and a big old tattoo on there?
A big Jewish star.
Grateful Dead tattoo.
Purple tie.
All right, here he comes.
Oh, and that thing is swanging.
Do it.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to 2.1% as of September. We are committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the FOMC decided to take another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We continue to be confident that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the economy and the labor market can be maintained, with inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.8% in the third quarter, about the same pace as in the second quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has strengthened. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has been weak. Overall, improving supply conditions have supported the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains have slowed from earlier in the year, averaging 104,000 per month over the past 3 months. This figure would have been somewhat higher were it not for the effects of labor strikes and hurricanes on employment in October. Regarding the hurricanes, let me extend our sympathies to all the families, businesses, and communities who have been harmed by these devastating storms. The unemployment rate is notably higher than it was a year ago, but it has edged down over the past 3 months and remains low at 4.1% in October. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years. Total PCE prices rose 2.1% over the 12 months ending in September, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 2.7%. Overall, inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal, but core inflation remains somewhat elevated. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we're attentive to the risks to both sides of our mandate. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 4.5% to 4.75%. This further recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we move toward a more neutral stance over time. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation is not sustainably moving toward 2%, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can move more quickly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our discussion.
All right, here we go.
Thank you. Given the expectation that the election outcome will produce policies that would meaningfully impact the U.S. economy next year, how is the committee taking these proposals into account for upcoming decisions, including potentially the next one in December? And can you give us any more sense of how proactive or reactive the Fed is prepared to be to changes in economic policies with the next administration?
Sure. So let me say that in the near term, the election will have no effects on our policy decisions. As you know, many things affect the economy, and anyone who writes down forecasts in their job will tell you that the economy is quite difficult to forecast looking out past the very near term. Here, we don't know what the timing and substance of any policy changes will be. We therefore don't know what the effects on the economy would be, specifically whether and to what extent those policies would matter for the achievement of our goal variables, maximum employment and price stability. We don't guess, we don't speculate, and we don't assume. Now, just in principle, it's possible that any administration's policies or policies put in place by Congress could have economic effects that over time that would matter for our pursuit of our dual mandate goals. So we, along with countless other factors, forecasts of those economic effects would be included in our models of the economy and would be taken into account through that channel.
Nick.
Nikki Timmeros.
Chair Powell, Nick Timmeros from the Wall Street Journal. Roughly 1 year ago, when the 10-year Treasury was flirting with 5% and 30-year mortgage rates were near 8%, you noted how higher borrowing costs, if they were sustained, could weigh on economic activity. Given that you've said you believe policy is restrictive and the Fed is now dialing back that restriction, are the growth risks presented by higher U.S. Treasury yields today any different from those you identified 1 year ago when inflation was still meaningfully above your target?
So, I would just say this: we've watched the run up in bond rates, and it's nowhere near where it was, of course, a year ago. I guess the long run rates are well below that level. So we're watching that. Things have been moving around, and we'll see where they settle. I think it's too early to really say where they settle. Ultimately, I'm sure we've all read these decompositions of what, and I certainly have, but it's not really our job to provide our specific decomposition. I will say, though, that it appears that the moves are not principally about higher inflation expectations. They're really about a sense of more likelihood of stronger growth and perhaps less in the way of downside risks. So that's what they're about. We do take financial conditions into account if they're persistent and if they're material. Then we'll certainly take them into account in our policy. But I would say we're not at that stage right now. It's just something that we're watching. And again, these things don't really have mainly to do with Fed policy, but to do with other factors in the economy.
If I could follow up, is the September SEP, are those rate projections still valid? Do they still seem relevant given where we are now? You get halfway through the cycle between the last set and the next set. I wouldn't want to comment one way or the other. Let's talk about the data we've gotten since the last meeting. So in the main, the economic activity data have been stronger than expected. The NIPA revision was stronger. Certainly the September employment report was stronger. The October report, not stronger. Retail sales stronger. So overall, though, I think you take away a sense of some of the downside risks to economic activity having been diminished with the NIPA revisions in particular. And so overall feeling good about economic activity. So I think we would factor that in. At the same time, we got one inflation report, which it wasn't terrible, but it was a little higher than expected. So I think really the question is December, and by December we'll have more data. I guess one more employment report, two more inflation reports, and lots of other data, and we'll make a decision as we get to December.
Gina Smilik from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. When it comes to December, what will you be looking at specifically as you try to make that decision? And then as of the Fed's economic projections in September, you had written down 4 quarter-point interest rate cuts in 2025. Do you still think that those are likely? Is that sort of the baseline outlook at this point, or has that shifted? And if it shifted at all, can you give a little bit of detail as to why?
I can't. We don't fill out an SEP, and I can't characterize one that wasn't filled out today. So I can't really speak for kind of exactly where the committee is. I will just say for December we're going to be, again, at every meeting we're going to be looking at the incoming data and how that affects the outlook. As you know, we're in the process of recalibrating from a fairly restrictive level at 5.33%. After today's move, we're down 75 basis points. And we're asking ourselves, is that where we need to be? That we're trying to steer between the risk of moving too quickly and perhaps undermining our progress on inflation, or moving too slowly and allowing the labor market to weaken too much. We're trying to be on a middle path where we can maintain the strength in the labor market while also enabling further progress on inflation. We think that's where we are, but that's the question we're going to be asking in September. And in other meetings. And again, I can't really update you on the committee's thinking because we don't fill out an SEP at this meeting.
Yeah, totally appreciate that. I guess when it comes to your own thinking, do you think that a full percentage point of rate cuts in 2025 is a reasonable outlook?
again, I'm going to wait. We're going to wait and see how things come in December. I mean, it's just. I would put it this way: we're on a path to a more neutral stance, and that's very much what we're on. That has not changed at all since September, we're just going to have to see where the data lead us. We have a whole 6 weeks of data to look at to make that decision in December. Obviously, I'm not ruling it out or in, but I would say I would say that again, we didn't update the SEP, so I'm not going to characterize where the committee would be.
Howard.
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters. I wondered if you could please elaborate, explain a little bit the two changes in the language of the statement here. In the first paragraph, when you say inflation has made progress, dropping the word further progress, and in the second paragraph, dropping the sentence that the committee had gained greater confidence that inflation was progressing towards its 2% goal. Is there any policy substance behind either of those changes in language? Is it meant to open the door to a December pause? Is it meant to communicate anything about the stickiness of core inflation the last 3 months?
Not really, no. So let me tell you what we were thinking. So the test of gaining further confidence was our test for the first rate cut, right? And so we net that test in September, and therefore we take that test out. If you leave it in, then it's new forward guidance. It's brand new forward guidance. What do you mean by it? Are you requiring yet further? We have to say yes or no at every meeting whether we've made further progress. The point is we have gained confidence that we're on a sustainable path down to 2%. So that I would tell you is what that's really all about. It's not meant to send a signal. Neither of those is meant to send a further signal. And saying further progress, it becomes a test. We don't want to be. We don't think it's a good time to be doing a lot of forward guidance. There's a fair amount of uncertainty in that. In what I've said, the path that we're on, we do know where the destination is, but we don't know the right pace, and we don't know exactly where the destination is. So the point is to find the right pace and the right destination as we go, and I think there's a fair amount of uncertainty about that. And you don't want to tie yourself up with guidance. You want to be able to make sensible decisions as you go.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, you talked about higher rates, perhaps from an expectation of higher growth. You didn't talk about it in terms of expectations of higher deficits. Is that something you think might be behind the recent rise in interest rates, and are rising deficits a concern to you?
So we don't comment on fiscal policy, and again, I don't have a lot more to say on what's driving bond yields. In terms of policy changes, though, let me give you a sense of how this works in the ordinary case. Let's say Congress is considering a rewrite of the tax laws. Doesn't matter what's in the content. So we would follow that. At a certain point, we'd think we see the outlines, so we'd start to model it. And then we'd wait, and then at a certain point, the staff would brief the FOMC and say, these are the likely effects. There's lots and lots of literature on the effects of tax policy changes on various parts of the economy. So we'd try to get smart on that, and then the law actually passes. And you'd start to put it. You'd probably run an alternative simulation before that happens, just to keep people trying to understand it. Then when it actually passes, it goes into the model, along with a million other things. So, we have a very large economy. Many things are affecting it at any given time, and a law change of some kind would go in there, but it would go in. But it would, it's a process that takes some time. Clearly, the legislative process takes a lot of time. And of course, the real question is not the effect of that law. It's all of the policy changes that are happening. What's the net effect? And the overall effect on the economy at any given time. So I think that's a process that takes a lot of time and that we go through all the time with every administration, constantly. And this will be no different. But right now there's nothing to model right now. It's such an early stage. We don't know what the policies are, and once we know what they are, we won't have a sense of when they'll be implemented or all those sorts of things. So I think I would just say we're not doing that now, and all that will take time, and it will be very much regular order when we do that.
If I could just follow up on Nick's question, are the current rates something you feel like you need to lean against in that they go against the direction of policy by adding restriction to the economy, or do you just take them as a given and perhaps a signal that you should do less?
Look, I just think the first question is how long will they be sustained? If you remember the 5% 10-year, people were drawing massively important conclusions only to find, 3 weeks later the 10-year was 50 basis points lower. So, it's material changes in financial conditions that last, that are persistent, that really matter. And we don't know that about these. What we've seen so far, we're watching it, we're reading, we're doing the decompositions and reading others, but right now it's not a major factor in how we're thinking about things.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You mentioned the positive economic data that we've seen since the September meeting, including the revisions to things like savings, higher GDP growth. We saw stock market jump yesterday. That's renewed some of the questions about why do many cuts at all in this with this backdrop.
So you're right. As I mentioned, and as you mentioned, the latest economic data have been strong, and that's, of course, a great thing and highly welcome. But, of course, our mandate is maximum employment and price stability, and we think that even with today's cut, policy is still
New high.
We understand it's not possible to say precisely how restrictive, but we feel that it is still restrictive. And if you look at our goal variables, the labor market has cooled a great deal from its overheated state of 2 years ago and is now essentially in balance. It is continuing to cool, albeit at a modest rate. And we don't need further cooling, we don't think, to achieve our inflation mandate. So that's the labor market. Inflation has moved down a great deal from its
There's the air horn.
its highs of 2 years ago, and we judged, as I mentioned, that it's on a sustainable path back to 2%. So the job's not done on inflation. But if you look at those two things, we judged in September that it was appropriate to begin to recalibrate our policy stance to reflect this progress, and today's decision is really another step in that process. Overall, as I mentioned, we believe that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, we can maintain strength in the labor market even as our policy stance enables further progress toward our inflation goal.
Great. And just to follow up, what might cause you to pause rate cuts in December? What kind of economic data would lead you to that path? Thank you.
So we haven't made any decision like that at all. But we're in the process, as I mentioned, of moving policy down, our stance down over time to more neutral level. And as a general matter, as we move ahead, we are prepared to adjust our assessments of the appropriate pace and destination as the outlook evolves. So, for example, if we were to see the labor market deteriorating, we'd be prepared to move more quickly. Alternatively, as we approach levels that are plausibly neutral, or close to neutral, it may turn out to be appropriate to slow the pace at which we're dialing back restriction. Again, haven't made any decisions about that, but that's certainly a possibility. If you can think of it as similar to what we do with asset purchase, with asset runoff, with QT. So we reach a point where we slow the pace, much like an airplane reaching the airport slows down. And so we're thinking about it that way, but it's something that we're just beginning to think about.
Edward.
Thanks, Chair Powell. So with the noise in the jobs reports that we've seen, and you look at the Fed's favorite inflation, PCE inflation, overall it's 2.1%, very close to the Fed's target, but core inflation is 2.7%, and it's been that way since July. So why doesn't this data give fuel to a rate pause for this meeting?
Well, so I think if you look at the 3 and 6 month, you're quoting the 12-month. So we look at all of them, right? But if you look at 3 and 6 months,
6,300,000.
So we look at all of them, and we look at 12 as well. But what it's telling us is that we really have made significant progress, and we expect there to be bumps. For example, the last 3 months of last year, the core PCE readings were very, very low, probably unsustainably low. So that's why forecasts generally see a couple of upticks toward the end of the year. On the other hand, the January reading certainly looks like an example of residual seasonality, so that we saw last year. So when that falls out of the 12-month calculation in February, we should see a thing down. So it'll literally be a bump up and then down. We understand that. Overall, you see the progress on inflation, and you also look at the economy and you say, what is the inflation story now? Where's it coming from? So I point to a couple of things. One is the non-housing services and goods, which together make up 80% of the core PCE index, are back to the levels they were at the last time we had sustained 2% inflation, which happens to be in the early 2000s for a period of 5, 6, 7 years. So they're back to that level. What's not is housing services. So let's talk about housing services. Housing services is higher. What's going on there is, market rents, newly signed leases are experiencing very low inflation. And what's happening is older, leases that are turning over are taking several years to catch up to where market leases are, market rent leases are. So that's just a catch-up problem. It's not really reflecting current inflationary pressures. It's reflecting past inflationary pressures. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I'd say look at the labor market, not a source of inflationary pressures. Where's it coming from? It's not a very tight economy. What is the story about inflation? You see that catch-up inflation also in insurance.
The 80s hold in the
NQs,
NQs, right
so
around
you're
80.
seeing, we're not declaring victory, obviously, but we feel like the story is very consistent with inflation continuing to come down on a bumpy path over the next couple of years and settling around 2%. That story is intact. It won't be one or two really good data months or bad data months aren't going to really change the pattern at this point now that we're this far into the process.
So are you quickly trying to get to that neutral rate that you see, or do you foresee that you have some time to get there?
Nothing in the economic data suggests that the committee has any need to be in a hurry to get there. We are seeing strong economic activity. We are seeing ongoing strength in the labor market. We're watching that carefully, but we do see maintaining strength there. And so we think that the right way to
never got there, did it?
Neutral, if you will, is carefully, patiently.
91s.
Again, that's not meant to have a specific meaning, other than to the extent the economy remains strong, we have the ability to take advantage of that as we try to navigate that middle path between the two risks.
Craig.
Hi, Chair Powell. Craig Torres from Bloomberg. 2 questions today. Did you learn anything about what Americans think about the economy from the election results? First question. Second question. I want to talk about some labor market indicators, and I do so with great respect for your attentiveness to the maximum employment side of the mandate, Chair Powell.
Mohammed likes 185s also.
Has been at 4% or higher for 6 months. One of the broadest measures of unemployment is up about 0.5 point from a year ago. Compensation gains are sliding back. The quits rate, a signal of labor market dynamism, has been heading down to that bad neighborhood of the 20 teens. So you have put a marker at Jackson Hole saying any further cooling is unwelcome. It is cooling generally a little bit further. So at what point do we reach what you would describe as a shortfall from maximum employment? Thank you.
Sure. So on your first question, I'm not going to talk about anything that relates directly or indirectly to the election. On the second one, this is the great question, and it's the one we think about all the time. So I'll just say a couple things. There's nothing really surprising here. What we know is that the unemployment rate is low. We also know that it's moved up significantly from a year or so ago. So we've seen a big change upward in unemployment. Sometimes that has meant bad things. So far, it doesn't appear to be. It appears that I wouldn't say that the labor market has fully stabilized, because I do think it's continuing to very gradually cool. But it seems to be in a good place, and our policy, of course, is designed to keep it in that good place, to maintain the strength in the labor market, while also enabling further progress on inflation. You mentioned a bunch of indicators, and you're right. The openings to unemployment rate is back to a normal level. I would characterize it more broadly as normalizing. You mentioned wages. Wages are still running just a bit above where they would need to be to be consistent with 2% inflation, unless productivity is going to remain at this high level. If we see productivity, more sustainably at these high levels, then that would sustain higher wage gains. So I would say, in fact, you can say it the other way, that wage increases are now consistent with 2% inflation given current productivity readings. But of course, the lore on productivity readings is whenever you see high readings, you should assume they're going to revert pretty quickly to the longer-term trend. That has always been the case for 50 years. But it may be that we're now 5 years. If you look at the NIPA revisions that came out a month ago, we're 5 years into a nice set of productivity readings, which are sustained and very healthy. But overall, it's a good labor market. We could talk about 20 different data series. We'll be looking at all of them, of course.
New highs.
But
that was the
we
pullback.
don't want the labor market to soften much from here.
There it is.
We don't think we need that to happen to get inflation back to 2%.
We need another 10 points.
Almost there. Yep.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
Yes.
A ringing endorsement there.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. You talk a lot about what the data are telling you and how you are dependent on the data, but in terms of forward-looking assessments of the economy, what are you hearing from CEOs or other officials around the country? What did you hear today from the regional bank presidents about what companies and consumers think about where the economy is going from here rather than looking backwards? And does that match up with what your forecasts have been and what you think the appropriate
16?
policy path should be?
6016.
So it's hard to characterize a really interesting set of discussions we had, and of course you'll see them in the minutes in 3 weeks. But I would say this: I think the comments from our Reserve Bank colleagues and from the CEOs that they talk to are pretty constructive on the economy right now. Pretty constructive, feeling that the labor market is back to normal, to the point where it's no longer that much a discussion topic in their world, whereas 2 years ago it was all they were talking about. So they feel like the labor market's in balance. People feel good about where the economy is. Demand is obviously pretty strong, and you're seeing 2.8% growth in the third quarter estimated. Maybe the year's 2.5%. This is a strong economy. It's actually remarkable how well the U.S. economy has been performing with strong growth, a strong labor market, inflation coming down. We're really performing better than any of our global peers, and I think that is reflected in.
If we hold 219s in NQ, I think it's good for a long.
What I hear people hear from CEOs.
219 rips, 219.
CEOs in my job.
219.
I hear what others summarize from those, and of course I hear the Reserve Bank presidents do a lot of that, and it's pretty constructive overall. Now, that's not to say there are areas of caution and things like that, but ultimately, overall, pretty positive.
Well, to follow up the areas of caution, if there were black clouds on the horizon that you identified as something you're watching, what would they be?
I think it's things like clearly geopolitical risks around the world are elevated, and just as clearly they've had relatively little effect on the U.S. economy. Now, that can change through the price of oil or otherwise, but people talk about those as something that's on the horizon all the time. But ultimately, if you look at the U.S. economy, its performance has been very good, and that's what we hear from business people, and expectation that will continue. If anything, people feel next year. I've heard this from several people that next year could even be stronger than this year.
Andrew.
Hi, it's Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I just wanted to follow up on the discussion earlier on fiscal policy. Your predecessors, Greenspan and Volcker, spoke up loudly when they thought large budget deficits endangered economic or financial stability. Will you do that too? And right now we're in a period of full employment. We have large budget deficits and debt at historic highs that are rising. Is that something you'd speak out against?
So, I have said many times, no more, no less than what the predecessors you mentioned have said. And what that is that the U.S. federal government's fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. The level of our debt relative to the economy is not unsustainable. The path is unsustainable. And we see that in, you've got a very large deficit you're at full employment, and that's expected to continue. So it's important that we,
wow, those longs are working.
It is ultimately
anybody in chat catch those longs off of 219?
I don't have oversight. We don't have oversight over fiscal policy. I've said it on many occasions, just said it again.
Okay, thank you. I guess the other question is to follow up on Victoria's question. Do you believe the president has the power to fire or demote you, and has the Fed determined the legality of a president demoting at will any of the other governors with leadership positions?
Not permitted under the law.
Not what?
Not permitted under the law.
Thank you.
Courtney. Courtney Brown from Axios. In response to Howard's question, you said it wasn't an ideal time to give forward guidance because of the economic uncertainties. Can you lay out what some of those uncertainties are and whether or not it includes some of the proposals that the president-elect has put out on the campaign trail? Tariffs, for instance?
No, I was not referring to the new administration's policies at all, nor will I today. So what I'm just saying is, as we look ahead, we know, as I mentioned this in my statement, that the risks are two-sided. I guess I should start by saying that we think that the economy and we think our policy are both in a very good place, And but as you look forward, you say, what are the risks? And one risk is that we would move too quickly and find ourselves having moved too quickly, and inflation comes back, and we lost our chance to get inflation back to 2%. So we have to avoid that risk, and to avoid that risk, that means you want to move carefully. The other risk is that we move too slowly, and that we allow the labor market to weaken too much and do unnecessary damage to the labor market and to people's working lives. That says don't get behind the curve. So these two things are the two risks that we have to manage, and so we're in the middle there. We try to be in the middle and deal with manage both of those. Again, the idea is to maintain, support the strength we have in the labor market and in the economy.
Like them again, Rips?
Also, with somewhat less restrictive but still restrictive policy, enable further progress toward our 2% inflation goal.
Sorry, come again?
Double bottom there.
That's the thing. We're meeting by meeting. We're going to be making our assessment of.
But the best trade was that snap from 219 all the way up to 238.
Not
so
as important. The precise timing.
Why don't you pick
that was the doozy.
Questions here about that level, Rips.
And the arc of them is.
We have it as an MC level, which means that it's heavily transacted by the options market. There's a formula that we have that figures that out. So 219 is that level. We used it as prior resistance, and then it became support, and we ricocheted right off that level there.
Good call.
And we're going to move carefully as this goes on, so that we can increase the chances that we will get it right.
Simon.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. I know you don't want to share your decomposition of bond yields, but if you look at the break-evens, it is clear that longer-term inflation expectations do seem to have risen up at about 2.5%, for example, on the 5-year. That's up half a point from when you cut in September. Do you have any concern at all that longer-term inflation expectations are de-anchoring, or put another way, are anchoring at a slightly higher level? Thanks.
So we would be concerned if we thought we saw longer-term inflation expectations anchoring at a higher level. That's not what we're seeing. We're still seeing, between surveys and market readings, broadly consistent with. I looked at the 5-year
earlier today, and it's probably moved, but it's just not, it's kind of right where it's been, and also it's pretty close to consistent with 2% PCE inflation. So that's one that's been a traditional one that we look at a lot. But overall, expectations seem to be, and really have throughout this, in a place that's consistent with 2% inflation. But you're right to say we watch that very carefully, and we will not allow inflation expectations to drift upward. But that's really why we reacted so sharply back in 2022 was to avoid that.
Kelly. Hi, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. We just talked about what you've heard from business leaders on the economy, but many average Americans are still not feeling the strength of the economy in their wallets. So what's your message to them on when they might expect relief?
So you're right that we say the economy is performing well, and it is, but we also know that people are still feeling the effects of high prices, for example. And the world went through a global inflation shock, and inflation went up everywhere. And
do we have any house count trades
with you because the price level doesn't come back down? So what that takes is it takes
That's not yet.
years of real wage gains for people to
But
feel
yeah.
better. And that's
House account's open. I thought we were going to wait till this guy was done, though.
On the road to creating that. Inflation
Got it.
has come way down. The economy's still strong here. Wages are moving up, but at a sustainable level. So it's just, I think what needs to happen is happening, and for the most part has happened. But it'll be some time before people, regain their confidence and feel that. And we don't tell people how to feel about the economy. We completely respect what they're feeling. Those feelings are true. They're accurate. We don't question them. We respect them.
And just a quick follow-up. President-elect Trump has been critical of your performance. Any concern about his influence on the Fed's independence?
No.
I'm not going to get into any of the political things here today, but thank you.
One thing here in chat, I was talking about after this speech, its the behavior pattern, the dump. So we might see this again here. Let's watch this downside.
Yeah, typically when we stop speaking, we'll see some movement here.
For about 10, 15 minutes left.
We'll get into Power Hour here on Topstep TV.
It's of course a very difficult thing because anything you do with interest rates will hurt one side or the other, either the inflation mandate or the employment mandate. I would just say that we've been able to see inflation come down a whole lot, much closer to our goal, without the kind of sharp increase in unemployment that has often accompanied programs of disinflation. So, knock on wood, we've gotten this far without seeing a real weakening in the labor market, and we believe we can complete the inflation task while also keeping the labor market strong, and that, of course, is exactly what we're trying to do.
Can you rule out an interest rate hike next year?
No, I wouldn't rule anything out or in that far away, but that's certainly not our plan. I mean, our baseline expectation is that we'll continue to move gradually down towards neutral, that the economy will continue to grow at a healthy clip. And
Looking like these longs are going to get juiced up again.
That will not change from the September SEP. That is our baseline forecast, and short of some exogenous event,
new high on NQ.
Forecast for the foreseeable future. So, but ultimately, we're not in a world where we can afford to rule things out a full year in advance. There's just too much uncertainty in what we do.
Let's go to Jean for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News.
Last question.
I wanted to go back to a comment that you had made about Americans being quite unhappy about the cumulative price level rises over the past few years, even though now inflation is back on a path to 2%. Would it be appropriate for the Fed to undershoot for a while on its inflation goal under the average inflation targeting regime, so people have a chance to catch up?
No, that's not the way our framework works. We're aiming for inflation at 2%. We did not think it would be appropriate to deliberately undershoot. And part of the problem there is that low inflation can be a problem too. in a way, but that's not part of our framework, and it's not something we're going to be looking at in our framework review. Thank you very much.
There we go.
All right, game on. Let's do this. This is now Power Hour, Top Step TV. We got Rips in the house. We got David Green in the house. Dolby Time got the keys to the house account. Powell has just concluded the press conference. Get back to these markets. Like Rips was saying, new all times. Here comes some sellers. See if they want to keep pushing this lower. Last trade, 21,219. We have peaked at 21,239. Yes, making new all-time highs as well, 6,008. See what they want to do here. Nothing on the tilt just yet.
Right now, we're kind of bouncing around the point of control at 222. Temporary point of control here. If 219s firm up at all, I think there's definitely room for more upside, but right now it's rejecting. So seeing what's happening right around this trafficked area.
I mean, would you flip to shorts then at 219? Because you had that as a long previously.
No.
You like the long?
I need more confirmation, but it's looking like there's a lack of sellers right now.
Yeah, it does. Yes, moving higher here. You want to take it?
Yeah, I think it's worth a shot.
All right, worth
Maybe
a shot.
like 2 contracts or something. 2 contracts risking 204, something like that.
Q long. What price we get, Dolby?
You still want them at 219s? Or do you want them at market?
It's too late now.
It's too late.
Well,
Yeah.
You want to pull the entire order and skip 219s?
Yeah, just pull it flatten.
All good, yeah.
Yeah.
222s. All right, we got ES moving higher here. New highs. ES. Gold. Shot out of a cannon. Look at that. Just want to move
David
higher.
Green,
We got the
looking at
Russell
those.
with the Dow and the NASDAQ. Hanging out, man.
New highs. ES. Gold. New highs in the day as well. See if NASDAQ wants
David
to
Green,
follow.
David Green has that level in ES here at like
19.
16s about.
16's on the short side. I am doing.
You are doing okay. We'll keep that one up as well. Split screen.
Yeah, this is nice here.
Mm-hmm.
So if we do continue to break out, the upside target is always is going to be all the way up at 292 3/4. Not too far from here. You're going to see some resistance, and we might see a pullback, but longs have it up at 219 3/4. 219 3/4.
19.75. Straight 21,238. Gold not stopping.
A bunch of resistance up at 90 if we get that. Use.
NASDAQ?
Yep.
Okay.
21290.
290.
See a pullback to get long here.
Is this me getting dunked on, by the way? The guy who said that I'm going to get dunked on in chat for going long. Is this getting dunked on, or is this... I'm confused. Is this me getting dunked on?
Is that what this looks
I don't
like,
know.
Rips?
I mean... 30 points of alpha is me getting dunked on? Huh.
Still pushing
You know what,
higher.
Toby? That was your fault. Nick, you were too slow.
My fault? What, not putting on a trade during Powell's
Market
speech?
order. You got to go market. If we go long, you go long. There's
Rips,
only
it's
2
been a while,
contracts.
man. It's been a while. I haven't ridden this bike with you in a while, Rips. I'm not used to your rhythm, how your hips move, the pace, the tone of your voice.
I'm doing salsa with me, Mr. Dolby.
Stay locked in here as markets are moving. Still pushing higher here. Looking for upside 290 and
292.75. 292 spot 75.
Okay. 75 upside. 1619s in the ES.
Matt says, wow, Rips is green for once. Yep, I'm up 35K this week. How about you, bud? Where are we at, Matt?
Good. Let's stay locked in the market. Stay locked in the markets here, fellas. Come on. We're moving here. Still pushing higher here.
Gold not stopping either. 27.15 upside. Nothing on the tilt. 219s were nice. Again, looking for 292s. And from there, 366. Let me know if those change, Rips. But right now, we are cooking to the upside.
Yep.
From downtown.
22 and 10.
Real close. David Green's level over there on the ES.
We're 5 points away.
660,000. 6012. And Q not stopping here. 21,252. And looking for 292s upside. Nothing on the tilt. YM following suit as well. Everything bullish. Take a look at 10-year rate just as
much. Yeah.
10-year is falling 4.31%. Again, this is upper left-hand corner screen. See hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Right now, all locked in on these markets. New all-time highs. NQ
If you're trailing your stop on that trade originally from 219, a good stop to trail to is 238 quarters, 238 quarters.
Nice.
That way you guarantee yourself a win. You cannot lose that trade.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
Excellent call.
Nice call, Rips.
Love it when that happens.
Get more push here. We're just going to run out of gas. These sellers are probably going to try to come in here at some point. The question is, will they get caught?
A lot of bids are stacking up. But we're running out of steam. We just need to refresh liquidity. So
I love it. You're talking about bids in NQ?
Bids in NQ. That is correct.
I like to see a pullback to 20 and 10.
Let's see. Pull back to 220s. Yeah, maybe 228 or so, around there.
8. Okay.
I think this thing is going to continue to find liquidity to bid higher.
I agree. I'd just like to see a pullback to buy some.
Classic NASDAQ, huh?
Yeah, there's too many people fixing shorts on this market to not get blown out, and that's why the lofty target is so high. We're 40 points, 2923 quarters there, 292.75.
Yep, 292 upside target. Seen a bid here in the NASDAQ, 21,024, whatever, does not matter. We are running away from that now. Coming new highs, about to get there at least 21,250. Had the day to an all-time highs for that matter, 253. Gold hasn't stopped.
You're going to see a lot of shorts starting to get popped here if we continue this momentum to the north. NVIDIA's at a very big inflection point too. If we start trading 149s in NVIDIA, this thing will explode to the top side. Apple's still pushing, Tesla's pushing, Meta, Microsoft both pushing. So contingent upon a couple things. S&P a little slight rejection here, but you can see even on the sell-offs, we're absorbing a lot of that on the bid side here.
Sure are.
Just absorbed about 400 lots there in the NQ.
No problem. Bull strong. Strong like bull. And you see the countdown clock lower right-hand corner. Again, we'll have MOC market on close orders in about 28 minutes. See where they want to take this market. Pretty much. Right. I don't even want to call it a pullback. Hey, maybe the ES.
Coach Hoop is asking where my delta is on the ES. We are positive 22,000 delta. Positive 22,000 delta in the S&Ps.
Wow. Pushing. Congruent with price direction, market action, as Hoag would say. Rips just said, yep, saw some absorption there on the bid side, and The NQ, of course. In the 30s.
Hey, my wife's leaving, going to Costco. Anybody need anything?
Rips, Celsius delivery?
Yeah, that hot dog for $1.50.
Maybe like a jumbo box of Costco Kleenexes for those trolls in chat that are crying.
Obi, you jinxed me on the 17th.
What? I jinxed you? Oh man.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You mentioned it. We went straight down. Oh, let's see a little bigger pullback here. Back down to the 10s.
There we go. That's the right attitude. Let's get that pullback from the markets here. Maybe we can catch it along.
Question is, how deep will the pullback be?
Not very so far.
I know.
At all.
6 points, 7 points off the highs there. We have the ES 6007 last trade. Gold has not stopped.
Hey, I'm looking into the
27.
future, folks. Looking into the future here, and tomorrow I want to just remind you that we got Mohammed going to be with us again for Fast Markets, Coach Vince and Coach Dakota. Fast Markets. Hey, don't forget Friday Tuckman. Got Peter Tuckman going to join us also.
More Mohammed.
Share that with everybody.
I love it, Eddie. More Mohammed.
Yeah, that's
the doctor ordered.
We're gonna double shift.
Those likes up. All right. 21,240 seems to be the line in the sand right now in the NQ. We're seeing light absorption on the buy side. It means by every time they try to take it lower, the buyers step in and say, nope, not so fast.
Yep.
Who's got more gas in the tank? The buyers or the sellers right now?
This is probably one of the most docile FOMCs I've seen in the last 6 to 8 of these.
Yeah, I think part of that is where we were before this.
Yep, 100%.
But, listen, they're not pulling back. Any decent kind of pullback. Like I said, I hope they open up big tomorrow. Then I'll
see if we want to get this pullback. Pullbacks are slight, if at all. 60-10 last trade ES. And looking for upside. 292. 40 points, 50 points away in the NASDAQ. No reason why we can't get there. Still 34 minutes left in the session. Again, this is Power Hour. FOMC wall-to-wall coverage. Got Rips in the house. David Green in the house. Dolby time. Click like, click subscribe while you're at it. 4,500 people watching this Power Hour.
Can't beat them down with a stick.
Sure can't. Mohammed says,
All I
click
got,
like.
I got a bunch of wet noodles here, David. Sorry.
Yeah, volume is died out completely here. I think we'll get some more volume coming in about 4 minutes here. 4 minutes.
Why do you say 4 minutes, Rips?
Bottom of the hour, algorithms turn on. We'll start to see those pre-MOC algorithms turning on.
That injection of liquidity.
Bathroom break.
Let's turn the. What was that, David? Where'd he go?
It's a bathroom break.
Oh, bathroom break.
He ran to Costco real quick.
He did.
Yeah, he'll be back. Of course, now
When my wife goes to Costco, she gives me the. Guess how much I spent? David, does your wife do the same?
He's
David's
not
on a
here right
bathroom
now.
break. David's on a bathroom break.
Little bathroom break.
David, does your wife do that also? I don't know if you heard me or not.
Nothing on the tilt.
Yeah, we're still kind of compressed under this 250 level in the NASDAQ here. Everything's kind of holding up. If we gave up 6,000 in the S&Ps, trade ideas kind of dead in the water, but as long as we're holding above 219, still long and strong.
Any new spots to get long Rips for NQ?
I mean, it's a little bit risky on lower volume. I'd like to see what happens when these algorithms turn on at the bottom of the hour. We can reassess the situation then.
Yes, chef. Reassessing at 2:30.
Market generate information. I like it. Take what the market gives you. So, Rips, you said anything break beneath the 6,000s in ES? Look out below, perhaps?
Yeah. Below 6,000s, we're probably going to test 87s in the S&Ps. And below 219, we could be testing the 200s in the NASDAQ. So we'll have to see what happens here. 2 minutes now. Some algorithms are turning on here, but we'll have to see.
2, 5. 80s. Cool. Still nothing
Right
on
now,
the
we still
tilt.
have buyers holding this market up. We still have,
They are.
anytime we see the sellers coming in, we see a lot of absorption. So we shall see if we start to get some of this market lighting back up here.
Think about it. If you're getting short up here, the market ain't going lower. How long until you panic? Puke or you get stopped out and just drive this market higher? Typically, we see lower volume. Typically, it's retail just puking higher and driving the market up.
Usually, yeah.
Yep. So we'll see what happens with this 240 level. The NASDAQ seems to be a tug of war right around there. Again, like Rip's saying, about 60 seconds, bottom of the hour.
Yeah, one more minute here.
Do this. Come on. They want to take this. Maybe some profit taking up here. We'll see. It's incredible. You can talk yourself. You can talk yourself into either side, no matter what.
It's like, what are the reasons to get short? Like,
I'm trying to find a good
short-term
trade
is probably
location for the
some
house account right now. Trying to find something that we can put on, some type of risk that we can put on the table here.
20s could be all right. Right around your 19 again.
I think it depends on the context of how the order flow is coming out then. It'd be nice to see a stop run of liquidity here to the downside and then seeing some strong bids shaping up at those 20s, those 219s again. But let's see.
The 5. Here we go. And bottom of the hour hit.
There's that injection.
Yep. Right off the 9 EMA.
Yeah, still equities are pretty dead here.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, very quiet.
Nvidia's still holding 148.
Is it 148 now, Revs? Sheesh.
Mm-hmm.
You said
148.
they're going to join the Dow tomorrow? NVIDIA?
Yes, that is correct.
Adios, Intel. It's been real.
It's been real.
Had your chance, man.
Intel's not had a great 18 months.
Intel, you had like a 30-year head start. Like, what the hell? Come on. What are we doing?
I mean,
40-year
Intel's
head
getting
start.
dunked on by AMD. It's,
Come
it's insane.
All right, start to see some absorption.
Oh, wiggly.
Still 10
Go
points
wiggle on that
above that
ladder.
entry of 219, so let's wait and see. We're starting to distribute some healthy volume here, and it's pretty evenly distributed through basically 219 all the way up until 255 or so.
Low is 29. Break that even. Just bounced right off the 9 EMA. 10 points so far. I'm surprised we are not getting more of a pullback.
Pretty chill.
Mm-hmm.
Very chill. Globex should be interesting.
Yeah. Good for bulls. Rips, you always like saying wait till the following trading session, right? To marinate on, digest what, news-driven trades like this would be, and then see how the following trading session, plays out.
Call that the afterglow.
100%.
So it's better to play the afterglow. You have more market generated information. You have more defined levels. You have the auction that exchange liquidity at certain prices that you can use to mark out on your chart. It's a lot harder to trade when you're creating and discovering new all-time highs in the market because the auction has never reached there before. And it needs to reflect on what the participants think of that price. And so when you have new all-time highs, it becomes tremendously difficult to trade that because you don't have a lot of market generated information outside of the options market.
Like that.
I will be
You also
definitely
got to think
looking
about
tomorrow.
last time was
I'm sorry.
Last time was the 50 basis points. That was the big party. And this was this one was sort of a gimme.
We break one way tomorrow.
One-way trade?
Everyone's
Wake up. All right, 21,237. I mean, if they are short up here, they got to, like, start getting fidgety, start getting a little, nervous.
It's almost like the market is asking itself, well, now what?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here?
What's that delta at, Rips?
In the NASDAQ, we're trading with a 22,000 positive delta. In the S&Ps, 21,000 positive delta. Sorry, 2,200 in the NASDAQ, 21,000 in the S&Ps.
negative. Rips 19.
Russell is the only one that's negative at 6,100.
All right. 6,007 last trade in the ES. We go test the 6,000 again. Again, we peaked at 6,013 in the S&Ps. Again, all-time highs. NASDAQ making new all-time highs as well. 21,253. All right, starting to get into the 20s now, barely. 21,228.
What I'd look for down into these 20s is a stop run. So looking for liquidity as low as like the 210s. Because you're going to have a lot of longs that got long from the prior quarter high, which is right around 216, 219, that level we're talking about. And those stops could bring the market down ever so slightly, if only to refresh that liquidity on the bid side, because those stops are going to be preyed on by larger participants that are using that liquidity to fuel their longs.
So if we had three, would you bid like 220s, 218s, 216s and try to like accumulate at the base of that range?
It still might be a little bit risky because we don't have enough market generated information. Right now, what the auction's telling us is that we found new all-time highs and we're searching for more interested players to go higher. But right now, every single time we're showing up with the auction is offering, nobody wants to swipe at those offers. So it's probing liquidity lower to find more people that are bidding up this market and saying, that's enough. We have too many buyers here. The sellers have kind of been drowned out, and then we'll go back higher. So I think you want to wait. It's better to wait and be patient and not just kind of leave passive orders there because, again, we're dealing with structure that hasn't been probed.
Gotcha. Excellent description.
I have a level around the O2s, which might wash some people out down there, down like 24 points from here.
That's for ES, right?
NQs.
Oh, NQs.
$1,228. And we got 14 minutes till MOC.
Oh, geez, I completely forgot about that.
Oh, I didn't.
We got Series 3 coming. We got some jab coming. We also have hashtag Power Hour coming at you the next 24 minutes. The buyers, see if the buyers want to step in here. Give it one more push higher. Bottom out 27s in the NQ. This latest, I call it a pullback. And now it's trading 21,234. Nothing until 50-50 across the board. Even gold stalled out at 27.18, now trading 27.14. Like Rip said, the afterglow. Make sure to tune in the slow markets tonight. London open with D, of course, at the buzzer. See what Jay and Paul, how they digest today's market action. All right, seeing some more bit of a pullback here in the ES. Let's trade 6,006. They want to give the 6,000 a try.
It'd be really nice if we got a sweep of the stops down through that 21,219. We had sweeps down there, and then we had a massive bidder show their hand. That would be nice, but I don't know if we'll see that.
Getting there. $225 last trade. Let's see what happens on those 219s. Dolby, be locked and loaded here. If Rips gives the thumbs up, on those 219s again.
Got 2 queued up. By market.
Yeah, market.
Whoever gives the go.
Get there. And house account up $4,700. Rips up 13
all things
large.
considered.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little wiggle.
Liquidity 80. You see it all the way down there. And buyers just step right in, rips.
Yep. Still, I don't like. Again, this is not a great trade location. The magic trick happens usually one time when you're looking for that move that we got to the north side, and we're just drifting lower here again. We're seeking price acceptance, and the auction hasn't found it yet. That's why you're seeing these little pops and jostles, but we're not seeing any acceptance of price yet. The market is searching for it right now, and this is usually what happens after you don't have any kind of market moving news that's on the table. We have tomorrow's schedule is pretty light as far as I know. We do have the Michigan 5 to 10 year inflation outlook, the 1 year inflation outlook. That can be interesting, but I don't expect it to move the market. And I think that a lot of participants.
219 is incoming.
Yep. And I still don't like the trade from here. We're just drifting.
All right.
Now, is there a short level you're looking at?
Look, if it changes, like if 219s show up and there's a 700 lot that fires into the bid and it absorbs that and bounces from that, yeah, maybe. But we're seeking acceptance in price. We've been seeking for it since we made that new high up at the 50s. We haven't found it yet. And this again, this is why I said, if you are in that trade from 219, having a stop at 38 quarters makes sense because you guarantee yourself some loot on that trade.
Approaches 6,000s in the ES. Last trade 6,003. Tilt. Starting to see a little bit of a tilt to the short side. Nothing crazy in the 60% range. 65% short. 66% short in the ES. Looks like there might be some more juice to the downside here.
Yeah, O2s is the next spot. If we
O2? O2 in O2 in the ES or NQ, David?
NQ.
Good.
Because O2s in the ES looks pretty good too. Not gonna lie, David.
I know. A couple O2s there. 9 minutes till MOC.
Maybe just a little stop run underneath 216s in NQ.
Buyer's going to try to hold that 219 level rips. Oh, we're up to 225 now.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. We got the absorption we're looking for, but yeah.
Damn.
Not enough market information.
230s.
Yeah, that
Damn.
magic level. Magic level again.
Who took it in the chat? 219 strike again.
Not a trade signal room.
10 points. Not a trade signal, of course, but yes.
Great idea.
Didn't get to the 6,000s in the ES.
Nope, not quite. Man, nice bounce. Little stop run there. See if it's enough liquidity, though, like Rips was saying, to actually push us to even newer highs.
Yeah, I don't know that it will be. There's a big offer at 240s, and they're stacked up. I believe it's the same player that's playing 240s, 44s, 45s, 50s, 47s, and 60s. I mean, it's the same. They're moving the liquidity around just the same.
Higher here. Gabe, if we're ready, we can do dealer's choice, Gabe. About 18 minutes left here in Power Hour, TopstepTV.
Don't worry, viewer in chat.
Oh,
Gabe's not here, and I choose.
Right, James. It's James. Oh man, one of these again. Those that are being updated. Not passed. 30 days. Taking it again, and I will pass.
Andre, you didn't pass. I'm going to join you in that don't pass camp. I'm taking mine in December, and I fully expect to fail.
Well, I mean,
For those following along at home, here's who has passed.
What's up, Matt James?
You will see
right, here we go.
Brett, Jack, JD, Hoag, Mick, Michael, and Ben and Dakota have all passed the Series 3.
Done.
Still waiting on all of our other transparent folks there.
Mm-hmm.
Andre Dolby, do you want to provide any insight to your experience other than Dolby? You said you hate math bad.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't pass the math part. Got me, rules and regs, all that other stuff. No problem. Math, no bueno.
It's long. It is long.
I should have done better, man. It's
An
embarrassing.
absolute slog. Was it
It's
125 questions?
Should have done better.
Well,
Yeah.
hopefully this was one of those 125 questions, and if not, you can answer it right now. Here we go. The minimum increment change for a T-bill contract in dollar terms is A, $100, B, $50, C, $10, or D, $25.
I'll answer.
I think I should know this, and I think I have the answer for this one. I think I know this.
I think it's D.
Yep.
No. I think it's A, and I'm probably wrong, but I think it's A. I think I'm wrong, but I think it's A.
$25.
A is also the leader in the chat. 30%. But
full
let's go
point?
ahead
Oh, no, it's
and see the answer. It is D, $25.
There you go.
I didn't do bad on these. These ones I got.
Yeah, this is the easy one, Dre.
I got these ones right. It's the other ones, but yeah, I appreciate it. Yes, we will. Yeah, 30 days to reschedule, but hell yeah.
Dre, you know what else helps pass the Series 3 is working at a firm that did bond spreads. That's super helpful.
Somebody put in the chat, Rips is Googling it. Yep. I Googled it.
Were you really?
No, of course
I didn't
not.
hear David Green.
Wrong answer.
Where were you, David Green? I didn't hear you.
This is funny. I get the wrong answer. He's Googling it. Yeah, my Google's broken.
You're just really bad at Google, Rips.
I'm the worst at Google, apparently.
Hard, you know?
CL Trader, the math part. I don't know what I'm talking about. Put a lot of BS in those questions. You just got to distill it down to the prices that matter and get rid of all the stuff that doesn't. But yeah.
Looks like MP had a strategy that he used. Drawn some sort of like tic-tac-toe box. I'm going to have to learn that.
Do the math?
Yeah.
All right, pushing higher here. 21,232.
I got my answer from Wikipedia.
Investopedia.
There's a Wikipedia on the Series 3, has all the answers.
Investopedia, yup.
I'm going to ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves.
4 minutes till MOC.
Yeah. Do they ask the same questions every time? Like if you fail, it's the same test again?
David Green, we're about to find out, David Green. I'll let you know. Shout out, Matt Anaya.
God, that looks familiar.
$21,238, pushing higher here. Shout out Matt James. Giving a shout out to
I'd
Matt.
be really
Haynes.
sick if we got that final 10 minutes just ripped right to 292 3/4.
Man,
would be nice.
219s, back to the buffet.
Yeah, I'm fine with the trade not going off that time there. I mean, it's really hard to gauge that.
I mean, you're going to trade tomorrow, right, Rips?
Yeah. I mean, it's Friday. I'm playing Bobby's room at 10 a.m., but before that, I will be trading.
All right. Well, if we want to we got 3 minutes till MOC. I think we can get this in before. We want to do jab, jab, jab. Are we ready, Eddie? We ready, James? Ready, Gabe? Let me know. Ready? We're ready.
Green light.
Let's do it.
Lights on.
Hit it, Eddie. Right. Here we go.
In this corner, with the cool swag from Topstep, The trader who does the work, strives to be successful, keeps on jabbing, set up that uppercut for the knockout. Yes, this can be you. In the other corner, asking Jerome Powell if he's getting demoted, and asking him again, is he getting demoted? Trading without a game plan like a damn fool. He's so dumb he thinks General Motors is in command of the U.S. Army. Joe Schmo. Now let's take a look and see who our traders are today. Now, remember, if we missed you today, we asked if you can post. Oh, we got the MOCs coming up here in 2 minutes. We asked you to post if you either passed a combine, got a payout, or find yourself moving forward with the jabs. Remember, jab, jab, jab. So let's see what traders who are making those jabs count. We got Kevin. Kevin lost the XFA yesterday, but just passed 5 additional combines, thanks to today's commentary. Great job, Kevin. Ganja Boss took profits, locked account, especially since it's MOC day. No need to give anything back to the markets. And Ganja put jab, jab, jab. Fife up 2 XFAs and overtraded the combine. All right, well, you know what? It's you got your 2 XAs up on the day. You got a little excited. We learned from this. Keep those jabs coming. CL Trader, how about this one? Bought a grill for the family with my first payout. Nice. Great feeling. Way to go, CL Trader. Hernando, first payout today. MP, thank you. Well, Hernando, thank you for making it happen and getting it done. Sick Trades, yes, sir. Got my 5K package this week. Well, there you go. Yes, we do send them out. And as we talk about it, might take a little longer, but be patient. Remember, traders, we have to work on the patience. Jose Gomez just passed 5 50Ks. We'll start to trade them Monday. Got tilted yesterday and lost my 100K XFA. Stay positive, Jose, and keep those jabs coming. And finally, Dan Edmonds, $515 on 5 of the 150K combines today. Jab, jab, jab. Small base hits are adding up. Well, there you have it, my friends. Remember, never say die. Keep those jabs coming and look for that open spot and make it happen. Back to you, Andre.
All right, throwing it right back to you, Eddie. What's MOC?
MOC right now, we got the S&P. Oh, my goodness. $2 billion. Really? $2 billion on the sell side, yes. NASDAQ, $1,189,000 on the sell side. Dow, okay. $1,521 million sell side. Mag 7, $521 million sell side. This is a screamer here today.
Big one. Yes, it is. Okay, keep us posted because those are going to change again. Give or take, call it minus 4.7 billion sell side. David, that's a big one.
It's a big one, but it'll probably switch around. 05 is a little level we need to hold.
Big.
Okay. 05s. 1,000 at 205.
I believe that GoPro is reporting after the bell. Rumors say that they are going to exceed $34 in sales this year.
Altogether. They were hot. Here we go. More selling coming here. Coming up to these 6,000.
Like 35 billion.
Yeah, I know. He just said dollars. Just dollars. Pause. All right, coming up to these 6,000s here in the ES. Last trade 6,001. Give it the old knock on the door, knock on the floor, see who's down there in the basement beneath the 6,000s. Nothing really on the tilt right now. Here we go, 6,000s. ES. Let's see what happens here.
David Green, you still like your 21,205s in NASDAQ?
I don't, because we just missed it by a point or two. The hell we just get to?
Thank you.
Maybe keep us posted those change.
Yeah. He's in a little bit here. We got the S&P and 590 million.
Oh,
he's in just a little bit.
What we get to, like 08, Nick?
08? For what?
I don't know what we just got. No, on that low.
Oh, nine evens. 9 evens. Missed it by like 4 points. Might come back though.
Right back to these 6,000 the ES. Again, we got 7.5 minutes left in the session. All right, now we're to the 99s, 999. Now seeing some selling as well. We have
Rips, you like
hashtag
6,000s as a short if we showed some weakness below, right?
Yeah,
ES?
down to 88s. Down to 88s, yeah.
Is that worthy of a house account trade?
I mean, nah.
Yep.
No?
I can't commit to any trades at this point. My head's so far out of the game right now. No. I mean, I like it, but yeah, I don't like it enough to take it.
21,215 last trade in the NAS. Yes, trying to figure out, dude, these 6,000s. Sound like a broken record saying that. Hey, here we go. 77% short in the YM. YM seeing some selling as well. Charles Chapman in the chat said, bought 99s in the ES. In the pullback.
Back to 2 billion here, short in the S&Ps.
Back to 2 bill.
Okay. 2 bill.
Sellers holding their ground. See what happens if we get to the 21,200s in the NASDAQ. Again, we made new all-time highs. S&Ps and NASDAQ. We're talking about see what happens in the afterglow following trading session.
Have we done it?
Yeah, if
Where
you're
do we
feeling
close
like you
poll?
missed out today, then I would say wait until tomorrow. There's going to be plenty of trades tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're coming into the final 5 minutes here in less than a minute. Less than a minute.
Yep.
We're going to get one more bout of injection of liquidity here, and it can go either way.
Full screen to the NASDAQ.
It's a nice looking chart, Trey. What is that?
That is the NASDAQ. Nice and clean because I saw it was on TV. So I went full screen to make it nice and easy for the viewers. Go 21,000. Oh, wow. Some buyers come in.
Yeah.
Popped at about 10 points there.
I'm curious if we close above or below 6,000 in the ES.
There you go.
Big round number.
6,000's unreal.
Yesterday.
Boom, there you go. Rips. Buyers are going to try.
This is why I didn't like this short.
There you go.
Even though it can dump from here, it's just so unpredictable. It's so difficult to play this. It's just so troubling to play this type of market. You're better off waiting. Like tomorrow's the market's open. Last time I checked, hold on. Oh yeah, it's open all day tomorrow. How about
that? Excellent. All right, it's close coming in on the close here. See the countdown clock, lower right hand corner. But again, this morning, I asked you for hit us up at TopstepTV. What's up, Eddie?
750 million sell side, 57 million only in the Nasdaq, 36 million sell side Nasdaq. That's huge. So we lost about 2 million here. Sell side S&P lost about 2 million and 2 million in the Nasdaq. S&P right now 957. Sell side, almost a complete sell side here for the Dow and the Mag 7. Only 44 million sell side.
All right, so
that is the big swing.
Yes, it is. All right, we've got just under 4 minutes left here in Power Hour. Throw it to James. James, right, let's do some hashtag Power Hour content. We asked them this morning.
You got
this
it.
Afternoon. Hit us up at Topstep TV. What did they do? How they do, James?
They did good. We asked, you delivered. L Trader Goof says done. $500 for the day and locked auto liquidated. Looks like using Topstep X with that lockout feature. So congrats, man. Small gains equal big wins. Talking about big wins. FXFT Scale Up, the best firm and top of all. Thanks Topstep and Topstep TV. For those of you listening, he shared a screenshot of his congratulations on your success and taking a payout email. So enjoy the payout. Spend it on something nice. Medi, W Day, $240 up on my Topstep combines. Finally reached the 4K mark, only 2K left, and I'll get funded. Small wins add up, no need to be greedy. Get that tattooed on you. TMP3 Trader, just passed my 150K combine. Poised for longevity, there we go, as the next step is a payout. Keep going, maybe we'll see you on Topstep TV with us someday. The FCB Kill the boy and let the man be born. Here's his funded trader certificate. It's a good quote. It's from the new Craven the Hunter movie. We were talking about 5K payouts earlier. Lucas Groff just received my 5K club hat from Topstep. Thank you guys for being the best firm around. Proof that we really are sending these out. It may take a little time, but we promise we're shipping them every day. And finally, last but not least, from Amateur Genius 36, every host on Topstep TV. You guys got any trades? You got any trades with house
That's a
accounts? Any
great
house
one.
account trades I can have? You got one I can hold? Let me just hold it for a second. I'll give it right back.
That's a great follow on Twitter, by the way. Amateur Genius 36. Great follow.
Gotta wear that one.
Thank you to everybody for tagging us, sharing your wins, sharing your certificates. Let's do it again tomorrow. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Amateur Genius, you say? See them in the chat.
Nick, the 05s just hit. The 05s just hit, Nick.
No.
So now we went in on 05s. We got 2 minutes left, David Green.
90 seconds.
You went 10?
Just
10 at
I
05?
said it hit a minute
Hands off,
ago.
he says.
Oh, yeah.
Hands off. Wow, what a day. What a last couple of, hell, what a week we've had so far. Again, was it Friday tomorrow? Indeed.
Already.
You had a short week. You had a short week.
You had a stressful week, though. Come on,
Depends how
Eddie.
you look
You
at
had
it,
a
Eddie.
Series 3 exam.
Depends how you look at it.
You gave us 100%. That's for sure.
Give us 100%, 50% at a time.
Thank you there, David Green. Appreciate that. We got 50 seconds left here. Shout out to Rips, David Green, putting in a marathon session.
Yeah, I want to give a personal shout out again to David Green. It's always fun to share the stage with you. I love always chopping it up with you. It's always a lot of fun. So thanks so much for being here with me. Appreciate it.
I feel honored just to be here with you guys, and I love being here.
I just love Fest, Dolby.
Nick, why don't we buy the 05s?
Why the 05s?
I got my
26
glasses.
26 is our
20
trade.
points.
Hindsight
I'm
Capital
out of here.
in full effect right now. We got
Yeah,
15 seconds. I like to pull up the ES ladder going to the close. See, nice little pop here. About 5 points in the ES, about 20 points in the NASDAQ. And we had that poll question. What was that question we threw out there? Yes,
My,
6,000.
meet you at the
Here we
bike
go.
rack.
1 second and ring a ding ding.
Over 6,000.
Wow. Good job.
Ding,
Good stuff.
ding,
Shout out to
ding,
all the
ding,
Bell
ding.
the Bellers. David Green, Rips, Dolby Time, Mohammed, Stanley. Shout out to everybody joining us today. Again, make sure you tune in tomorrow. But right now, right here, go to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much for all our guests being here with us today at Top Step. I hope, as somebody here in the community, here in the chat room, that you had fun, you got educated, you learned at least one thing today. At least one thing. I hope that happened. Also, tomorrow's Friday the 8th. Friday the 8th. Fast Markets, we got Coach Dakota. Mohammed's going to be with us here. And he wants to hear his theme song. We're going to have that ready probably at the end of Fast Markets. You can't miss that. Coach Vince going to be joining us around 9:30. Power players, Peter Tuckman. We also got Abdul R going to be joining us here with Jack. Taking a look at what else we do have here. 1 o'clock, I'm going to be, we've got Back to the Futures. They've got me on here, and me and Anne Marie until about 1:15. Bonnie's going to be here at 1:15. Top quiz. I heard that might be back tomorrow, but we'll find out. And be ready for it. Also, Power Hour. We got Andre, Robert, Dolby, Real Deal Zach will be with us here Friday. And right now, don't forget about At the Buzzer 3:15 with Coach Jay, Coach Paul, and have them here. That is going to happen here Monday through Friday, also tomorrow. Coach Dakota, today is going to be his last day here, Thursday. Not his last day, but a last day this week for slow markets. And those on only through Sunday through Thursday for the slow markets. Don't also forget here that we will be having Coach Ray at 6:00 p.m. in the Discord room. Coach Vince, 7:00 in the Discord room, and have at it. So otherwise, taking a look at what we've got on the menu for the economic numbers. Now, we really have nothing until 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we're going to be having the Michigan numbers coming out. Fairly important. One thing I want to sort of that I see here is that, yes, Michelle Bowman will be talking. She's the only FOMC speaker that will be speaking. And more or less, she's going to be saying that why it was a unanimous vote and why she did not cede on the vote. But otherwise, if you're trading grains and so, WASDE report, and of course, the U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. Okay, now it is time. It is your time. Appreciate you being with us here today. The community did a fantastic job today. I really appreciate all of you. Come here and participate. That's what it's about, right? Participate. So, as I did say, it's your time right now. Orders from headquarters. I want you to stay safe, stay healthy, go relax, go re-energize. We've had a very busy week this week, and let's get ready for tomorrow. So, have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
He's such a cool dude, handsome, charming, and never too rude. Loved by many, but keep it cool. Don't come crying and be a fool. With that white headset, not sure where he got it, but if there's a winning trade, we're sure he'll spot it. 15 years in the game, he knows the plan. A funded trader, Muhammad's a man. Muhammad's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance. When it's time to strike, he won't miss his chance. Price action's the key, he moves with finesse. 15 years in, he's seen the success. In the market, he's sharp, knows how to adapt. Every trade he makes is like a movie script map. He's not just about the charts, it's a masterful flow. Trade management's his focus, that's how you grow. When the pressure's on, he stays steady and true. No crying, no worries, no soup for you. If you say so, if you may know. In control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance. When it's time to strike, he won't miss his chance. Muhammad's in control, managing the trade, focusing on price, that's how legends are made. Watching the action with a smile and a glance. When it's time